There we go. Yeah, and we're live. You are
There
looking
we go.
live. We're back joining you for day two of the 2022 NFL Draft Hangout. I'm stepping in the big chair for Cole Jackson. Uh, you can see on your screen, joined again by Chris Aguilera, Dan Reeves, and right there, Denard Jackson. He's live. Look at him. Denard Melton. Denard Melton. Look at him. He's live right now. Yeah.
Is my TV too loud?
No, I can't even hear it.
That's all right.
All right, good.
Yeah. I jumped the gun a little bit on going early, so you came on and we were already out there to the world. But hello, world. We're back. We're back for night two, and I'm sure Kerry will probably tap in with us at some point. And Cole, he big timed us, so he may get in at some point. I don't know. He's big time. So.
What the?
I appreciate you saying that out loud.
You see this? You see this on TV?
Yeah, Chris Angel.
Oh, that's who that is?
Yeah. I only know because it says in my closed caption. Otherwise, I'd have no idea.
Oh.
What in the world is he doing?
So this is the start of what day two and then day three, the madness that ensues.
We never saw this in New York, did we? Never got in.
No.
Little different show.
A guy hanging from a. Oh.
What in the world?
So he's taking off a straight jacket.
Guys like him and who's the other cat? David Blaine. Like I can't watch David Blaine stuff. It's like it's crazy, man. I'm like, that's not magic. That's some kind of voodoo.
When I was in the 6th grade, I went to see David Blaine. He was he did like this ice thing where he was in ice, and he was on in Times Square. And me and my mom passed by to see him. I was like, "What the hell is he doing in there, Mom?" She was like, "I don't know."
Who is that wearing a sombrero?
Oh, that's Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones.
Yeah, that's his trademark look with the sombrero.
What a goof.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I heard who's picking for the Ravens?
Is it Stover?
Yeah, Stover. Yeah.
We gotta figure something.
No more Jacoby? Is he been retired?
Maybe the 3rd round.
I think he was in a little something last time, I think. Maybe. No, he was in good spirits. He was in high spirits. I guess. So, you guys have any thoughts here? I know we got a while before the Ravens are scheduled to pick. I think they're still sitting at 45, right? The first pick in this, and they've got a 3rd too, right?
That is correct.
76. 76. Okay.
Yep.
NFL Draft.
So any thoughts on this first pick? I guess any players or positions, or do you think they stay at this pick, or do they move?
I'm going with D-line, anywhere on the D-line, whether it's edge rusher, interior rusher, one of those two, or wide receiver.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, I think wide receiver and edge and maybe cornerback. I really hope they just hit one of the positions of need. I think the first round was fun, and we got a lot of best players, but I think need is starting to seem important right now. So.
Denard and thoughts?
I am interested in seeing what they are thinking in the room in terms of the defense and where they're going. Because, like they said last night, Kyle Hamilton, they didn't feel like was going to be there. Now you got to reshuffle the deck and be like, oh, okay. And I think we may see that unfold in front of us. So it's hard to say where they should be targeting. Obviously, D-line is like number one. Like, you need a couple more young bodies. But after that, it's kind of like, where do you see this defense going now that you're going to be playing seems like a lot of 3 safeties.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the first question that came to my mind when they did pick Hamilton. We knew obviously they had just signed Marcus Williams in free agency. Chuck is still there, so that's my first thought. Is like, all right, well, where are these guys going to play? I mean, I think we have a sense of where Marcus Williams is going to play just based on where he has played. When he was with the Saints, you expect him to kind of be the deep safety most of the time, and then it's like Chuck and Hamilton. I think my assumption was that Chuck was going to be the guy that continued to kind of play down in the box and near the line of scrimmage. But Hamilton, I mean, you go and look at how he was used at Notre Dame, and he was everywhere. I mean, they lined him up everywhere. He didn't have like a old school designated, okay, he's the strong, the other guy's the free, and he's going to be here and be there. Nah, that dude was everywhere. He's in the slot, he was back, he was up, he was blitzing. He was everywhere. And then we saw some of that before guys started to go down all around him, even from Brandon Stevens last year. He kind of, early on, they were moving him all around in a bunch of different places. So I think you mentioned it earlier, Denard, that positionless football where you get these guys who can just play all over.
Yeah, I would say the Brandon Stevens is like kind of like I was telling you earlier, kind of the new Jimmy Smith.
Yeah.
Like he is your joker where you can stick him in the slot. You can stick him at corner. You can hide him at safety and bring him down. Like whatever you need him to do, he can do it. And he's already kind of proved to be that. Now you got somewhat of now 2 matchup guys, and that's going to look great in the red zone. Having Hamilton playing a tight end inside of the 20, that opens up a whole bunch of stuff you can do defensively.
Yeah. If you got one guy like those, like, a guy with his body type, or even Brandon Stevens, who you can really match up on a tight end and say, hey, you're singled up on this tight end. Now, if they've got wide receiver, who's a problem, you double that guy, bracket that guy, do whatever you want to, with those other positions. It just gives you that flexibility. And I was talking to Jason from Huddle Up Films earlier, and he was like, man, how do you see them using Hamilton? I'm like, how won't he be used? That's really the way to think about it. It's like, can you think of ways they won't use him?
I just hope they don't try to overload him like they've done in the past with a couple other cats who couldn't handle it.
Yeah. But
he's already done it. Like it's already on tape. It's already, unless somebody is whispering in his ear, if he goes to a lot of scrimmage, he's getting the information. Now the question is, will that be the role for him?
Yeah.
Because you don't really have to force it into him.
No, you saw it on tape in college. I mean, to me, and we kind of had the same discussion with Brandon Stevens last year. When you see guys move around like that, to me, that's always the indication of their mental, like they can handle it mentally, right? You wouldn't ask them to do all that if you didn't think they could handle it mentally. So I think Kyle Hamilton can probably handle it mentally. Now, granted, it's the NFL, so it's a different level. But, just like Brandon Stevens, playing corner at SMU, playing safety at SMU, he kind of showed that he could handle moving around like that. And then he came right in from the very beginning with the Ravens, and they put that same sort of load on his plate. So I think you'll probably see something similar with Hamilton. But that's a good point, though. Every player is different, and you kind of got to see how it goes.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you might have to take some off. We saw that with Queen. You got to take some stuff off the plate because you're like, it's a little too much.
You might have to take away the whole plate.
Was it the light fair plate? Like
Chris said take away the whole plate. Like you're sitting at the table and like, hey, you're done. You're done.
You're done. I don't care if you haven't eaten yet. You're done.
Go to bed.
Go to bed. I don't like you today. Go to bed.
So looks like we got the Bucks.
Yeah, the Bucks pick is in. Oh, Packers just traded up.
All right. Hey, look.
Malik Willis.
Run with it for a little while. I gotta dip out, but I'll be back.
All right, go ahead, Mike.
Sounds good.
If you guys see Kerry show up on the screen, I don't know if you can see him or not, but or somebody else tries to come in, I got my phone with me. Just hit me a message and I'll come back and I'll let them in. I'll try.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good. All right, Logan Hall.
Logan
Heard that
Hall, damn.
he was
That's one of them.
he was looking like he was going to be the first pick. So
Yeah, I like Logan Hall.
hey, he was getting a lot of press lately. Moving up the boards, I think. So
Yeah, he's a versatile guy. Lined up inside, lined up outside.
yeah, I was originally thought he was more of an inside guy, but then it sounds like a lot of people think he can do a lot of edge rushing too. So
Yeah, I think you could line him up there. But he was down at the Senior Bowl, and he was just putting on a clinic on some of these tackles.
now we got a trade with the Packers, right? So
Yeah,
they
the
moved up.
Packers traded with the Vikings.
What are they doing?
Who, the Packers?
No, the Vikings.
Oh, the
the
Vikings?
Packers probably traded up to get an offensive guard at this point. Who knows?
Another
No,
defense again.
not an offensive player. They don't want to help Aaron.
Oh, that's right. It's probably for the kicker.
Oh, the pick is in.
Whoa!
It's for the kicker.
Let's see if they actually get Aaron some help for once.
Maybe they'll pick George Pickens.
Hey, that'd be a good pick.
So there was 34 for 53 and 59.
34 for 53 and 59.
That means the Packers
They overpaid.
overpaid huge.
They wanted somebody.
They overpaid
You didn't care.
They overpaid by the 95th pick. Like, that's insane.
I mean,
You don't care. F them picks. You got Aaron Rodgers.
20% overpay. That is just.
And you wanted the kicker. No, I'm kidding.
I don't know who it could be.
Who do y'all value that high?
Wide receiver, maybe.
and maybe Aaron put some. Maybe Aaron put some heat on them. I don't know.
So this isn't funny, guys. You better get me a wide receiver. Or else
Yeah,
I'm
he's
outta
like,
here.
look, guys, my toe hurts. I might get surgery on this if you don't get somebody.
Huh?
That is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, they picked Quay Walker yesterday. They picked Devontae Wyatt yesterday. And now they traded up to get who?
All right, if I'm the Packers, who am I looking at?
See, but I trust you more than I trust the Packers.
Right. Who should they be looking at, or who are they looking at? Different questions. It's got to be a wide receiver.
Got to be a wide receiver, but you
Ooh,
really did all that for who? Probably Christian Watson.
Watson, Pickens.
I would say Watson. Watson fits their mold.
Yeah, I think Matt Waldman comped him to Javon Walker.
Who was that?
Oh, Aaron Jones.
I'm wrong.
What a goof.
Boom!
Who was it, Watson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's who you. Oh, right. I guarantee your Ravens. If they wanted a wide receiver, they're flying up the board right now.
It's going to be interesting if there's a run on wide receivers because not too many quality ones left, I don't think. Moore, Mechie, Pickens. Any other ones you guys like?
The Titans, the Giants. So the next threat is Houston for a wide receiver.
Maybe the Giants too.
Tennessee.
Yeah, so much nonsense in there.
Because they got a whole new regime, and a lot of their guys their deals are up next year.
That is true.
But
anybody on there worthy of a trade?
What was that?
Anybody worthy of a trade in that group?
I mean, Darius Slayton flashed a couple years ago.
Yeah, he went from crap to crap.
Yeah.
money play.
All right, so there's the first one. All right, so we got the Titans on the clock, and their pick is in too.
Jeez.
So somebody they like.
I can see them taking a running back right here.
Yeah.
Or who was the guy they had last year, the guy behind Henry? They seem to like him. Can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me look.
Oh, Fast and Furious.
Yeah. It's rolling in here. Oh, they took my boy. Did you guys see it yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Billy White Shoes Johnson.
That's a pretty sweet dance moves.
That's my boy. They got a good
Prairie?
one. Yeah.
Yep. There's a few good cornerbacks that could go around too. I think it'll be interesting to see how those fall out too.
Yeah, I mean, what's his name? Andrew Booth still on the board too.
Mm-hmm. Gordon, Booth.
What was his tape that bad? Seems to be sliding.
Booth? They say it's medicals with him. His tape is actually good. It's just his damn tape. Yeah.
He ain't on a Ravens board. That word popped up.
Ding, ding,
ding. No more demons in here.
Got to clear those out.
All right, the Jets up next, huh?
Yeah, the Jets.
I can see them
from a first round, huh?
I can see them taking Dean here.
I was hearing today that there was some big medical concerns for him, right?
Who, Dean?
Dean, yeah.
Oh, so really?
I guess he's had a number of injuries, soft tissue injuries during his college career, and then during the training for the like the pro day and stuff like that, he injured his pec, and like pretty severely too. So,
he
I think
didn't do any testing.
Yeah, so that was, I think, what caused a lot of the drop is medical concerns, is what I was hearing today.
So maybe take a flyer on if he falls that far to the fourth.
But he can't drop too much further, even with medicals, right?
Yeah. So. Third at the feels like his floor.
Yeah.
And then I was hearing about Jermaine Johnson that just hearing through things or whatever, that a lot of teams had him lower because of the interviews and stuff like that. They just rubbed him the wrong way. So I thought that was interesting too. So because there's clearly something about him, right, that caused it to drop. So
that's that peek behind the curtain we don't get to see.
Exactly. Yeah, but Jets have Sauce, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson so far. That's a pretty solid three.
That's a lot of personality. That is a lot of personality to bring into him. I feel like that's kind of part of the equation these days as well. How much personality are you gonna bring in? Like in 1 year, like that with Sauce, and you know Johnson ain't gonna be no slouch coming from Georgia and Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be an interesting locker room to just see.
The Jets pick is in too. Let's see, I think the board is falling pretty nicely so far for the Ravens.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting for sure.
I think they have a lot of options. I think what do you guys think of Travis Jones? You both mentioned D line and pass rush. What do you think about him?
I would love it. He's kind of like, I mean, he would have blew up if it wasn't for Jordan Davis with his combine performance, because he put up like one of the best combine performances we've ever seen. But it's just Jordan Davis just blew everybody else out the water. But Travis Jones could do a lot of similar things that Jordan Davis could do. Now it's just, with guys that big, you could see on his tape where he runs hot, he runs cold sometimes. But the flashes are definitely there. And, the rare size, the rare athleticism, I would definitely be on board with something like that.
Yeah, push up the middle. I think pass rush up the middle. I think could be pretty huge. So
yeah,
it's one of those types of players. Are you going to build an entire defense around? Because you're going to have to cover up for his deficiencies. Yeah. And if he's running hot and cold, that's something I can't get on board. If I'm the defensive coordinator and he's the anchor of my defense, which you kind of saw with Brandon Williams when he decided to mail it in for the first 4 games of the season of 2019, and then Car Wash Jones showed up, rode in the riot act, and then he showed up for a while.
Oh, wow. Look at Revis.
Oh, you fancy.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Whoa, all right. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'll take it. Let's start the run.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Let's start the run. I know zero about Breece Hall. The only running backs I've watched were Dameon Pierce and Kenneth Walker. Those are the only 2 I've watched.
Yeah, I think it was a toss-up between Breece Hall and Walker, right? Who was going to go first?
Let me see. He was Dane's RB2. Dane Brugler's RB2. Kenneth Walker was RB1.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think I didn't do too much research on him either because I can't imagine the Ravens taking the running back that high now. So, but he was pretty solid, I think.
He's got really good hands
all around. Yeah.
See that? I mean, he's 5'11" and 218, so he's going to be a load. He's definitely a zone. What's that?
They took the UNC kid too last year, Michael Carter.
Yeah. So they're definitely running zone. He's a one. He's a one cut. That's what he excels at. Okay. Seems like he's very patient as well.
I like what they're doing.
Pick is in too. Right, that was fast.
All right, we're getting close.
I
like how ESPN has like the top 5 needs, and it's just like all of them. Just like
anything. They need football. People.
Atlanta traded up.
Oh, Atlanta. All right.
Yeah, they traded up with the Giants, so maybe they get Malik Willis here.
Oh, they traded up for the next one. Okay.
Yeah. So
they got in front of the Seahawks.
The Falcons traded 38, and they're sending the Giants 43 and 114.
43 and 114 for 38.
Atlanta was getting in front of Seattle.
97%. That's pretty good. That one makes sense. It was just that first trade today. That was just crazy, Green Bay.
Jalen Petrie.
He's an interesting guy.
Yeah.
I got I couldn't tell based on analysis of whether he was more of a slot corner or a safety or what. He's kind of seemed like a tweener.
Honey badger.
Yeah. Well, that'd be pretty nice. So.
Because they lost that other kid, Reed. Justin Reed.
Oh, the one that went to Kansas City, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he has real nice Oh, that's a nice hit. Yeah.
Seems like a slot guy for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, whether he's slot corner or third safety.
Yeah.
So, all right, who we got now? Atlanta? You think he's going to be quarterback?
I think it is.
Yeah, they jumped in front of Seattle, so
Damn.
Yep. Good. Get another position we don't need off the board.
Yeah. Start the run. Let's
You
see
think
if
Willis?
Seattle.
You think Willis?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. Doesn't seem like their style.
Oh. Okay.
I'm on the wrong world.
Stop beating us. I know.
I need to go to the ESPN website. Go back
It's
to
not on
my
the website yet, or at least not mine. What are you watching, Chris?
No, I'm getting notifications on my phone.
You're gonna make me go on to Twitter so I don't feel lonely.
Now I want to know, what does O mean?
Well, it's not a quarterback.
Wow. All right.
And who traded up?
Atlanta? Is it a running back?
George Pickens?
Nope.
Who are you going up for like that?
Tell me.
Really?
Come on.
That's what you do?
You guys want to know? I'll let you know.
No, you made me look at Twitter and I saw.
You could have stayed where you were.
Wow, that's a weird pick to go out for. Did you look at who it was, Denard?
Yeah.
Ebiketie?
Yeah.
It's a good pick. Good player, at least. I'm not sure why you trade up for him.
Yeah.
They traded 43, right?
43, yeah, moved up 5. I guess that's not yes. So you got the Bears, 2 picks from Seattle and the Colts.
I guess they really liked him, man.
Yeah. That's a bummer. I think that was an edge guy a lot of people were looking at.
Yeah, that would have been a good pairing with him and Owe. He was one of the guys that I had on my list.
It's interesting that I don't know. Well, I guess never mind. Makes sense. It's hard to tell edge guys because ESPN has a different category. Has D end and outside linebacker, so it's kind of confusing.
All right.
So I got to look at both.
Let me go check on my food.
All right, so who we got?
Hopefully I didn't burn something.
So that was 38. So we got 39.
Yeah, so we got Chicago, Seattle.
6 more picks, right? Chicago, 2 Seattle, Colts, Giants, and Browns. Oh, I hate having the Browns in front of us. If they snag someone I like, not only is it bad that someone else snagged him, and then it's bad that the Browns are.
Yeah, and it'll be somebody we like probably.
Yeah.
That's usually how those things go.
So it's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's see if there are 6 players. Dean, I think, even with injuries, that's a pretty sweet pick. Booth, Gordon, Moore, Jones. There are a lot of good players out there.
Yeah.
Still, Pascal, Pickens. I think they can go so many different directions, whether it's edge, wide receiver, cornerback, or best player available with a guy like Dean or Travis Jones, something like that. So
I like I think another guy too who's a little bit under the radar is Perion Winfrey.
Winfrey, yep.
Yeah, I think he's another guy who could really come in and bring some inside pressure, which they've been searching for a minute now.
Yeah, and if you don't get one of those two guys with Jones or Winfrey, it drops off pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah.
After that,
Yeah,
so.
like a cliff.
Yeah, yeah, you might as well just go ahead and skip it.
Yep.
So, yeah. All right.
What does Mike want?
Well, what did you land on for food yesterday, Denard? You never
So
told us.
I ordered from some random place like Simply Chicken or something like that. And they forgot like half my order, so I got like $20. So I wasn't happy. So I decided to make my own chicken nachos tonight.
There you go. Fancy.
If you want a job, you gotta do it yourself.
I got it off the cheap ideas on Facebook. Basically, everything goes in the oven and just wait like 20, 25 minutes.
What do you guys think about Ajabo? You think he's worth waiting for with the injury, or you think not worth it?
That's what Newbie and Sage in the chat was saying about Ajabo, and the thing that scares me about him is that he's coming off of an Achilles, and he was already a raw player. Mm-hmm. So you're probably not going to get him for year one. So that's a year of development that you're missing. And then when he comes back, is he going to be the same athletically? And also, how long is that learning curve going to be for him? You know,
right?
I like him. You know, pre-injury, I liked him. I thought he was still raw, still green, still learning. But the arrow was pointing up for him. But yeah. I don't know, that injury kind of just made things a little bit more foggy with him.
I just don't think you have the time to wait for him.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Denard, what do you think? Do you think you can learn anything or learn much during the year off, or it's all about muscle memory and things like that you actually need to be doing physically?
You need it all. It's when you have a year off, it's 6 months before you get back, even to where you felt like you were okay.
Yeah.
And then it's like another like 2 or 3 months of like playing consistently where you're just it starts to come back pretty naturally. But that puts him out to year 2.5 where you'll finally see his talent. I don't think the value's there here in the second round. If he's around maybe at the beginning of the fourth, yeah. If you had a compensatory pick at the bottom of the third, definitely.
Yeah.
But I don't think you have the time. I don't think you don't have that type of need. You have a need now in terms of production needed.
Especially because there's so many other good players out there, right?
Yeah.
At the position. Like if he was the only one, that'd be one thing. But you got a bunch of other guys that are pretty darn good too. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the rub.
Man, rough for him, right? Because he was a first round pick. Likely first round pick. Man, hope he had insurance. Poor guys.
The closest example we have is Deo Ojiangbo, who tore his, I think last year in January, when he was doing his workouts for the combine, and the Colts took him in the second round. So that's the closest comp that we have to this type of situation.
Yeah. He was a bigger guy, right? I think he was.
He's 6'6", 276.
All right, Bears, what you guys doing?
This
is their first pick. The Bears. They didn't pick in the first round.
I've heard wide receiver running around.
That makes sense. Help out your young QB.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have Allen Robinson anymore. You don't have much out there.
Nope.
Who they have? Darnell Mooney. Matt Forte still looks young.
Oh, I thought that was R. Kelly on work release.
I thought that was Ghost from Power.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Kyler Gordon, huh?
Yeah. I'll take it.
He was another one I thought would be decent with the Ravens. But I think the Ravens need to start looking more on the outside corners based off of kind of who they've got in house. I think outside corner is where they need the depth. You know, they've got a lot of safety guys that could step in as a kind of the slot or nickel corner. Stevens, Washington, just to kind of name a few. But I really think it's the outside corner depth that they're missing. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think we could still see maybe even a double dip at both.
Oh yeah,
get a guy, an inside guy, and then a guy that could line up on the outside too. And there's plenty of dudes who can do both in this draft.
Yeah.
And you could get them the second, third, fourth. It's a pretty deep corner group.
Mm-hmm.
You have to find a guy at corner, not a physical one. You've got to find a pure man corner with speed. Someone who you can throw on to a guy in the slot, or what's his name up in Cincinnati with some safety help over the top. Like, once again, this is kind of we're looking at positionless football, but you need a specialist in the back end that can do that, who can run with the quick guys, and we don't have that.
Yep, makes sense.
So if that's available at 45, great.
Let's see who we're looking at.
The only ones that I see on anywhere near the top of best available for cornerbacks is Booth. At least on ESPN.
You got Booth, Cam Taylor-Britt.
Yeah.
But I think once you get to Cam Taylor-Britt, you're looking at like third round kind of value.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I don't even like watching the news anymore, by the way. It is bizarre laying out there. I turn it on in the morning. It took me like 30 seconds. Like, no, I'm good.
We're good on this.
I'm good. I don't need to hear that some American Idol dude got arrested for stalking his girlfriend. Like, why? Why is that front page news?
Seahawks pick is in already, so they love somebody.
They got two back to back. It'll be interesting to see whether they do them.
I can see them taking a Dean Malik 1-2 kind of just boom boom, replace both.
Restart.
Both your leaders.
Reset it.
Yeah. Here's the two new leaders.
That'd be pretty nice for them. Good. They need to, right?
I definitely think they've changed in their strategy too. Because they used to like just say, we don't really need these picks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we're not going to invest in the O-line. So obviously that's swinging.
Man,
I would be
so
shocked.
funny.
I'd be shocked if they don't take a quarterback with one of these picks. Because how do you go into the season with Drew Lock as your starter? Like,
well, you got Geno Smith.
Tank for next year's quarterback, I guess.
Hey, that's true.
Is there even really a consensus in next year's draft already?
The top three.
Just that they're much better than this year's, right?
I saw something about Stephen A. Smith talking about Kenny Pickett and the schedule he played, and the panel was telling him how much of a turnover machine he is. He's looking at the schedule he played. He's like, how are you going to turn over machine against New Hampshire and Massachusetts? Like, what are we doing?
That'd be pretty nice though if they go Dean and the quarterback here. 2 picks.
How funny would it be if the Ravens went tight end?
I do not think it's outside of the realm of possibility. That kid, what is it, Trey McBride? He's the
that
one
guy
that
or Jelani Woods? Yeah.
Trey McBride is. There were talks about him going first round. He's legit. So whether they should, no, I don't think so. But I wouldn't be surprised. He's kind of a stud.
I mean, how much confidence do you have in Boyle?
Okay.
That's not who they were supposed to pick. That was the guy I was interested in.
Edge rushers.
It's back to the zone. You guys want to spread us out and do this lateral stuff as an offense? We're going to sit back in our zones again. And we're going to come up and punish you until you change tactic.
Yep.
That's the way the NFL is moving again. It's okay, we're done chasing you guys all over the place with man coverages and blitzes. We're going to sit in zone and wait for you.
Yep. Come to our laps.
Come right here. And your 5-yard gains, you're going to feel every 5-yard gain. Every 5-yard gain.
And don't dare to make a mistake, otherwise you're screwed. Yeah, 1 holding penalty. Something
that or a tip ball. That's what I love about zones. Like tip balls in man coverage piss me off.
Just
Nobody's
I don't
ever
want a tip ball in man coverage. Oh, I hated that as a player. We were in man coverage and a tip ball go up. Like, that's why I would have been a zone, coach.
Could have got that.
Right there.
All right, get a quarterback. Come on.
Yeah. The pick is in. Pick
All
is
right.
in.
Do it. Cole's going to lose his mind if Pickens is available and they don't get him. You know that. He's been talking about him for weeks now. I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to hear all the backroom stories about that too, with the character concerns or whatever.
Yeah, Malik's
Okay.
gonna fall
Okay.
big time.
I'm okay with the pick, but surprising.
Yeah. So Malik.
Going with the
What about Malik to Indianapolis?
No,
You don't think
not a Frank Wright guy, and you just had loose cannon Wentz. You want?
Who's their QB now?
maybe Desmond Ridder.
They have Matt Ryan.
Oh, what?
So that's at least 2 or 3 years more of Matt Ryan. So you're not pressed.
Desmond Ridder is like the robotic Matt Ryan type. Like, he's kind of like that. He fits that mold, and he's athletic too.
I never understand why people take Michigan State running backs.
You remember Javon Ringer?
No. Like, the last one I remember from Michigan State is TJ Duckett.
What about Lev Bell?
I don't believe. I believe he was paid. He didn't really go to school. That man didn't go to one class at Michigan State. Knock it off.
Let me see. So, I mean, those last 2 picks were pretty damn good.
Yeah, all right. So 3 more and then us. So
interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at Jones, Winfrey, Pickens.
So I think the Colts could go wide receiver here. Well, or cornerback, either too.
I would say corner. They had some really bad corners. Didn't they have Rashard, the dude we got rid of, Melvin, for a minute.
Yeah. They had him. And they just traded their dude, their second round pick from a couple years ago, Rocky Sin. They just traded him too.
Hmm.
So I don't even know who they have at corner right now.
Yeah.
Maybe Andrew Booth.
Did you say he had injury
Oh,
issues?
the Colts got
Yeah.
Gilmore, right?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yes, they did.
So
There's
Gilmore,
so many
but-
off-season moves
Yeah.
that happened that I forgot about. Like I forgot Tom Brady retired and came back.
I don't know who their other corner is. This guy's name I don't recognize.
Oh,
Let's see.
they traded
Kenny
back.
Moore.
They traded back. The Vikings are now on the clock.
What are you doing, Vikings?
They don't want to pick. They don't want to pick.
Someone help them. Help them in their draft.
Who'd they pick?
Who
Who'd
would
they
they jump
trade?
up for?
I don't. What are they doing?
Who would they jump? So they move back, then they jump up. For who though? They took
All right,
Lewis
if I'm
Snead in the first
Minnesota,
round.
maybe a corner.
So Minnesota, they took.
D line is a big problem for them right now.
Maybe Travis Jones territory here.
Yeah.
They did lose Pierce, right? So
Yep.
How big is the meltdown going to be with Ravens Twitter if they don't take George Pickens and he's on the clock?
I'm telling you, it's gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge. It was already bad enough last night.
What's wrong with him?
We don't give Lamar a wide receiver. It's like you guys, you wanted an offensive line. You can't have both. Come on now.
Yep.
Like I said, I wonder if Seattle's like, okay, we got our two dudes. You want DK?
Hey, let's do it.
But I don't think that's in the cards, gentlemen. I think it's Jarvis Landry's coming here. I just have a sneaky feeling.
We'll see.
I was literally talking to my friend earlier. We were talking about what the Ravens were missing, like literally missing a 6'3", 225-pound wide receiver. That's literally what they're missing. That's it.
Yep.
On this offense. And it's like, where is that? Oh, yeah, he's in Seattle.
Oh yeah, we could have had him too.
Yeah. We could have had him.
Damn 3 cone. All right.
Seems like Carey's trying to jump on.
All right. I think we need Mike for that, right?
Yeah. They're texting each other, so I think they're good.
Vikings pick is in.
Maybe they're taking a quarterback. Like Matt Carroll or somebody.
They took one last year, I think like in the third, but that was a different regime, so could throw him in the garbage.
There's a lot of diversity in that room.
Oh yeah.
It's the guy with the purple vest.
I think that's the GM. I think that's the new dude.
Oh yeah.
Even more diversity.
Quincy Adolfo. Oh damn.
Did you already see the pick?
No.
They just announced it.
He's being a cornball on my TV. Oh my goodness! Get off the pot, my friend. You forced me to Twitter. Oh my goodness!
Still talking.
That makes sense. I found it.
Who was it? I don't care. This guy's talking too long.
Andrew Booth.
Oh, okay.
The fall stops. I'm glad he's not going to a division rival. I didn't want to see him.
Mike, you outside chilling?
I still cover up my patio furniture, and I think Kerry's gonna jump on, so I came back to let him in, and then I gotta dip out again. But I'm trying to get back to at least see the Ravens pick.
Well, we're up soon. Yeah. So that trade was 42 and 122 for 53, 77, and 192.
Damn, what the hell is this dude talking about?
Minnesota overpaid quite a bit. He's still up there.
Yeah.
This man been up there for 5 minutes just chit chat.
Your old ass off the stage.
Hey, Cole, come get your mans.
I did see enough of this. Still
talking.
Wasn't happy about that, but
yeah, that's it. Our boys are gone, Mike.
dang. Booth gone too?
Right now, after
He just
this,
went
now, this dude
old
ever
man
stopped
stopped
talking.
rambling.
It's hard to tell because he just keeps talking. But he at some point said they picked Booth.
Okay.
Oh, he hasn't even said it.
No, he hasn't. He's just.
Oh,
he's
that
so
lady.
good.
The lady
Look.
just said, "Read the dang card."
I love it.
He just said, "Go away," and it's still standing there. Read the card. She wants me to read the card. What?
Hey, Andrew Booth Jr. I see it on the screen.
That is too funny.
My man took all 5 minutes of his joy.
Damn. Sheesh.
Who was it?
I don't know who it is.
I don't know who that dude is.
He ain't never coming back.
That's for damn sure.
Ever. Dude, he might just get escorted out of the building now. Like, you don't get the after party.
Not even escort him out. Lock him up.
They got that thing that Chris Angel came in on. Just lower that down. And then just keep people up. They're taking too long. Pull them up out of there.
All right, so we got two left before us. We got what the Giants, the Browns, and then us.
Yeah, I mean it's falling pretty nicely when you look at it. I mean, if they like Sky Moore,
Tons of options.
George Pickens,
Sky Moore, George Pickens, Pascal, Drake Jackson, Winfrey, Jones. There are a lot of options. Mathis, like you said. No, I think there are three players at all the positions. Edge, wide receiver. I guess two inside or interior D line.
Man,
One
Jones
thing I
falls
just
in there. If Jones just falls in their lap, that'll be pretty sweet.
yeah, Jones is a good
Travis
one.
Jones, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Giants pick is in.
I thought they'd have to move to get him, but
Oh, look at Miro.
Wandale Robinson, huh? Okay.
Damn. Okay,
Okay.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
It's kind of a reach, huh?
Wandale Robinson over Calvin. I mean, what's his name? Calvin Austin.
All right, Gary's in. I'm back out. Tagging you in, Gary.
What up, Terry?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
What up? What up?
Perfect timing.
Yep.
Browns and then
Man,
us.
that was a quality pick with Booth with Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Can't say the same about the Giants, but
Like, what?
so it goes. Damn. So Wandale, see, that's a curious one to me because Wandale Robinson, he's 5'7", like 170, which is pretty much the same as Calvin Austin. But Calvin Austin literally does everything better than him. Runs better routes, way more physical, probably faster than him, better route runner. That's a strange one.
They
Plus,
out here
Austin's
just
a better
replacing
returner
people.
guy, right?
he's a
Austin's a
good
pretty sick
returner.
returner too, yeah.
Yeah.
They out here replacing people.
Yeah, they definitely
Oh,
that's
yeah, that's,
definitely setting up to move one of these receivers.
Well, they were talking about what's his name? Tooney? Is that his name?
Oh, Tony, yeah, Kadarius
Tony, yeah.
Tony.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if that's even more writing on the wall about him seeing the door. So
Yeah, could be.
'cause they're pretty similar players, right? In space players.
Yeah, you want to get like a little gadgety guy.
Yeah.
People are going after that dude about the pick announcement.
As they should.
Oh my goodness.
There's a lady came on and told you to leave. That's pretty clear.
Like, what? How do you know what he was talking about? My man was just up there, and back and like, wait, what?
Yeah, he went straight Al Bundy poke high.
All right. See, where do you think the Browns go? They could go anywhere.
They could go wide receiver.
Wide receiver. I think they need an interior D line too, though.
Oh, Texans traded up.
Oh, good. That way I don't have to be mad when the Browns took who I wanted. So.
Texans traded up.
They're going after Jones, most likely, thinking the Ravens wanted him.
This would be the second round in a row where a team wants to jump them and get a D tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can add people too. There we go.
We're looking now.
Yeah, I didn't know I could add people. There we go.
Well, look at you. MacGyver over there.
Oh, the pick is in too.
I know I know Ravens fans don't want to hear it, but I could see the Ravens trading back again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's enough on the board. Yeah, I can see
so many
that.
decent guys.
Somebody who wants a quarterback, come on out. Get your slot.
Man, it's looking like nobody wants one.
Right before Detroit. Yeah.
Now, who are the Texans trading up for? Is the question.
Well, I wonder if they thought Ravens might go OT, so they went for that Bernard Raman or whatever, Raymond.
Oh yeah, could be.
Still there.
I just stole that from ESPN. That wasn't my idea. I can't take it.
We're gonna see what's up now. Well, the pick is in.
Yeah, I see who it is.
You saw who it was?
Yeah.
Are we gonna be happy or sad? Okay, I'll take an N.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I'll take an N.
It's not anyone we have talked about in the last 2 days.
Okay.
There you go.
That's good enough for me.
I'll take that. Yeah.
That's good enough.
If it wasn't someone we talked about in the last 5 minutes, I think it's good enough. Right?
Yeah.
So
we're looking at Jones, Sky Moore, George Pickens, Terry on Winfrey.
Yeah.
So they pretty much got their pick of the litter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this dropped as good as they could have hoped. I think they've got edge guys they could pick, wide receivers they could pick, interior D line they can pick. Really, the only thing is cornerbacks.
Did you get the trade for that pick? The Browns get 68, 108, and 124.
For which one now? Oh, say it again. 68.
68, 108, 124.
75. For 44. Yeah. Not get enough. That's crazy.
All right, let's go Ravens.
Oh, okay. I see the pick now. All right.
Oh.
John
Did
Mechie.
you guys see who it was?
Interesting.
Mechie,
Yep. John Mechie.
I think that's an interesting pick. I think he has a lot of potential, but
Yeah, coming off the torn ACL.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I don't want to spoil this for myself. I want to see what nonsense they come up with this time.
Let's see, man. I know nobody's gonna be happy, whatever the pick
Nah.
is.
Yeah,
Somebody's gonna be mad.
Yeah. I guess even though Ozzie ain't the man in charge anymore, they had to jump us for an Alabama guy.
Unnecessary. But sometimes when you got extra draft capital, you spend it.
Yeah, just say get your guy.
Go get your guy. So Ravens still sitting there with 6 fourth-round picks.
2
Like,
minutes
what are we
left.
doing?
Taking their time with this one.
Seriously, looking to trade back. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Why
the pick is in.
why does Mel still have one of their needs as center? Like, can we update the graphic, please?
All right.
Don't
Pick is
do
in.
Mel dirty like that.
Let's see. Any guesses? Any predictions?
I don't know, man. This could be because it's enough quality players on the board. I feel like they can go a lot of different ways.
My heart is hoping for Pickens, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
I don't either. I think there's going to be attitude concerns.
Yeah.
I think Sky Moore would be interesting.
I'm going with you, Dan. I think they're gonna pull a rabbit out of the hat and go with like Trey McBride. Just get funky with it.
Yeah. And Ravens flock loses their mind.
Just get funky with it.
Doesn't look like a jobbo to me based on that reaction.
Yeah, he's just chilling there with his boot on. We're gonna need Stover to announce this quick.
What rabbit you pull out of your hat there, EDC?
Just got the board all there so everybody could see.
Oh man, you actually probably could see that board.
I know. I might rewind it.
It'll be on the timeline.
Yeah, several pictures.
Yeah. Come on, announce it already.
But you know, DaCosta is so slick. I wouldn't pass on. That's a fake board.
Yeah, the real board's on the other side.
Right.
Well, their board is electronic, and that was a bunch of crap. So yeah.
Just all fake names and stuff to waste people's time.
Right.
All right, here we go with Stover.
They pulled it.
Whoa.
Oh man, yeah.
Whoa.
They said,
I
okay,
like it.
we can wait till you until this season.
Yeah.
Whoa.
They must be encouraged by his rehab.
Yeah.
Damn.
I like it.
So 2 dudes coming off of Achilles. You put them both together, we got a healthy guy.
Huge potential though, right? He was a first round pick. First round potential.
Yeah, he was mentioned at 14 a lot early on, you know, before the injury.
Insane athletic upside, right? So
Oh my god. that move is just every time I see it, it's just like you can't teach that.
the juke.
You're
bringing him to his defensive coordinator too.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's probably a big part too. You're right. Yep.
And I like that McDonald gave him the freedom to just work. Like, he didn't put handcuffs on him. He was like, look, man, I do the moves that you want to do. Like,
Figure it out.
because you hear so many defensive linemen talk about coaches putting handcuffs on them and not letting them do certain moves. And
That's serious right there.
Yeah.
McDonald just let him loose.
Oh, that's pretty serious with the fills that need. What I do think they'll do is grab a vet as a kind of a filler. So
I can see them. I can see them. You know,
I love
jumping in
Mr.
and getting Houston back. Right.
Yep.
Right after
I
the
love
draft.
Houston.
Yeah.
Right after the draft. Yeah.
Yeah. Grab
Also,
him.
I wonder if they're encouraged by Tyus's recovery too, because we saw that footage of him walking into the facility, and they're like, yeah.
When did he tear it?
Was it December?
It was like, I thought it was January. Like,
Was it January?
I
can't remember.
thought he's scheduled for the beginning of the year. I don't think he's scheduled to miss time. But it all
see when he
depends,
got
right?
injured.
So
Well, I think it was the Steelers game. Hold on, I'll be back, guys.
yeah, it looks like early January.
Okay, so he's 5 months out now. He's going to be ready by September.
Right.
And if you bring in a vet, you can sprinkle him in for 10 snaps a game until he's free flowing, and he'll tell you when he's free flowing.
Yeah.
You'll start seeing it on tape.
Yeah. Just continue to ramp it up.
Oh, so the Lions picked Pascal. That was the other guy, the other edge guy that was pretty hot on the Ravens list, or at least projected.
And they already have some interior guys, man. Their defensive line might be a little nasty.
Here's when you know he's all about that business. This man was a defensive scout team player of the year in 2019.
Ajabo?
Yeah. The scout team.
Damn.
The team picked him as giving them the best looks every week.
Yep.
That's
what
real.
you want.
That's real right there. Because
Yeah.
you know he's gonna work.
Yeah. That's how you get respect in the room.
Real respect. Like, that's when you get that, and then you do what you do when you get your opportunity. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of continuing to develop and making sure his medicals are good, and doesn't take a step back on the pure athletic upside, right? So, man, that Detroit, they hit Hutchinson and then Pascal. That's pretty. It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
That's real right there.
They had Romeo Aquara. He's pretty good, right? So
I wonder if DaCosta may come on and say they're done for the night, so people can go home.
Oh, we got another one. We got 76. So.
Oh, that's right.
I
forgot it wasn't split like that.
No.
Really?
Yeah. 30 picks. It's not too far away.
No.
All right, Mike. What do you think?
Protect your kneecaps.
Protect your kneecaps.
I heard you talking about Detroit. No, I saw it. I saw that they got the notification on my phone that they picked the job. I mean, it seems like it's just a continuation of the first round. Just the best player who's available, you take it. Kyle Hamilton was at 14. In their minds, Tyler Linderbaum was at 25. And then I think I heard you guys talking about it. I mean, before Jabo's injury at his pro day, he was being mocked and projected in the first round by a lot of people. early-ish part of the first round, around 14, 15, 16, something like that. So you get a guy with, I know Denard has seen it, with, freaky athletic traits.
Mike, they showed him doing that okey doke at Michigan State. That basketball in and out, like you can't teach that. Like, no.
Basketball background, you see it.
What's cool
it was
about
like
him,
the Euro step, but in pass rush.
Yeah. What's also cool about him is I heard Chris talk about reuniting with Mike McDonald as a DC, but you also got the Owe connection. They were both at Blair Academy.
Right.
I think he came a year after Owe, and very similar kind of path to college football and to the NFL. Playing other sports, got here to the States. Football coach got to look at him.
Hey, come here, boy.
I think you need to come out here. And Owe goes out and he does that the year before and has a really good junior year, I think, and starts to get a bunch of offers, and then ends up going to Penn State and getting drafted. And Jabo talked about that. He's like, I saw that, and I was like, I can do that. And so he ended up having a decent year on the football team. I think he ran track there too. I want to say he won the 100 meters in New Jersey one year, where he ran track. So, he's just a natural athlete, and you get that guy at 45. I mean, I think you got to be pretty happy about that. I understand, he's coming off of the Achilles, and there's no guarantee with that, but if everything goes well and the prognosis is good, and I imagine it would have to be for them to feel comfortable taking him at 45, he's on track and everything, then I don't know how you could not be happy with it.
What's interesting about this is I was looking at the edge class like coming into it, and I was thinking how fortunate the Ravens are to have Owe, because it feels like in this class there's a lot of dudes where maybe they have the burst but they don't have the bend, or they don't have the lower body strength, they don't have this, they don't have that. You kind of have to pick. Owe is kind of like that blend of everything. Jabo is damn near that same blend of everything.
And you imagine letting them both have free rolls on the outside? Like, just go rush. I got you.
Which is especially what McDonald did.
Yeah, especially when you play zone behind it. Like, you can protect the pass rush and say, you know what? I don't need to scheme you up. I'm going to make you be an athlete. I'm going to give you a one-on-one, and you go ham. Go do whatever you see, go do it.
Yeah,
because I got zone behind you, and I can if the quarterback breaks the pocket, I got zone. So one guy is going to leave, and another body is going to replace that guy in the zone as we all move together with the zone. So you almost have built-in quarterback scramble just in zone defense in itself.
And we saw that in those film rooms we did on a couple of the Michigan defenses, right? With Ajabo and Hutchinson. He had other guys make them right. They basically had a two-way go. They could go inside, they could go outside, they could rush however they wanted to rush. And he would have either the interior defensive lineman loop out, or he might have a second level player, a linebacker, a safety coming down, whatever, cover for them and basically make them right.
Yeah.
So he gave those guys the green light. Because look, anytime you see guys doing double spin moves, like off of both edges,
when you got time to do a Euro step in your pass rush, you got free roll.
Yeah.
So I think he's gonna, if we see a continuation of that, he'll let rushers be rushers, and I think that's a good thing. That was kind of the thing that people would mention about Wink, right? They'd say, "Hey, we got somebody else here. I don't even know who this is."
Oh, that's Yuri.
This is Mr. Yuri. Is that right?
Yes, sir. What's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Hey.
What's going on?
Nothing much. Dan, Chris,
What's up?
What up,
MC.
Yuri?
Hey,
Nothing much, man.
Let's get you. Let's get your thoughts. Just fresh off the pick. Everybody else, I guess, had kind of gone and gave their thoughts on David Ajabo at 45. What do you think?
It's definitely a riskier pick because of obviously the ACL injury, but there's a lot of upside to work with. You're just hoping that he doesn't lose any of the juice with the ACL injury, but I assume they're taking the pick because they trust that he's going to come back to full health. I don't know about you fellas, but it kind of signifies that they may be looking to 2023 in terms of how they want to build out the roster. But that's just me.
I've heard that mentioned a couple times. I'm not buying that. I don't think the Ravens would ever kind of sacrifice any sort of year. And I think he's expected to be back. He should be back this year, right?
Well, someone in the chat earlier, Nubian Sage, he said October.
For Achilles?
I don't.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so
I would say he could be put on PUP for the first 6 weeks. But if he's ready to practice, I'd let him practice.
Yeah.
I would let him practice late in camp and not put him on PUP. And just carry him as long, obviously, as an inactive, but just leave him there. But I guess my question is the short-term rule still in play after COVID?
The 3-week rule?
Yeah.
I don't think they've actually officially decided whether they're keeping those COVID rules. I feel like they should have talked about it during the owners' meetings or whatever down in Florida, but I didn't hear whether it came out, whether that got maintained for this year. Honestly, I don't see why either side would not want it. It makes a better product. It makes more players be able to be signed. I don't really. My guess is that they'll keep all of those rules and maintain them. They all work so well. So, but I haven't heard.
Yeah, that would work in their favor as well. Like just throw him on short-term IR.
Yeah.
And then have him ready by first, second week of October.
Yeah, well,
Fresh meat.
I could see the 6-week thing and just no rush. Just go ahead and just let them read the playbook and learn and everything like that. So, I think it's. What about his run defense? Does that concern you guys, or is he gonna? Do you think he'll be used pretty much strictly as a pass rusher? What do you think?
His run defense concerned me, but it wasn't like the lack of physicality. I just think it's him not really being adjusted to the game yet because he's so young to it.
Yeah.
And I think just rushing the passer, that comes naturally to him. It's like a basketball player, like a guy who can create off the dribble, but he doesn't have the jump shot yet. Like he has that dribble, which is his pass rush. But the jump shot, as far as being able to stop the run and being an all-around edge defender, he doesn't have that in his game yet. But I think with a little bit of seasoning, you could see him really develop that part of his game. But every year that he's been in football, he's taken a step. Like he was on the scout team for Michigan, and I think it was 2020, it might have been, and he was their defensive MVP. Then he comes in last year, plays significant minutes, and he has 10 plus sacks. So that's what you want to see as far as progression and a guy who's new to the game being able to take those massive steps in such a quick time. And it's what we saw with Brandon Stevens, and what the Ravens loved about him is they saw this guy playing running back, then he switched over, played cornerback, and then he came to the defense and he was able to play safety, and they loved that about him. So if a guy can learn very quickly and be able to take those steps, that obviously the Ravens, that's something they're looking for.
Yep, makes sense.
And another thing too is, I remember Eric DeCosta talked about when they drafted Patrick Queen, where they said they saw a guy who could potentially be a top 15 pick the next year. And I think that with David Ojabo, like if he would have went back to Michigan, we could have been here next year this time talking about him being a top 10 pick. You know, he was already in the top 15 discussion this year. So imagine if he went back. So I think that falls into the equation too, why they would take him, you know, relatively early for a guy coming off of such a big injury.
It looked like some of the stuff that I was reading on the injury. Of course, it's different for every player. I mean, we saw Cam Akers do some freaky shit, but it's typically for a ruptured Achilles. I read it's about 9 months on average. So he injured it in March. You figure November, December. November would be right at 9 months. December-ish, somewhere in there. And then, of course, it's not like an immediate. You come off the injury and go on the field. I mean, there's going to be several week. You know, getting some practices in, even before that, doing some work off to the side, individual work, you know, gradually working up into team drills and stuff like that. So it could be December easily, or maybe even a little bit later. So people who have that concern about it, you know, maybe taking a whole year. I mean, it's a realistic outcome. I don't think you can ignore it. You know, you can be optimistic and say, hey, I think he's going to be able to beat that, but you can't ignore the fact that it could be a whole year kind of deal. I think the good thing about the position that he's at and what he was really good at before the injury is you can, if he is able to, you know, get back and get on the field like you guys already talked about, you could just have a limited snap package for him. He didn't have to, you know, he doesn't have to be a 60 snap a game guy. He could be a situational pass rusher right off the bat because that's what he does best, snap. And you know, you can kind of
when did he suffer the injury? Was it March?
It was like March, what, 23rd?
March. So Deo last year, he injured his in January, and he came back week 8 for the Colts.
Yeah, that's true. I remember that.
So, like Mike said, December.
Yeah.
Fresh body coming in, kind of like a Delvin Hayes if he wasn't hurt towards the end.
If he didn't,
or if they needed the roster space because the corner disaster that was going on. Like Devlin, we need corner space, dude. Just hang out over there. This is getting ridiculous.
I'm probably several picks behind. I see the Saints just picked Alontae Taylor, quarterback in Tennessee.
Way to ruin it for me, Mike. Spoiler alert. No, I'm just kidding. It was a spoiler. I didn't see it, but I don't really care. But yeah, Alontae Taylor.
I was so late last night. I'm thinking now that I see him actually on TV, like I'm you know, catching up, and maybe I'm early.
I think you're pretty close. Yeah. So
the nice thing about Ojabo is if he comes in around December, January, that could be like a nice surge of energy for defense. We might need the time in the pass rush. So
yeah,
I like it. Just time will tell with the injury. That's the only concern with me.
Yeah.
Someone please explain to me why SEC quarterbacks are terrible. They're just god awful.
Hey, Bryce Young, he's going to change it. Bryce Young would be the difference, right? At Alabama.
Sure.
Oh yeah. Because
they still trying to get rid of Tua in Miami.
Tua is Tua. Tua is. Right. You know that's my guy. I'm part of 2-9. I can't say nothing bad. I won't say anything bad about it. I think you just kind of have to understand what he is as a quarterback, and you know you try to construct your offense to play to his strengths. Accurate guy, going to get the ball out quick. You know, maybe not going to push the ball downfield very often, or you know, outside the numbers too much. But I think that's just kind of who he is right now. I'm not saying he can't expand those parts of his game, but I'd play to those strengths. And I think you look at the guys that they got on offense, they can definitely play to that. I mean, Waddle and Tyreek Hill. I mean, just get the ball in their hands and let them, you know, make things happen after the catch. So we'll see. You know, we'll see if Tua can make it go down there. If not, you know, we know how it goes. It's not
KC just moved up.
Oh, they're probably.
This might be George Pickens'
maybe a receiver.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with Calvin Austin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's my guy, man.
That would be up their alley.
Yeah.
So what's the next pick for the Ravens? 70 something?
76.
All right, 76.
We got to get rid of those fourth rounders, man.
Yeah, I feel like they got to move up.
Got a lot of fourth.
Yeah. They got to move up. They got to use one of them
what
to get
the
into the
hell?
third next year.
So KC just traded out and traded with the Patriots.
Damn. Yeah.
Patriots.
They're just playing hot potato with this pick.
Patriots want that top punter.
Nah, Patriots going Dean. It's got to be.
Dean?
That seems like a Patriots move.
They like smaller school guys.
Strange.
I feel like Georgia's too big for them.
Yeah, they're gonna get like a lacrosse player.
Yeah.
They've already gone Cole Strange. What was it last year with Kyle? Well, maybe 2 years ago. Whenever they took Kyle Duggar, people were like, "Oh, who's that? Duggar? Duggar had a good year."
Duggar was nice.
Yeah.
Alec Pierce. It has to be Alec Pierce. Wide receiver.
Oh, that's a good one.
Looks like their kind of guy. Volleyball player.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah.
Kind of guy.
They need that kind of element to their wide receiver room.
Right. I might go play the numbers after this.
And we've seen a couple people, their draft bets paid off. Garnett.
Yeah.
Garnett sent me a picture of his bank account this morning.
He wanted proof. He wanted to give me proof. He DM'd me. I said, no, I don't doubt you at all. I don't need any proof. Talking about Tyler Linderbaum. I 100% believe that you bet on it.
So this trade was 50 for 54 and 158. Moving up 4 spots.
All right, hold on. Got to go put the lab coat on. I'll be right back.
Come on.
Who are they coming up for?
It's got to be Pierce or someone odd. Someone very, very odd.
The pick is in.
So before this, we had Mathis, which Chris, you were talking about, was a pretty solid interior defensive line player. Brisker, safety. We don't need another one of those. That's all right. And
that Taylor, we know of.
and Taylor, he's a pretty solid cornerback. So it's a bummer to see one of those fall, but not terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised Mathis went before Jones and Winfrey.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really surprised by that.
Whatever the hell they're called now, they love Alabama defensive linemen, don't they? The Commanders. Jonathan Allen.
Yeah.
And
they got a couple.
what's his name? Darren Payne.
Yeah.
I don't know if Tim Settle was from Alabama or not.
I tell you what, as far as the Ravens go, the further and further we get without a tackle pit makes me feel better and better about how they feel about Ronnie Stanley.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Makes you think those medicals weren't just smoke. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Another pick down and no tackle insurance.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic by me. Not only is it awesome to have Ronnie Stanley healthy, but not having to be in an iffy spot
right.
where you have to waste draft capital to for a position that you may not have to be able to use him. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Some of it. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I'd still throw a dart in the 4th round at a tackle.
Oh yeah, I would still do it. Yeah.
But
yeah.
I'm glad. I'm with you guys. I'm glad they didn't use any top 100 picks on it.
Yeah, but it makes you feel a little bit more relieved. But yeah, like you said, I would still throw a dart in the 4th round at one.
Who is this kid? Oh, make your wish come true. Oh, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, that is.
Oh my! Wow.
What did he say?
No, that was our guy. It's
Oh, I saw Cole was mentioning him yesterday. What? I don't know about him. What's his deal?
tall, fast, can run block. His speed shows up on tape. He ran a 4.26 the combine. He was not getting talked about enough. People were throwing in like the 4th or 5th round, but I knew somebody was going to gamble on these traits early. He definitely fits the bill with what they want to do there. They're going to ask him to run block. They're going to ask him to run on the outside.
He is fast.
Yeah, just off the frame. I don't think he really has the jump ball skill set. I don't think that's what you're asking him to do, but he can take a slant and go to the house. So it's a pretty good pick. I was still hoping for Alec Pierce, but
6'2", 181. That is skinny.
it is. But he can run block. He can run block on film. It's so weird.
Yeah. It is amazing how many wide receivers with that type of build are coming out nowadays. That's such an interesting build. That tall, lanky, skinny build is successful nowadays. So, or at least in college. I don't know if there have been that many in the pros that I can think of that have really been hits.
How tall is Devonta Smith? Under 6 foot?
I think he might be like 6'1".
Yeah.
Yeah, Devontae Smith is that type of build. But yeah, in Brugler's The Beast or whatever, he was the 23rd ranked wide receiver. That's he might be good, but that's a pretty big reach. So he had him in the 5th. So.
New England, I think New England throws out consensus every time they pick, and they go with what they got. They took Strange too, so.
Cole Strange in the 1st. That's wild.
Did you see the Rams? I think it was the GM and the head coach.
Yeah.
They're like, I guess I wasted my time scouting him with the 104th pick. It's so funny. That was hilarious. I don't mind it though. He would have been good as a steal in the 5th, but I'd rather there's someone else reach and go ahead and drop somebody.
All right. If we're gonna go any wide receiver here at 76, I think it's gonna be Alec Pierce. I think that's somebody we could look for.
Pierce, yeah.
I think Pickens is off the table. Cole was saying it in his live that Pickens is off the table.
Eagles took Cam Jurgens.
Oh, the center?
Yep.
That's
good. Good with that. We don't need another center. Well, even though Mel Kiper said we did, but I think we're all good. So.
I mean, I guess we're looking for a future Jason Kelsey replacement. Maybe they play him at guard because Brandon Brooks retired, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Hey, it's crazy. Still only one quarterback picked, right?
Right.
Yep.
That's pretty wild.
This next one is not gonna make anybody feel good.
Oh, I already saw it.
Steelers?
Yeah.
Would they double up with quarterbacks?
I wish.
No, it's probably gonna be Travis
Pickens.
Jones. We're gonna have problems.
I don't know who they picked.
Probably BPA. They always have BPA.
Did you see it, Yuri?
No, I guess we'll go look.
I mean, we could let you know.
Good.
It seems like everybody knows.
Yeah, good.
Pickens.
Yep. Of course, right?
So, I don't want to go on a rant, man. I'll just let it be.
It had to be the Steelers. It had to be them.
Well, better or worse than the Browns? I don't know.
Damn.
They still have a small quarterback hand, man.
That is true.
I forgot that.
I forgot about that.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's very true.
I was gonna say, what
Threw
if
the
we,
New Hampshire like 6 picks. No, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, what if they didn't take Pickett there at 20? They took BPA, they got Pickens, and then they traded back up from Malik Willis. I think. You'd be
And
pretty
double dip,
concerned.
do the old Washington, what Washington did with RG3 and Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
That was just out of spite. I think the Steelers are a little more logical than that.
Oh man, Ravens spaces are going to be awesome, huh?
Oh boy. Oh,
No
boy.
wide
I think I'm
receiver
gonna
yet.
I'm gonna take a sabbatical. I'll let the spaces happen, and then I'll come in mid-July when the team's actually filled out, and then I'll get
Right,
my
when
thoughts.
they actually finish making the moves, have a chance to sign some free agents.
I just don't want. All I ask, I thought it was weird yesterday with the Hollywood thing. That I get it that he said something about targets and people started taking out of context. It's very odd to see people like wish the man hate on the way out.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just weird. And then those same people will be very upset in December, January because we're throwing the grocery store quotes again. So
Yeah, it's always strange seeing those wild takes go on where people are like, I hate this dude so much, I hate him so much. Then, you see them complaining, but then in the other side, they were complaining when he was on the team.
right.
So it's like, what is it? What is it? Is it one or is it the other? Like, do you love him? Do you hate him?
Right. It'll be interesting. I think the Ravens might have another trade here soon. And I'm wondering if they wish this player hate on the way out.
Chase Claypool.
Speaking of hating.
Oh my goodness. No, thank you. Keep that man away from my football team.
Yeah, he looks like Maxwell.
1 second.
9 o'clock. Home alone.
Damn, they got Pickens. I hate that.
Mm-hmm. All right, so what wide receivers are you guys interested in that are still around? Any?
Sky Moore?
Sky Moore?
But I was looking at the bigger body guys, and Justin Ross is the dude that fits that bill, where he's a true X. He's a technician. He's a guy who can line up on the outside, and he has a lot of maturity to his game, where a lot of these dudes that we're seeing, like a Tyquan Thornton or Alex Pierce, those dudes are raw. Like, yeah, they're athletic freaks, but Justin Ross, he has the profile of a guy who can come in and already be an advanced route runner, advanced hand usage, and a phenomenal tracker of the football too. It's just the injury part that holds things up with him. That's the main concern with him, is the injury.
Colts trying to make their pick.
I just named him.
Oh, well.
I just said his name.
Oh, Pierce, huh?
I just named him.
Yep. Another one down.
So Yuri, what I was saying with Dan when you stepped away was because he was asking what wide receivers, and I mentioned Justin Ross because he's a true X guy, but unlike these athletic dudes that we're seeing go off the board, other than George Pickens, Justin Ross has a level of maturity to his game that these dudes don't. They're a little bit more raw as far as being technicians and route runners and being able to use their hands when it comes to physicality throughout the route. But Justin Ross provides all of that. It's just can he stay healthy? That's the big issue.
Yeah, and the testing numbers weren't so great. So,
But he was hurt.
right, yeah.
He
So
was hurt, so that there's a little, little nuance to that. And he also played with I think a broken bone in his foot during the season too.
yeah,
So I think he was playing through that, and then also just the terrible Clemson offense didn't do him any favors.
yeah, he was pretty good with Lawrence, but I don't. When do you take the gamble on it? The 4th round?
I would assume so.
Yeah.
4th round.
Still looking at Chris.
Yep, no doubt.
All right,
Oh,
so
the
we
Chiefs
got
pick.
Chiefs. Yeah.
Is this Calvin Austin?
That'd be nice. I hope it's not.
Yeah, they got to go wide receiver at some point.
You got to think the Ravens have some levers that they're going to pull after the draft. I would.
I was literally about to say that myself. Like, are they? They're gonna have they have some couple veteran receivers coming in. That just that screams this, right?
Right, and not only that, I mean, there's other stuff. I mean, the Marlin restructure, some other restructures. Dan, I know that's your side.
Oh yeah, sure. They're getting close to the cap right now. They're going to have to do those restructures with Marlin, with Stanley, with a couple of other guys. They're going to have to restructure them in order to get cap space. The unfortunate thing with a lot of these wide receivers out on the market is that they're probably looking for one-year deals, which are hard to structure in a way to keep it cheap. You kind of need to do like 2 years or 3 year fake, with some fake years at the end or whatever. So Ravens might have to go outside of their comfort zone and add some void years in order to spread the cap hit out. So, but we'll see. But yeah, there's. We were looking at it last night. I think there are some decent wide receivers out there on the free agent market, and I think there will be more coming because of a lot of these signings. So.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. Jeff said it the other night when he was talking. They might have a trade lined up, or they do have things lined up after the draft. It's just how the draft falls and stuff, and then that'll determine where they go. But I don't know about you guys. I'm really feeling a Deron Payne trade. That interior defensive line group's got way too crowded. They just drafted somebody. They're not going to trade away Jonathan Allen, who they just paid. So we're looking for somebody to hold the interior. I feel like Deron Payne would be, what is it going to cost you, a 3rd and a 5th next year?
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Chris, you posted that thing about Adobe, right? About being ready in October.
Today?
Earlier?
No, I didn't. No.
Rappaport said something about it just now.
Oh, what did he say?
They're saying that he should be ready if everything goes well by October. So he's going to be practicing in September.
Damn.
Let's hope.
That would be
Yeah.
This man either A is going to be on PUP or B just sitting on the roster ready, like 4 weeks out, just getting ready for work.
He clearly got the deer antler spray. There's no question.
But you imagine that with Bowser and Owe, and you're bringing a Houston.
Who was that you were talking about that's coming back?
Ajabo, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
He'll be back by October. So that could be mid-September. That could be week 3, week 4.
He must have gone to whoever Cam Akers went to. They're supposed to be coming back. He's ruptured Achilles that fast.
Yeah, that's
well,
insane.
they don't take cadavers anymore. They do it like the ACL.
Yeah,
they take it from your hamstring.
And they just recently, like over the last year or two, kind of had a huge breakthrough in the approaches that they were using, which cut the time down significantly.
Yeah.
So
okay,
they stopped using cadaver muscle tissue. to do that.
That's a
Okay.
nice signing for the Chiefs. Did you see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, that's a damn good pick, man.
These receivers is running.
Yeah.
Can we
going
announce
fast.
it? Can we say it? Sky Moore?
Sky Moore. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's say it.
That's a damn good pick.
Yep.
Any wide receiver that wears 24 in college bothers me.
He a baller. that man didn't care. He said, "Give me a number."
Yeah, no, he's good. He's really good. Plays way above the rim for his frame.
Well, I think you gotta be happy if you're a wide receiver and you get to go play with Patrick Mahomes. I mean,
Right.
He's just gonna throw you jump balls.
he's gonna make some things happen.
You know who Sky Moore reminds me of? Golden Tate.
Really?
Mike, you don't seem shocked.
No, just like when I saw Pickens went to the Steelers. Also, not
that just gave me AB vibes all over again.
I
gotta watch this cat for the next 8 years.
I was like, Mike T, he's coached AB, he's coached Lev Bell, he's coached Big Ben, who's a drama queen in his own right. So he probably hears attitude and immaturity issues. He's like, please, I've seen it. Trust me.
There ain't nothing this man can do to me that man that just left can't do.
Cardinals take Trey McBride.
What are the Cardinals doing? Don't they have Ertz
And Max Williams.
And Max Williams? Like, what? Who are they going to throw the ball to? Like, or who aren't they going to throw the ball to? They have so many guys.
What the hell?
Does Kingsbury have like the John
pick.
contract, and he's just trying to get fired and sit at home for 8 years and collect?
Dude,
Man,
after
his
seeing
contract
home-
must be sweet.
Yeah, he's got that home, right? That home out there in Arizona, LA, right?
Damn.
Yeah,
Glass pool and
I want to look
they
at
did a
what-
draft in this house, don't they?
If I had a house like that, I'd be trying to get home too.
Well, that'll do it. Trey McBride, Max Williams.
I don't even think that that doesn't fit what they do though. Do they use 2 tight ends a lot?
Well, didn't Max Williams blow his knee out or something last year too? Again?
Yeah,
He did.
that's true.
Something happened.
Yeah, it was a knee thing because I remember I was looking at him in free agency and people were like, he tore his knee up. Like, oh.
But they
He's
have,
a free agent.
He was.
Max
I think they
Williams
ended
is?
up,
Oh, okay.
I think they ended up
Okay.
bringing him. I think. Don't quote me.
Yeah, let me check.
Zach
Yeah,
Ertz is under contract through 2024 with big numbers. He's not going anywhere.
Dang.
Well, but with big numbers, so that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, this would make sense if they could get out of Ertz's deal
Out of
after a
Ertz.
year, but
Right.
they can't.
They can't. They're in it for 2023. So
McBride may come in and, if Max isn't ready to start the season or if Max is not on the team, I don't remember what happened with his status. Yeah, he comes in, he's in that blocking role. I guess I can kind of see it a little bit.
Right, but the pick you spent on it, combined with how the offense is run, combined with the strengths of the quarterback, don't really.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but either did Cole.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's New England, but this is Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona. But Arizona. I mean, I think when I started watching them a little bit towards, because I was thinking about Max Williams, so I said, let me go back and watch before he got hurt. So they were actually running the ball with tight ends on the field as blockers more than I
Yeah,
thought.
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
Throwing it all over. They really weren't doing that as much as I thought. They actually kind of morphed into like this 12 personnel team. So if that's going to be a part of something that they do, I can understand it. Again, whether that was a great spot to get him.
No.
Yeah, no.
Of
Hollywood
course
is
Dallas did.
Hollywood is about to be pissed. He going to Ravens West. James Conner running for 15 yards and he out there blocking.
I don't know where he thinks he's going to get 125 receptions from again. There's no way. Like, just looking at I was looking at Christian Kirk got like 100 and led the team last year. So,
Cowboys pick is in.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw it yet, but I love this.
Sam
Yeah.
Williams.
It fits.
That's Mike's guy.
and it fits them. They
Off
they
the
don't
field issues, I don't care.
they don't have an issue. They do not
Come
have
on
an
in.
issue. They will bring you in, and if you can rush,
Huh.
hey, we'll roll the dice.
But I'm okay with that for the Ravens because he was probably off their board. So go ahead and get another player. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ravens trade up and use one of their fourths to move up with the 76 and scoot up a bit. So
They have to. What do you? I can't see the justification to have 6 fourth-round picks and not move up at least once.
Travis Jones, he's still out there.
He's still there.
he's still there.
Oh,
I would say the Bucks, but they just got Logan Hall. So
Logan Hall, yeah.
those are,
They just traded up.
Those are two different players. So
Bucks just traded up.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, they don't play the same game.
Right. But
Maybe they go for Malik Williams. Whatchamacallit?
Willis. That'd be good. That'd be smart.
Yeah, it would.
Tom Brady ain't getting any younger. We still having this conversation?
10 years later.
He thought he was gone.
I thought at one point Joe Flacco might outlive this man.
I thought he was gone. And he came back, and who knows how long he plays. He's so good at what he does. It just seems like unless his arm really falls off, he can just keep doing what he does.
Yeah.
As long as he's protecting and he's got receivers to throw to, he just keep doing what he does. Checking down the running backs and tight ends. It's taking a shot every now and then.
What if they took I heard a lot of teams were high on Jelani Woods. I know they haven't brought Gronk back yet, so I mean that can make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was 57 for 60 and 180. That's the trade.
And this dude retired too, Alex Kappa. Oh no, was it Kappa? No. They
was,
lost Kappa.
Marpet.
Yeah, they lost Kappa and Marpet retired.
Yeah, so they still need a guard.
Guard.
Kappa went to the Bengals, right?
Yeah.
Parham, is he he's a pretty solid guard, right?
Guard, center, tight.
Yeah.
Maybe
Because Sawyer.
Sawyer, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
I don't think they need Kobe Dean. They already got 2 linebackers.
They didn't re-sign Sue, right? Not yet.
No, not yet.
Yeah, not yet at least.
So they could go interior defensive line.
He's got a side gig giving out financial advice on Twitter. Hey, he wrote me in. I mean, it's like a 20-tweet thread. But I'm like, oh, let me read this. What'd you say about the trade, Dan? Is it value still?
This one, yeah, 57 for 60 and 180. The whoever traded back gave up a little bit too much, but not bad. 104%, so pretty close to on par with JJ.
They also got Shaq Mason. I forgot about that for a 5th-round pick. So maybe they don't need guards.
Bucks, yeah.
Oh, the Bucks got shit. Yeah, I forgot about that. I was telling Dan earlier, like I forgot Tom Brady retired and came back. Like that's how crazy the offseason's been.
Yeah, there's been so much that's happened. That just got like buried.
That is a pretty sweet suit.
Yeah, I
Looks
like it.
Whoa, it's shiny too.
I like it.
That is ginormous.
Oh, okay. So they did take a guard tackle-ish guy.
Yeah, that's surprising.
And
Definitely
I
gonna
heard,
ask him to play guard.
I actually heard like 2 months ago, Greg Cosell say that this was going to happen, that he was going to go before Bernard Raymond.
Yeah. He's good. You can look at, whatever games you want to look at, but I saw that LSU game. I thought he played really well in that LSU game. I mean, Ryman had a decent game too, but I thought Gadecki, man, because he got more Ojolari than Ryman did.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to be a tackle in the NFL. But he's playing right tackle in that game. And
I think he took some snaps at center too at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, he held up really well. So I kind of liked him as a guard. I didn't know where he would go.
All right, the Falcons quarterback, maybe at some point.
I think the run on quarterbacks might start like in the 6th round at this point.
UDFA.
Priority free agent.
That's wild,
Really?
man. I'm surprised teams aren't throwing darts.
What'd you say, Mike?
Oh no, I was saying they're looking at Tyler Huntley. They're like, we can just do Tyler Huntley. Good to go.
Why is NBA on the screen?
Did they just switch up the coverage?
I think that just add. I hope not.
Oh, we're about to get Carey. Carey's about to give us a breakdown of the playoff game.
Well, I just saw that Joel Embiid is out.
Yeah.
So
Orbital fracture and concussion out indefinitely.
Damn, orbital fracture.
Yeah, can't mess with that.
Yeah.
This is where Carey becomes the expert. All things NBA.
They did move it off of. They moved it to
It's on
ESPN
too.
Ridiculous.
Why?
You
Guess not
can y'all
everyone's
warn
interested.
someone?
They 2 and 3.
Yeah, like I'm just sitting here like an idiot, and I'm thinking it's like a commercial or a preview, real quick.
There we go.
All right, Falcons.
Oh, Warwick Dunn.
Work done. Yeah.
Surprised Ravens didn't bring him in for a tryout last season.
Whoa. Not really.
Troy Anderson.
I like it, but
State.
I guess
That's
it's
early.
next year for quarterback.
The linebacker.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he could play quarterback.
That's true.
He could play some
That's
quarterback, some running back too.
Huh. Interesting.
Very
I
interesting.
didn't see the athleticism on tape, but that's just me.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't pop out. I was watching that the championship game that they played. I think it was against North Dakota State. And there was an offensive lineman on him almost every single rep. And that's not even an exaggeration. Every single rep, they had an offensive lineman on him.
Yeah. See, let's see. You can always tell by the highlight package if they're only going to show highlights of him as a running back and a quarterback.
There we go. There's the Taysom action.
That's what it was like with Brandon Stevens last year.
Yep.
All we saw was running back highlights and like 2 snaps at corner.
Here we go to linebacker.
Okay, here we go. All right, linebacker. Yeah. Okay, we're getting a little bit of everything.
They lined him up in the slot too early on.
I'm pretty sure I could have picked that one off. That was a long
That is
windup of a throw.
That is a reach, and I'm good.
The second round. That is, yeah.
You're really betting on the athleticism. I think that's what they're doing.
No, I think Atlanta
But
is
there
an
are
inside
better
linebacker
football
away.
players.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a lot better players.
Missing piece.
Damn.
Yeah,
If
see,
we
there-
would have said Troy Anderson is going ahead of Dean, we would have been burned at the stake.
Right.
Well, I'm telling you, it's the medicals. That's
Yeah.
everybody's real concerned about that.
Enough that some cats like at Penn State or the cat from Michigan, the middle linebackers, that they are much. Anyway,
Yeah. No,
Even Christian Harris.
Right.
Yeah. Harris was sitting there.
Ed Ingram.
Vikings take Ed Ingram, another guard.
I
A
mean,
guard I liked. I knew the Ravens wouldn't take him though. He's got.
yeah, he's off the board.
Yeah, he's got an issue there or had it.
I like him, but I think Dan, this is what I was trying to tell you in that thread we had. Teams and where mock consensus is at. I felt like this year was going to be so far apart. I feel like we're really seeing that here in the second
Yeah, this is where it's gonna get. This is where it gets real funky, right? The second and third round. I think there are gonna be some big reaches for sure.
Yeah, sorry about my computer. It sounds like an airplane taking off.
Aliens taking off or whatever. Yeah. All right, who we got next? Bills.
I don't know. I need to go abduct the wide receiver 76. I don't know about you guys.
Who's on? Yeah, who is on the podcast? The Bills or the Bucks?
Yes,
Bills. NFL.
Bills, I
NFL.com got the Bucks. I don't know what they're doing on NFL.com.
The Bills got they got the pick from the Buccaneers at some point. I don't know when.
They might just have to update this for on the TV.
So we're getting pretty close to the range that the Ravens could move up to. So if you had the 76 and the 110, which are the picks that they have available now, that could get you up to the 62nd pick. So
what about 119?
65.
119 and 76.
Yep, 65th pick.
Yeah, I mean, if it, go for Travis Jones.
Travis Jones, that's an interesting one for sure.
I guess. I don't know if is he sliding because of something we don't know, or
yeah, something's got to be up because he tested well. He had a good Senior Bowl by all accounts. Something up.
Yeah, maybe go for the.
Winfrey.
Yeah, I was gonna say go for the 3-tech Winfrey. Just go make Madubuike's life much easier. Compare him with another 3-tech.
Is it too early for one of the tackles? You feel like you can get Rasheed Walker later?
Raymond's still there.
I don't think you can. If you trade 76 and 110, then you got to wait till 119. So,
The Bengals just traded up.
They could be going, Raymond.
Is this the second time the Bills trade out?
Yeah, they traded out of
with the Bucks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good call. Oh, Raymond, I don't know who their right tackle is. I know they'll probably keep Jonah at left, or who knows. I don't know who their right tackle is, but I know
it's Collins.
Lael Collins.
Okay, well, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about
Raymond's a terrible call by me.
Yeah.
Well, unless they feel like he's a guard or something, you never know.
Guard or cornerback is what.
Yeah, corner. I would say corner. But who?
DeMar Mathis.
Maybe Mathis. Cam Taylor-Britt, maybe.
Oh,
you don't feel good about Eli Apple?
Well, the pick is in.
Emerson or Mathis. I think that's my call here.
Eli was like a WWE villain. He took on all of Twitter.
I could see them going Winfrey as well. Like, get some interior linemen.
Yeah, they lost Ogunjobi.
That's a good call.
I
like Ogunjobi. Always have. I don't know what
the medical thing was interesting. I wouldn't mind us taking a flyer on him. Like a 1 year, whatever.
Wait, he's still out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still out there.
I thought the Bears signed him.
Chicago failed.
They got
failed
bounced.
the physical.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But I didn't hear why. Did you guys hear why? I heard one that said it was just weight related, but that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I never heard the specifics.
Hey,
yeah.
Get some Jenny Craig and sign him.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd lose control of my eating habits if I got a $40 million contract.
I'd lose control of a lot of
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know he was still out there.
Next time I'll be video calling from the beach. Like y'all wouldn't know which one. Y'all just see the water.
Undisclosed location.
Undisclosed. I'll just send plane tickets.
Blindfold us.
Just get on the plane.
Man, San Francisco's got their first pick next. Can you imagine waiting all the way until now?
Ugh. Wow.
Lose my mind. This would be a boring show if we had to wait until all the way till now. I'd pick.
But the Rams, where the Rams are at? They're like fourth round. Their first pick.
The Rams. Let me
So
look.
something.
Yeah,
It's one of
third
those-
round. Yep. The 40th of the third round, so might as well be
So,
fourth. Yeah.
yeah.
That is crazy. And they spent all that money on the house. I guess they're just throwing parties for the first couple of days. So
Yeah,
Dude, I don't blame him.
Oh,
It's
probably
rough
makes probably makes the wait a little easier.
Right.
I think we can do it.
Bengals
Did
pick
Tennessee
is
already
in.
pick here in the second round? I think they traded up for McCreary, right?
Yeah.
Tennessee got McCreary in the beginning of the second round.
I felt like they were going to throw a dart at a quarterback, but
Still could.
yeah.
They're all
I mean,
still
The
out
way
there.
they're falling.
Oh man, I didn't see the Seahawks took a running back. They took Hannah Parker. Oh, hey boy, not okay. I didn't see it. I'm just catching up because I missed all of these.
Yeah, Rashad Penny and Chris Carson combined for like a $13 million cap hit, and you take a running back in the second round.
That's true to form.
Yeah.
Seattle.
Pick the best pass blocking offensive tackle and cross.
Right.
Some teams got to figure it out. They just really got to their stuff together, good plan. Really thought through.
You feel confident.
Mm.
They're picking. You feel
Good
confident.
call whoever said CTB.
Cam Taylor-Britt.
There you go.
Isn't that their secondary pick?
Yeah, they got Dax
Dax
Hill in
Hill.
the first.
Yeah. They're preparing to maybe they're gonna let whatchamacallit walk. And not
Jesse
and
Bates.
yeah, untag him. Say bye.
Can you do that? Can you untag people?
Yeah,
I didn't know.
no compensation. But let him go. You ain't paying him that money. You just drafted 2 safeties.
You don't like Jesse Bates, do you?
No, I don't.
I know you don't. I've got it before. I know you don't like him.
I think he's overrated, but whatever.
I know you do.
I like Britt. He's a Ravens corner.
Yeah, he is.
Physical dude. He was in Nebraska, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got him listed as safety here.
Yeah, that's what I was
That's-
noticing.
Yeah, that's why I said the writing's starting to appear real dark.
That's interesting because I was just looking at the depth chart and they've got Hill listed at cornerback. So
Yeah.
just to make it
What?
confusing. Oh, that's
That's
ESPN. I don't know. So
Yeah, who knows?
ESPN, worldwide leader of sports.
Get them there and figure it out. Get them on the team. Figure it out. Line you up somewhere.
Why is this dude walking on the stage right now?
Oh, because he's the first pick.
Yeah, I guess.
Brees Hall?
Wait, who is this?
It's the running back.
What?
Who is that?
Maybe he was in the building. They didn't give him his moment.
Oh,
Right.
the green room guy. Yeah, he was in.
What was he in the bathroom?
He wanted his hug.
Like, dude got a shirt on and everything. Like, where were you, dog?
30 picks later?
36th pick. Well, yeah. What happened?
What am I missing? What am I missing?
Why?
He was at the craft table. They're like, hey, man, thank you. He's like, hold on, it's my role. I'm shooting.
Feels like the 49ers are probably going to go Sean Ryan, Darren Kennard. Maybe, they like safeties that are moldable. I wouldn't be surprised at a Nick Cross pick here. I think they like guys like that. I don't know how long Tart and Jimmy Ward is under contract for. Those guys are 30.
They've been there for a little while now. I had to do a report on Jimmy Ward like 4 years ago. I think like the first time he was a free agent. So he's been there a little bit. Yeah, I'm thinking about their roster. I'm like, other than O-line and maybe safety, like you said, I mean, I can't think of anything glaring.
I mean, they could go receiver and because Diva wants out, but I don't know. I mean, if you're looking for a similar skill set,
If they were going to let Debo out, they would have gotten a pick already. So we would have seen something happen.
right? Either Nakobe Dean has horrible medicals or is a serial killer.
It's got to be the medicals, right?
Yeah. Serial killer.
We probably figure that out. You never know. And no scuttlebutt from the Ravens, right? Cena, anybody out there with any news?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
Nah.
We don't have Cole. Short hashtag sources.
let me hit up my man CJ, see what he got.
Oh, CJ. CJ says, if I'm wrong, I will go to the owner. He always makes like some ridiculous like claim for if he's wrong. Like, he's no guy that he's ever going to do that. Wake Jackson. Pass rush.
I like it.
Yep.
It's what they do. They like to roll a bunch of guys on their D line.
Yeah.
Keep them fresh and keep them coming after quarterbacks. Yeah, because they Arden Key end up signing anywhere? He did, right?
Yeah. Damn, who did he go with?
Was it Jacksonville? Where you go?
Jacksonville.
He was in Jacksonville? Oh man.
Yeah, that's insane. Another player, edge player in Jacksonville. Jeez.
Allen, Key, whoever they took last night that I can't remember. Trayvon. There we go. Yeah, they're going to be able to rush.
Yeah, kick Trayvon inside on third down.
I mean, they're stacking guys up like they expect to be playing with leads.
Hey. You got to fake it till you make it.
All right, KC picks in.
We're going to turn the corner this year. We got that clown out of here, that head coach. We're ready to roll.
Hopefully we see some action like that with the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean we've seen that. That's how they won.
And when you think about it, you go from having questionable range at safety last year to like now you got all the range at safety. Just sit back in zone.
Who's this guy? I don't know him. Brian Cook?
Brian Cook, safety.
Yeah, Cincinnati. By way of Howard, UHU.
Yeah, he played corner for them.
Yeah.
And transferred to Cincinnati. He's he will come down and tackle you. No question about that.
So he's a safety, not a corner?
Yeah, he's a safety, but he had a corner experience.
Okay.
Yeah, he started out at a HBC and then he transferred to.
They're the best kind of safeties.
He's really smart.
Safeties, corners turn safeties. They are the best ones.
Yeah, I liked him. I liked him a lot. I mean, obviously we saw a lot of Cincinnati secondary. But he got hurt pretty early, right? 2021, Cook.
Did he? I thought it was later on that he got hurt.
Oh, you're probably right about when. I couldn't remember when he got hurt, but I liked him. I mean, like, kind of a combo kind of guy. I think he's probably a little bit better coming downhill, but I wouldn't say he's bad in coverage. I guess their whole secondary, because they had a safety who got drafted last year, right?
Cincinnati?
They got Thornhill.
Thornhill the year before, yeah.
Yeah.
You thinking James Wiggins might be a made-up name? That's always possible.
Yeah, their safety room is Reed, Thornhill, Key, and Bush. I have zero idea who Devon Key and Deion Bush are. So
let's see who James
Deion Bush, out of Miami.
Yeah, safety James Wiggins from Cincinnati. He got drafted last year. Cardinals took him 7th round. So maybe they weren't counting that. But so him, Brian Cook, Sauce, and Kobe Bryant will probably go at some point.
Oh, you were talking about the Cincinnati defense backs. I thought you were talking about Kansas City took one last year. Okay, I got confused.
No, I do that a lot. My mind works. I just remember their secondary, and I'm like, man, all these guys are going to get picked out of their secondary, and
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, you think about that with SEC schools and stuff, even Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how they made their team so competitive. Such a small school.
Yeah, Luke Fickell at Ohio State, pedigree coming in. They can recruit for sure.
All right, Buffalo up. See if they actually make a pick or trade back again.
They've been on the Ravens plan. Keep trading back, 4th round picks.
Yeah, they got four 6th round picks. So that's pretty crazy.
What are they going to do with these picks? Are they going to use? They're going to pick players. They're going to pick 4 players.
Do you know 4 players in the 6th round? Come on now.
I definitely. I 100% don't. People smarter than me certainly do. They could probably rattle off some names. Dane could rattle off some names. DJ.
So let's see. I wonder if they go running back.
That was the talk around their pick that they were going to go for a running back. But Breece Hall is gone. Kenneth Walker's gone.
James Cook, maybe?
That's Cook. Yeah, I was going to say. Zamir White. One of those guys.
Otherwise, it's ESPN has their need as a wide receiver, so
yeah, they don't seem to be too concerned about running the ball. I mean, that's the narrative around them. Like, they want to get a running back so they can run the ball. But they don't seem to be too concerned.
I think Cook is the skill set they've been looking for.
Yeah.
It is interesting in such a cold weather team that they don't care to run. It seems. I guess they'll just bet on Allen's arm.
Yeah,
it's like
he's the
what
runner.
weather? What weather?
That football's gotta hurt. That football's gotta hurt when it's your hands.
Yeah, he's the runner, and he's got a camp that can cut through any kind of weather. So.
All right, who are these guys?
Stevie Johnson.
That's Stevie Johnson.
Stevie, I don't know who the other guy is.
The Ravens could use him.
Yeah, there you go. You called it. James Cook.
James Cook. That's a good skill
signing.
set to have.
Yeah.
You got to start making some bets here. You got to put some money. You went into
I missed on the Alec Pierce one. I'm still mad about that one.
Hey, you called out at least 3 or 4 that have hit. You need to be at the Win or on the Win app. Play some bets.
All right, so we got.
It makes up for last night. Last night I was batting like Chris Davis when he doesn't have any steroids. Missing everything.
That is unnecessary Chris Davis slander, and I'm here for it.
I still have the jersey in my closet of my Chris Davis jersey and my signed rookie card and all that stuff.
Kerry
He's my guy.
was humble. He didn't even say that he had called Kyle Hamilton in his mock draft to the Ravens. He didn't even say nothing. He just
Wow.
that's
4 years in a row, getting the Ravens pick right for Kerry.
I'm just mad we ain't 3-peat.
And somebody tried to come at me and they said, no, he did a second mock and he had Jordan Davis. I'm like, that wasn't him.
Yeah, I was
Somebody
hacked.
No.
Yeah, I was hacked.
First mock. That's the one.
I'm starting to warm to it.
Yeah, coming to the dark side.
All right, last
watching
pick
those-
of
I was
the
watching-
second round. Who we
I was
got?
watching those games
Yes,
today,
sir.
and I was, this dude, like a condor out there.
Running back, maybe?
They just re-signed Melvin Gordon, right? And they got a
Yep.
kid out of North Carolina who had a good year.
That is true.
Ooh.
Running Ravens.
Yep. Yep.
Bonito.
Something ain't right about Dean.
Serial killer.
Something ain't right.
Maybe he is a serial killer.
Something ain't right.
Maybe he's right.
Bonito. All right.
Nick Benito.
Another
You liked
edge.
him, right? Right, Mike?
He's got a little juice off the edge.
Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah said the other day he felt like he had the most bend out of any edge in his class.
Yeah, he loved Bonito. DJ was a big Bonito fan.
All right, fellas. I appreciate you guys for having me on. I'm going to go ahead and
Nice.
hop off here. I promised someone I would join them from the third round.
All right. See you,
but
Yuri.
Chris,
All right,
Dan,
man.
Fire
Peace
Zone,
out.
Carrie, MC. Great to meet you guys.
Hey, man,
For
appreciate
the ones
you.
I do not know. It's been enjoyable. I think the Ravens have hit it off so far. Still a little bit of work to be done, but feeling pretty good. So
Yep.
appreciate you fellas, and I'll see you guys around on Twitter.
All right,
All right,
Catch you
man.
later, man.
All right, man.
Peace.
Hit that WinBet app.
man.
He be making some money.
So the Jaguars, this is the start of the third round, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. And the pick is in already. Damn.
Yeah, the clock drops like a minute. It's 4 minutes now or something like that. It's a little shorter.
Remember when we did that a couple years ago? We were
Oh,
making
yeah.
picks on the clock. Oh man, it is different when you add that time clock. It's one thing to do clocks, right? There's no time. We put the time on it, and
So they really gonna walk into the fourth round with 6 picks. It's gonna be gangster.
The Ravens?
Nah,
No. So,
still got the third round here to do some.
yeah.
you don't have enough roster space to carry that.
That's what I keep saying to people.
That would be nuts.
I do not understand how they think they're going to fit 10 guys on the roster. Like, it won't work.
No.
If they don't trade to move up, then he just starts trying to get 2023 picks.
Wow.
Yeah.
My guess is they do both. So I think they're going to get another third with 2 of their picks. Because something like 119 and 128 is the 100th pick. So they could get a third. And I think they'll move another one back for 2023. So my bet is they move 3 of them.
Yeah, I know not having any comps in 2023 is just eating him alive.
Yeah.
Maybe they set the petition up and say, "Can we just roll over picks? We're gonna take 3 of these, just roll these over."
Did they get another pick next year for? I feel like one of their trades had they got another player next year. Maybe not.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. The last I heard, they said they it was, at first I heard it was a projection that they weren't going to get any. And then they're like, it's certainty. They're not. They're not
Yeah.
getting it.
Getting any comps? Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
because I'm
think it's
looking
a
at the roster
certainty yet,
now, man. It's looking pretty crowded, man. I mean, obviously they need corners, but other than that, it's gonna be tough to fit a lot else.
Yeah. When I did kind of just guessing who I thought was going to stick from the current 64 on there. I had 44 players that I thought were pretty darn likely to stay. So that only leaves you 9 spots. So, but I guess that was after the first 2 picks. So, but I don't think they're done in free agency either. So I think they get a vet cornerback and a vet edge. So maybe even a vet wide receiver. So,
Yeah, I think me and you about have identical numbers. I think I'm at about 44 too, 44,
Yeah.
45.
How many guys do they take into camp? 90?
mhm,
Yeah.
90. But the last 3 years they had 18, 20, and 10 UDFAs in camp. So
You said they had 20 one year?
20, yep, UDFA is there in 2020.
Oh, there you go. Gully Squad. I don't know if he did it in the chat, but on Twitter he said another thing they might do is draft players they like, then trade them off for 2023 picks, a la Ben Bredesen, Sean Williams.
Who said that?
Gully Squad.
No.
Just pick players and trade them off.
It's not quite how it works. You lose so much value. Fortner, all right. Good center there.
Hey, I like Fortner a lot.
Yeah.
And very
really-
different than
yeah.
Garrett Bradbury. Very different. Oh no, it's Jaguars. Never mind. I'm like,
Yeah, I like this tape a lot, especially against the Atlanta boys over there. Oh, there we go. They're showing the Georgia tape right now.
you might have to take the Jag seriously.
No.
That immediately gives you some credibility. You get rid of Urban Meyer.
But you took him, right? So
Well, there's always that. That never goes.
I took a half a beat. I let it resonate through one ear and out the other. That's my answer.
Hey, you got a legitimate coach now. Doug Peterson, right? You got a legitimate coach.
wow, picks are flying now.
Did y'all see where Travis Etienne said, if I'm going to miss a year, that was a hell of a year to miss?
That was the one.
I forgot he's on the
was.
team. Man, that's going to be a nice addition too.
He might have got kicked too while he was in the stretch line. Kicked him too. Ryan Asamoah.
Man, did he blow? Did he walk in there smelling like weed? Seriously?
Houdini?
He must have had.
Yeah.
No,
Did he
I
walk
think
into
it's
the interview?
The story I heard is that he messed up his pec big time, and it was a bad injury, and it's a lot of soft tissue injuries, I guess, which concerns teams. None of that means anything to me, but it's pretty.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
As opposed to, coming into the interview 30 minutes late, like, what up with you?
And then throw some dice on the table. What up with you?
What y'all trying to do? I can see it because people remember when he was at the combine, DJ and all these other guys who were covering it kept saying, man, I can't believe how small that dude is. It's like when they saw him, I just cannot believe how little he is. And to play the way that he was playing against the competition he was playing, if you're not a big dude, I could see you racking up a bunch of injuries. It's the Michael Campanera. I hope he's not listening. He doesn't like me. He said very mean things to me on Twitter. He's very rude to me.
Damn, what you do to camp?
Man, I tweeted something about Lamar and he went crazy on me. He was mad. He was mad. Then he deleted his Twitter. The next day, he deleted his account.
Good.
All right, tell me about this guy. I don't know anything about him.
Oh, this was Cole's guy.
Yeah, from North Carolina. Josh
Yeah,
Cole.
I don't know him.
Cole like this dude.
Yeah, he was he wasn't Senior Bowl. He was a combine guy, so I did end up watching. Yeah, he played right tackle. He played guard.
It was just left
like him
tackle on
too.
that screen.
Yeah,
Guard.
I like it too. He, they had obviously a couple good years for some backs down there when they had Michael Carter and Javonte Williams. So their right tackle, I think he's coming out in this class too. He might be more of a PFA type guy, but yeah, I liked Azudu. I thought he was a combo, guard tackle type guy.
Yeah, I'm assuming he'll be there. He'll be their guard.
It's not Ben Bredesen.
No, not the god Ben Bredesen. So they got Alex Thomas. They'll probably put Evan Neal at right tackle.
Probably. And then Azudu, if he's not a starter, he's going to compete for one of those guys.
All right, so these picks are flying now.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking competent over there in New York.
We'll see.
Not a believer.
No.
Yeah, I don't know about Dayball as an HC. I don't know how that's going to work, but at least in terms of the draft and the players they've picked so far, I like what they've done.
Yeah, they're having a good draft.
Now, of course, Wink is there, and we know, you never know.
No, Mike, leave me alone, please. I have said my piece about the man. I think his style is a well-conceived style from 2015.
We'll make him come down.
If he would like to update it, he would still have a job.
We'll make him come find you.
Yeah,
Come meet me outside. Come holler at me outside, huh? How about that?
He keeps that thing on him.
Hey, you saw the chain, right? You see the chain?
I saw a chain. He can't catch me though.
All right, so a PFF Austin Gale, per source, Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean declined surgery on his shoulder, and it's now a major concern / medical red flag. So,
yeah, I just saw Albert Breer said it's straightforward. He had a laundry list of injuries in college: ankle, foot, shoulder, wrist, pec / groin hurt before pro day, may need pec surgery post rookie season.
Wow.
Rookie season.
so he's going to play through his rookie season and then get surgery. So.
Yeah, and at that size.
Yeah, that's not. That's a fourth rounder at minimum now.
Yeah,
be undrafted.
I mean, you got 6 picks. You might as well throw one at him.
Yeah, might as well.
And then stick his butt right on IR. Say, see you next year.
Yeah.
Go get that surgery.
That surgery you weren't going to get.
Surgery. Goodbye.
right.
See you next year.
Yeah.
So did he opt not to get surgery because he thought it was going to help him get drafted?
I guess.
Sure.
We're going to find out about it. I have no idea. Like, it seems weird.
Because it sounds like maybe if he got it, he was going to be done for the year.
Probably,
So maybe,
yeah.
So I guess he's thinking, well, I won't do that. I'll show teams I'm willing to try to play through it, and then see.
Play through everything else. So
yeah.
So this is Tom Pelissero. This is now the longest we've gone without 2 quarterbacks taken since 1996, when it was Tony Banks and Bobby Hoying.
Damn.
well, that last name is interesting.
Hoying. I can't say I know Bobby Hoying.
Yeah.
I
No, I don't either. No,
Tony
that
Banks to
class
the Rams.
is
I
horrible.
remember.
Bobby Hoying.
That's a horrible class.
I think I had his card. I had his card.
I think what team did he play for?
He was with the Eagles, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
I had
Impressive.
his card.
I thought
Who
you guys
else?
were just
Okay.
pretending.
I need to know who else was a quarterback in that draft class, because that's if Tony Banks is like 4 or 5, like what else is there?
Yeah. That's wild.
I'll look it up for you.
Was that the Rams? Was he drafted by the Rams?
Yeah. That was 96. That was Keyshawn's year.
Yeah. Keyshawn went 1, right?
Yep.
And didn't they take Wayne Corbett like the 3rd round that year?
You might be right about that. I'm looking at these quarterbacks. All right, yeah, this is not great.
Jeff Lewis to Denver from
Oh, what?
Northern Arizona. Yes.
Yeah, Danny Cannell, Spence Fisher,
Danny Cannell. I at least have heard of him. Spence
Mike
Fisher.
Cawley.
Was he the Heisman Trophy winner that year?
Danny Cannell.
Yeah, at Florida State.
Was he Florida State or Florida?
Florida State.
Florida
Yeah, he
State.
was at Florida State.
I don't remember what year he won. That's a good question.
Because that was after Charlie Ward, right?
Yeah, I
Charlie
think
Ward went to go play basketball.
Baltimore took John Stark from the Night's Watch. He came down. Did some
From
quarterback
Trinity Internationals. What in the world? What were they doing?
Now you can see why they only took two guys early.
They took a quarterback from an evangelical Christian university in Deerfield, Illinois.
Oh my god!
I like it.
Just throw it away picks.
Browns took Martin Emerson.
Okay.
That's some horrible quarterbacks.
Up top though, that was also Jonathan Ogden. That was J.O. draft. He went 4.
But was Danny Cannell the Florida State Heisman?
That one I gotta double check. Let's see when he got. Let's see. Oh, he's a baseball player too. He got drafted by the Yankees.
Danny Cannell.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Choke at Doak. I remember that. The Choke at Doak Stadium against Florida. Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad the Titans took this dude.
Petit Ferrer.
I did not want him anywhere near the Ravens.
I don't see a Heisman in here.
No.
No.
I don't think he won one. No.
Maybe he was up for it, and that game
He won
destroyed his life.
ACC Player of the Year and ACC Offensive Player of the Year. So
he was up for it.
He played in some games that had some cool nicknames. The Choke at Doak, when Florida State came back from being down 31-3 in the fourth quarter. And then,
I remember watching that game.
And then the Sugar Bowl, they played Florida again, the fifth quarter and the French Quarter.
I remember that game because I remember turning it off and I turned it back on. It was like all of a sudden it was some wild play happened. It was like 31-17 and it was on from there. It was on like Donkey Kong.
Choke it dope. Okay, Titans took Petit Ferrer.
Is that Peter Warwick?
Might have been. He might have been on that team. You know, I'm too old. I can't remember all that.
Or is that was Bolton too, right?
You're testing my memory, man. I don't know who was on that team.
I went into the wrong database. Hold on, Mike. Let me see that.
Yeah, I was a very, very young man.
Very party-listic man.
I can't remember much from that time in my life. So Petit Ferrer, okay, to the Titans and then to the Jags.
Oh, we're close. We're getting close here.
Oh, Muma, huh?
Got some interesting names up there still.
I'm all right with keep taking inside linebackers. I hope the Ravens don't take any of those.
Yeah, they went Muma and Lloyd.
Oh, did they? Wow.
I mean, some of the guys that we spoke about for the second round pick are still there.
Travis Jones,
Winfrey, even Raymond, if they like him.
That's interesting about the Jags. 2 inside backers, 2 edge, or at least, you know, if you
they rebuilding big time.
Damn, Lloyd and Muma.
The defense is like complete revamp.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting to see. I kind of like that defense.
Peterson was going to go offense. Like, he wants an offensive player. He wants an offensive player. They've gone heavy defense.
what do you guys think about Calvin Austin? Maybe.
Yeah.
I like him.
Yeah, Chris called that one.
I feel like he's a perfect replacement for that Hollywood role, but kind of do more things than Hollywood does.
Yeah.
Better. Yeah.
He certainly has the mentality of a Ravens, what the Ravens would like on offense.
Hopefully he won't be done after year 2. Hollywood done.
he was plotting year 2.
Done. He said I talked to Lamar after year 2. Was like, I can't do it, bro.
I'm a soldier.
You keep asking me to block.
He said I'm done.
All right, what about Jalen Tolbert? ESPN has him as the best wide receiver on the board. What do you guys know about him?
South
Alabama?
Yeah.
I think I only saw maybe one. I don't know if I watched that full second game. I definitely saw one game. He made some plays at the catch point. I mean, he would go up and kind of moss some dudes. Now again, South Alabama, so I guess you got to think level of competition. But he mossed some dude, and I thought he was going to get an unsportsmanlike for one touchdown that he got because I mean he mossed him and then he turned around and like rocked the baby on him or something. It's like right in his face. Now, take it for what it's worth. Jim Nagy, of course, he's going to pump up all the Senior Bowl guys. But he had a lot of good things to say about Tolbert. I don't think he's ever said anything bad about a Senior Bowl guy.
Right.
No.
Right. 6'1", 194. That's pretty good size. So,
yeah. You guys say that's what you want. Nobody under 6 foot, right? There's no wide receivers under 6 foot.
I mean, theoretically, yeah.
Except for Calvin.
Yeah, but my heart wants Calvin Austin.
He's the exception because he doesn't play
Yeah, exactly. He's not your average 5'8" guy.
Yeah. That's like Jahan Dotson. Jahan Dotson did not play.
Right.
So if he catches the ball, is he going to immediately run out of bounds?
Oh no!
Instead of hitting somebody? Okay.
Oh no!
Because I know a guy that does that.
A soldier that does that.
Hey, that's the Marvin Harrison. That's the Marvin Harrison, man. You got to protect him. So Marvin taking big shots. Marvin run out of bounds. He go down in the fetal position. He made the catch. Got whatever he could get, and he got down.
Oh,
washes.
Wow.
Velus Jones, huh?
Okay. What about Khalil Shakur
from USC? Yeah.
Hey, I like him.
Tennessee.
He gives me a little Steve Smith vibes.
I like him now.
Boise State guy.
Yeah, Boise State.
He gives me a little Stevie vibes. Ooh.
Sorry, he's 5'11.7. So
he's 6 foot. 200 pounds. It's the 200 pounds I'm willing to
give him that 0.3 he's missing.
Yes. that means he's a big body and these corners can't get around him. So
it was a pass rusher we were into one year from Boise State. What's that dude's name?
That never happened.
He was a dope.
That never happened. That never happened.
Miami drafted him, and then he broke his foot or something. I think the Browns picked him. I think he's still with the Browns.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mike.
You know exactly who I'm talking about. You can remember his name. I genuinely don't remember his
Curtis
name.
Weaver.
There it is. I knew you knew it.
Curtis Weaver. That was my guy.
We both liked him.
Yeah, I like him too.
I was like, man, he's just a little chubby. He's all right.
Oh boy.
Look at that flexibility he has. Oh.
Yeah. He was a natural pass rusher in like a defensive tackle's body.
Right.
It was a shame. It was a shame.
He has so much flexibility though.
Yeah. But hey, he's with the Browns. Maybe I think he's on their practice squad. They signed him to a futures contract, so who knows?
Maybe they want to use him how they use Tack. Wait a second.
I remember reading it was Dane. Yeah, Dane wrote him up in the guide one year. Anytime somebody says somebody's one cheeseburger away from $3 bills, that's not a good sign.
All right.
I think T Martin recruited Velus Jones when he was at USC. I'm pretty sure he did. I think I read that before he transferred to Tennessee.
I'm really I don't get the Seahawks.
Just full stop.
I don't.
What did they do? No. I need to know.
They took Abraham Lucas, who I like, and who's a good pass protector, just like Charles Cross.
Just like Cross, they got all these pass protected tackles.
But they got 40 running backs.
They really just
no
did.
quarterback.
They have really did Russell dirty. They really just said, "F you, man."
Maybe they still think they have Russell Wilson.
Someone tell him.
They think he's still there and they're trying to protect them.
Kerry got it.
Right?
Kerry got it.
Oh my goodness!
They see all the pictures around the stadium. Like those are just pictures. You know, Russ is gone. That's an NFT. He's gone.
So are they really sticking with that the guy they got from Denver?
Drew Lock.
Or what did you say? Geno is there too, right?
Geno Smith.
The Geno coaster is still riding around out there.
Or maybe they're gonna make a play for Baker. Now that would fit that offense, though.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah,
Then
maybe we'll see that tomorrow.
Baker?
It does send a pretty clear signal that they felt like, hey, Russ, we're going to give you chicken, you know what, on the offensive line, and you're going to make it work.
You want to cook? Cook with this.
And now that he's gone, he's going to got to get legitimate blockers for these other guys.
They told this man, "Hey, we gonna give you McDonald's and Burger King and make me some some Ruth Chris, please." He's like, "Wait, what?" All right, Russ gonna cook. Russ gonna cook. Oh my goodness!
I could not have predicted that they would have taken those kinds.
It makes you wonder how some of these teams are actually run. Like, are y'all really, 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 really trying, or are we just out here just having a good time? Because I question that's draft strategy of a lot of football teams.
They won the Super Bowl and got to another one that they probably should have won. And I don't know who was blocking for him back then. It might have been better than what it was in the later years, but they just had so much talent on both, especially on defense back then. And you had Marshawn, so it was a good old day.
Is Shaquem still on the team? Shaquem Griffin?
I have no clue.
What a cool story
I
that was.
I don't think he is.
His brother, right?
His brother's
Yeah.
legit, right? Yeah.
One of them is still around.
Yeah, I think the brother's pretty darn good. So
Abraham Lucas. Huh? He doesn't have to go very far. Right?
all right, so we got fourth pick. Colts, Falcons, Broncos, and then Ravens. What position do you think we're going?
We could legitimately say the same names that we said in the second round.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to grab a corner now if you're going to grab one.
And look, they still got those long dudes out there. Tariq Woolen, Josh Williams, Akeem Evans. If you want those 6'2", 6'3" dudes that all ran like 4.2, 4.3, I think they're all still out there.
There's some pretty decent cornerbacks, though, right? Zion's pretty decent. He's got to develop, right? And then
Yeah, Zion. I forgot about Zion. Yeah, Zion.
JAD, he's pretty good, right?
Chris like Zion.
Yeah, I do. I like him a lot. He's a Ravens kind of guy.
All the background stuff you said just lines up. All of it lines up.
The hell is going on?
Did somebody fall? What happened?
Are two people on top of each other?
Please fall.
They're on the ground. I wasn't looking. I just looked back and two people were on the floor. Oh, TikTok comedy duo. Okay.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Awesome.
Jelani
Cheeky
Woods.
boyos.
All right, Jelani Woods. There we go. Get down to it.
Cheeky boy. That's my son.
Okay.
If he's
All
heard
right.
of
There we go.
it. But you got the pick?
For the Falcons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw it.
Jelani Woods. That's a kind of interesting pick. He's a legit athlete. I think he's got some development
A
to go.
massive dude.
Yeah.
Hey, it makes sense, right? For a guy like Matt Ryan, he's always loved the tight end.
Yeah.
Always loved the tight end. He's Tony Gonzalez.
And Jack Doyle just retired too, right?
Yeah.
He did.
They got
He's out
what's
of
this
there.
dude's name? The tall basketball dude? I forgot his name. Mawali Cox.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And now to get another
Yep.
6'6", 2'5", 6'6". Desmond Ritter, there's the quarterback. There's the second one.
All right.
About time.
Good. All right. 2 picks. Travis, what is Travis Jones doing there? I do not understand that one.
Yeah, I'm for this
Did
one.
he not get shoulder surgery too?
I either want Winfrey or Travis Jones here.
Winfrey?
I'll take either one.
Wide receiver still is out there. Offensive tackle, there's a ton of guys. Walker's out there still, right?
Lock up your bicycles.
Walker, what Walker? Oh, Rasheed Walker.
Rashid.
Yeah.
Falele's out there. Ryman.
But Chris, you liked Ryman earlier on in the process, and I know later on you kind of said, I don't know if I quite feel the same. But here at this pick, how would you feel about it?
So I didn't sour on him. I just think he's not the Ravens type. You know, they go after those, bigger dudes like Tyree Phillips, Trevor Penning types. Raymond, he doesn't fit the profile of the kind of offensive tackles that they've traditionally gone with. But I mean, maybe in the 3rd round they'll make an exception. Who knows?
If they want a big body, Falele,
yeah.
he's the biggest body. There's no body bigger. Darian Canal, he's a big body. You like that kind of thing. Oh, is there a trade? Broncos trade pick for the Texans?
Texans?
Yeah, Texans came up in front of the Ravens to get somebody.
Huh. Tackle? Who knows?
Travis Jones, maybe.
You Travis Jones. Watch it be Travis Jones. Watch it be Travis Jones. Nick Casario, you mother.
All right, so we're gonna wait for the Ravens pick collectively.
That means you right? Who else does Atlanta have a quarterback?
Mariota.
Marcus with the salt and pepper. I saw that. I hadn't seen Marcus in a while. I was like, Marcus is aged.
Yeah, he got gray hairs now.
A little gray there.
Man, I can't believe Willis fell so far.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I hope he goes somewhere and gets it all fun.
Yeah.
And pay.
But I saw who the Texans picked. It's not Travis Jones.
Okay. Carry on Winfrey?
Huh?
Carry on Winfrey?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm tired of you playing games with me.
I would have thought Winfrey would have been a guy that Lovey would like. the defense that he's run, he definitely wants a 4-man rush. He ain't trying to. We know he's not trying to do it. He's just play Tampa 2. Get back in that cover 2. Even though they played some more single high last year. I watched them for somebody.
Yeah. I was surprised that they played as much cover 1, cover 3.
It was who was the safety? It was Garnett's guy. He was a free agent.
Justin Reed.
Justin Reed.
So who you guys feeling for the pick?
Travis Jones makes a lot of sense here, man.
Who's that? Oh, Travis Jones?
Yeah, I think he makes a lot of sense here.
Texas for Christian Harris. Back to Alabama. Yeah, I like Jones. I don't know if it's too early for one of those corners. Maybe. Because they don't pick again until what year? After this?
They don't pick again until 110.
110. You would think they might move up if they like a guy enough.
But I really, I would not be surprised if they package 2 to get back into the 3rd. But.
I was going to say, I might not want to wait that long on a corner. If I took Jones here and say, okay, I'm going to take a corner.
A corner, you said?
Yeah, just any of the corners. I might not want to wait.
I think that's a good call, Dan, because do you really want to go into the 4th round with all the 4th rounders? It's gonna be tough to really kind of squeeze value out of them if you.
Yeah.
And like we talked about, roster, you don't need them.
Mm-hmm.
Just trade up, get a better guy.
Yeah. Take a couple of them, get a 3rd, then maybe you into the 4th round with 4. Then maybe you move 1 or 2 of them for a future pick. And then it's a lot more reasonable.
Ravens pick is in.
Seeing some people on the timeline, tight end.
I wouldn't mind that. A Jeremy Ruckert, yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah.
Tight end.
I think they definitely need to add. They definitely need to add one before the weekend is out.
Mm-hmm.
To me, at least.
That's for sure. What we seen 2 go now?
Behind Andrews and we don't know what is Tony Poljan. I think that's it.
Tony Poljan is the guy that he's responsible for Bernard Raymond's move to tackle.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Was he a quarterback?
Who, Poljan?
Before he moved to tight end, wasn't he a quarterback?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know.
I think he was on the same plan as Jelani Woods. He was a quarterback. Both of those guys started at quarterback.
Oh, damn.
At UVA? Were they both UVA?
They both ended up at UVA, but they both started somewhere else.
Yes.
Oklahoma State.
Poljan was a Central Michigan.
They had a clear pattern. UVA. One guy who was quarterbacks. And they were going to turn them into tight ends.
I think Travis Jones would be huge value here, unless there's something we don't know. Winfrey would be a pretty solid value. Otherwise, I think they could go cornerback or wide receiver.
Marcus Jones is still available.
Yeah, I like Marcus Jones.
Smaller guy, but man, he's got some serious balls.
Yeah. But he's got. I think he had shoulder surgery.
Yeah, he on both.
Yeah.
You know what I didn't realize about Travis Jones? He's 6'4" as a nose tackle. That is some length at nose tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not the Brandon Williams style nose tackle.
He can lock out and control.
Long, athletic.
Yeah.
Oh.
With why a guy who has that build tested the way he tested,
mm-hmm.
played the way he played, especially at the Senior Bowl, why he's still here. Something's up.
I mean, he'd be a sexy one technique. A sexy one technique. Next to Justin.
I like it.
You can do some things.
That means you can let Justin run wild because then you got an anchor point.
Mm-hmm.
And a long ankle point at that. once again, free roll. Everybody on the D line has a free roll except for one.
Yeah, take away the middle of the field with those long arms and height.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's
Layer
what McDonald
upon layer.
do it. We saw McDonald do it in Michigan. He would anchor those interior guys, and everybody else got to just do what they do.
Make it happen.
All right, let's see here.
Have you seen it, Chris?
I have not.
Okay. Surprising.
I have not.
Well, you see it pretty early.
I want to be surprised.
what
What the hell's going on?
Let's go for the surprise.
Why
Did
they
that
do
with-
this?
Don't tell me. Don't tell me who they're going to be. No, I don't know if it's boy or girl.
Oh no, I'm talking about whatever's going on stage right now. Like,
I've seen them in a cruise ship.
Blue man.
Never again will I go and watch that on a cruise ship. I'll go on a cruise ship, but I'm not watching that on a cruise ship.
You may be doing the Fire Zone show from a crew live from the SF.
Let's go. We can do this. Where you want to go?
It don't matter. Anywhere.
Anywhere. They leave out of Baltimore all the time.
They do.
Yes, they do.
Hey, you can have a good time on a Carnival cruise. There's quite a crowd out there on Carnival.
let's get it, baby.
There we go.
Let's get it.
That's just huge. That's
Let's
fantastic
get it.
value.
Travis Jones.
I love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah, that's a really good pick, man.
At some
made
point,
me
we are
happy.
going to have to draft need, but man, these are some quality picks.
I'm just
But I guess
surprised.
go ahead, Mike.
Right?
Sorry. No.
I'm just surprised he failed. I just didn't think he was gonna. He's just there. And maybe it's not a fault, but I just think a lot of the projections had him in the second round somewhere.
Mm-hmm. That's yeah. Well, Mel Kiper, did he just say second round pick? So
Yeah, Dane had him in the second.
Oh my lord! And you're 6'4" doing this. You're not some 5'11" dude doing this.
Oh my lord.
He's a tall man. He can do some things. You're gonna have fun watching him. He's a little violent up there.
But they're sticking to the MO right now, which is build the defense through the draft, sign free agents on the offensive side.
Yeah, we know they're gonna get they're gonna sign a wide receiver.
I like it. I love it.
Yeah,
Hard Ryman to the Colts. There you go. That's good.
Who they get?
Ryman.
My guy. My
yeah,
guy.
Dane Brugler had Travis Jones
Too pretty.
at first or second round pick. So
Yeah, he was really projected high.
DT3.
I can't believe that he's gonna make it all the way down to 76.
Yep.
I feel like they haven't had to reach for anything so far. They just let good players just
They didn't do it. Yeah. So they're still they got to get some corners.
Yeah.
They got one edge already. So maybe another one later on.
And like you guys said, this is probably the range to move up in because you get down to the fourth. I mean, maybe they feel like they can keep waiting. I don't know. It's kind of worked out.
I do think they can. There are enough talents or players, I think, that you still look at the names, but I just don't think they need that many players. I'd rather them combine them and get someone at the top of the list now. So there's still some offensive tackles out there that I wouldn't mind them grabbing. So.
And I know it's no savings really in it, but this makes me wonder how long Derek Wolfe is in town.
If I was running the team, I would be sending him an email right now to not show up.
We're all set. Thanks.
You guys know how I feel about Derek Wolfe.
I heard that you were up in a tree stand, honey.
Yeah, okay.
So there isn't a ton of savings overall, but they can cut him post June 1st and move $2 million of that to next year. So that's something definitely,
Yeah,
to
that's
think about
not
doing.
insignificant.
And
No,
what's the
it's not.
savings? Like 200,000 or something like
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, if they cut him now, it's savings 200,000, because he's got $2 million base salary this year,
Okay.
and he's owed 1.8 million of bonus next year. So if you cut him pre-June, that 1.8 gets accelerated, and it's only the 200K. But if you do it post-June, that 1.8 stays next year, so you get the full 2 million this year.
Okay.
So that's
Okay.
I could easily see them doing that. Just go
Yeah.
ahead and cut him, or trade him.
And
See if anybody
what's
wants
the-
anything.
What's the hit on him this year? I thought he had like a $3 million hit or something like that.
The cap this year, 3.8 million.
Okay.
Yeah, so 2 million base and 1.8 million of a prorated bonus for the last year, this year, next year. So
Yeah, that story he told on that podcast about calling in to one of the Zoom meetings from a tree stand.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he was on this hunting podcast, and they were talking about the picture he posted of the buffalo he killed. So he was on there talking,
Yeah.
but he was telling some football stuff, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we were doing our preseason Zoom stuff, and I was up in the tree stand." And he was like, "Because I don't need to, be there stuff." So.
Browns pick Alex Wright. I think that was
That was James's guy.
Yep. He sounded like a guy who's got 1 foot out the door, kind of just mentally, like maybe I'm done with football.
Wolf. Yeah.
Because he loves to hunt. Like he's serious. He talked about how often he does it. It's like all the time. Alex Wright. Andrew Berry. Tricky Berry. He takes a lot of players I like too.
I'm liking the Ravens draft. I mean, they're not hitting like, a ton of needs, so to speak, but take good players. Like that's the MO. When you go back and look at history of drafts, you don't really think about, oh, this team needed that.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh, this team took that good player,
Right.
despite having this need at X position.
Yeah.
And I feel like at the end of the day, I mean, the longevity and the long-term success that the team has had, like I know a lot of people, they'll get on Twitter and they'll be like, oh, 2 playoff games in, X amount of years, whatever it is. But it's like you have to look at the totality of the franchise and see the long-term success that they have and compare it to the other teams in the NFL. And it's like, yeah, this is one of the most successful franchises in the league.
Yeah, and obviously you're trying to win playoff games once you get there, but you got to get there first. And they get there pretty so you got to give yourself a chance first. And I think everybody feels like this team they're on the cusp. They're on the cusp. They just need some injury luck. Got to play better in a couple key spots in games, and you're on the cusp.
Yeah. Put yourself in position to be fortunate, because everybody's got get some luck to win a championship, but you got to put yourself in position to be able to receive that luck.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I was hearing something, someone was talking about, drafting. You don't want to draft for need because you don't know what your need is going to be in 1 year. You can change so much in 1 year.
Right.
And you want to get the best players. But one thing I think about these 4 players is, while they may not have been the need, which is often kind of the backup players or something like that, like our need is a backup tackle, backup cornerback. It's kind of more depth pieces that we need. But instead, these guys improved the starters, I think, in a lot of positions. Travis Jones, I can see him starting. I can see him getting serious snaps early and getting some pass rush in there. Kyle Hamilton, he's playing some serious snaps on the safety position.
Yeah.
Linderbaum improves the center position immediately. Like that's 3 guys that are gonna get significant snap counts and improve your starters right away. So,
Yeah.
and then Ojabo, if he can get healthy, and he's got such upside that I think it's a great pick too. So they may not be the need at the depth positions that we see, like a backup cornerback and a backup tackle, but I think they have improved the roster significantly.
I think if you have good players, if you insert good players,
Oh,
I can't fucking believe they got Travis Jones at 76.
Oh man, here comes the Purple Patrol.
Man, like I remember talking to all the Bills fans, and the Bills guys were like, Travis Jones, sneaky option at 25. So I mean, fuck, like the value. I tweeted like there was a time 2 months ago where Ojabo, Linderbaum, and obviously Hamilton were top 16 picks, all 3 of them, and then they get Travis Jones at 76 that was top 40 in the worst mocks, top 32 in the best. I don't know.
Yeah, there were mock drafts after the combine that had Travis Jones in the first.
Absolutely.
4 first-round players, not bad.
Fuck, like I don't know, guys. Like
when you pick players like this, it solves other problems. Like Dan was just saying, it now creates depth that you have with better players who are better depth players.
Yeah.
So the addition of Hamilton now makes Stevens a depth player across the board.
Right.
You now add Travis Jones. Now a Brandon Washington is now a depth player across there. Instead of thinking of him being in the rotation, he can be a depth guy. And that's kind of the same with Ojabo. Now you've got a depth guy who's coming in October who's going to fill in with Bowser and Owope and stick Harrison out there if you need. There's
and don't forget Jalen Ferguson. You can't forget.
Right.
Pressure Daddy.
And Pressure Daddy, and you got Delvin Hayes. Like there's.
Well, here I'll throw this out to Mike because Mike, you watched Pierce right after we signed him. There was number 60.
I forgot about Pierce. Jeez.
Well, so this is what I'm getting at. So Pierce would play the first 2 downs and came off almost every third down in the games I watched. And maybe right away, like for the first 6, 7, 8 weeks, that's fucking Travis Jones going in there for third down pass rushing situations. Yeah. And it's kind of like with David Ojabo, I know he's not going to be ready for week 1, but we talked about it. David Ojabo is not a 3-down player in his first year. Maybe he'll get there. But with Odafe Owe and Tyus Bowser, he doesn't need to be a 3-down player. So he comes off the bench. Travis Jones comes off the bench. Now your third down pass rushing unit could be Calais Campbell, David Ojabo, and Travis Jones with no snaps played before. Like for a couple 5-6 snaps, they come in fresh. Like that's a rotation. That's a San Francisco type rotation approach. That's why I like it.
Just Calais and Jones on third down. That's a problem. You can't single.
Everyone's 6'4" above. Everyone's 6'4" above, and their arms are just like these tree trunks are just swinging in the wind.
And that's the thing about Jones. He showed you at the Senior Bowl. If he wants to just long arm you and drive you, he can. He's got good pad level. The thing that really intrigued me about Travis Jones, how narrow he makes his base is on obvious pass rushing downs looks like an edge player. Like he's an upfield guy, the way he can one gap when they asked him to. So hell of a pick. Like that's exciting.
Yeah, our D line. It could be something special.
It's getting to the point of like, oh shit, we just gave the Ravens a good D line again.
And it was quickly.
And Kyle Hamilton.
So Cole, did you cry when Ojabo was picked and it's not Pickens?
No, I got told, I got a text like around 6:30 that said quit tweeting about George Pickens. So, so I knew the second that and then where he ends up, Mike said it really well. Mike Tomlin can deal with that. He ended up in a good spot.
It's not a problem.
Yeah. I completely, and it is what it is. I gave up on it. I genuinely think they would have picked Mechie, and I think that's why Houston jumped them when they picked Ojabo. It seemed like, why else would they jump there? So they must have had some sort of inclination that the Ravens were going to pick a Canadian. I don't blame them.
Wow.
Mechie's Canadian? I didn't know that.
Yeah, no,
He doesn't
kinda
tell people. Yeah.
He's kind of a Canadian cheater, though. I think he's got roots in Dominican, is it?
Dominican Republic? From DR?
Hold on. Let me check.
He's
Way
got that
off.
crazy celebration.
Way off. Taiwan. It's Taiwanese.
Really?
Way off.
Holy. International flavor.
Mechie was born in Taiwan to a Nigerian father and Taiwanese mother. Moved to Ghana before he moved to Brampton, Ontario.
Ah, he's a Blasian baby.
D'Angelo Malone gets picked.
Are we assuming no way the Ravens jump up right now?
Western Kentucky.
Oh, I think they will.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I think they will.
If I were to bet, I would bet they would jump back in around 100. maybe
I'd
a
like to
little
get
later.
Jalen Tolbert. I'd love to get Tolbert.
What other stuff is falling? Like let's find another first round pick, so I guarantee he's gonna be there. So we're down there at 102, just hanging out.
It won't be N'Kobe Dean. It probably won't be Dean.
Now, well, hey, what did I say earlier? Like, take him and just throw him on IR. See you next year. Like, bye. I don't need you.
I'm all right with that. With
I
one of the
said that
fourths.
after we picked Ojabo. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole team building conversation, but does that kind of indicate to anybody that maybe they're less focused about 2022 and more focused on 2023? I don't know. It makes you wonder.
No.
Do it.
No.
Dan will tell
Because
you.
Ian Rappaport came out and said he's going to be ready by
In
October.
October. He's fine.
We'll see.
Yeah, did you hear tell him? Did you hear the thing about how they're doing Achilles ruptures now?
Yeah,
I didn't realize that. I'm thinking it's still going to
we had
be.
a
So,
doctor.
I will say,
We had a doctor come into our show. I don't know about your show, but we had a doctor come in and tell us about the new surgery technique.
Who did you
that
guys get?
This is what happens when you play college football for way too long and you're in the training room, you hear all this nonsense. Yes, you become like a medical person, like you just know this stuff.
So who brought that? Denard?
Yeah, they changed the way they do Achilles tendon surgeries. They don't use cadavers anymore. They use live tissue from your own hamstring.
I feel like you're using words that might be made up.
That's why
he's
Cam
talking
Akers
right.
was able to come back so far because he
Yeah.
got the new procedure.
Yeah, they take the
Kind of
live
background.
tissue because that was the main issue and the problem with ACL surgeries, where they were taking cadavers and their tissues and putting it in the body and hoping it would grow. And then if it took, it was fine, but it didn't last as long as obviously like living tissue. So then they started thinking we can do that to rest around the body, taking the hamstring and using it in different ways. And they figured out that Achilles tendon is just like anything else, just introduce your body's tissue back into said tear, and it should repair itself.
I'll have to do the research myself and get back to you.
You're welcome, Cole. No reason to be that guy tonight.
No, but
He had
we're
the
everything we've been hearing. It is October, and even if it's a little bit later, that's just icing to have him come in for the second half of the season and just fresh legs, no pun
I just
intended.
hope he doesn't match up with Rasheed Walker. If he matches up with Rasheed Walker in November, we might be in trouble.
And I feel like I should have known this because my brother tore his ACL like years ago. He tore his ACL, and it was the same injury that RG3 had. He tore like everything, and he said they took tissue out of his ass and just grafted it into that.
Yes, that ass ligament.
This is one of the strongest ligaments in the body. I want to use it up while you got it.
It happened to my own family like 10 years ago. I should have known.
N'Kobe Dean finally got picked.
Oh yeah,
Eagles.
Eagles, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, that's a Roseman pick.
They don't really need him this year, per
There you
se.
go. Get
They
surgery.
got Mike's guy, Davion Taylor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Davion's still out there. Maybe it's like Denard said. See you next year. We'll stick you on IR. We'll catch you. Get your tech fixed.
Take your rest year because Georgia beat the heck out of you because you cleaned up everybody else's mess.
Mhm.
And then go get healthy, and then we'll go from there.
If they trade back in, would you go wide receiver or offensive tackle or what?
Shoot, maybe corner.
Corner? Yeah.
The value looks pretty good at corner. I mean, you got Tariq Williams still there.
I can't believe Malik Willis is still there. Perion Winfrey's still there.
I was just about to say maybe Perion Winfrey. You get real freaky.
I thought they might. I thought they might have went Winfrey there instead of Jones, but
So Woolen moved from wide receiver to corner in 2019. Is learning, all right.
Mm-hmm. Crazy freak of freaks cornerback. Like the freakiest athletically.
Is he outside or inside? Oh, I guess he's big. He's got to be outside, right?
Yeah, he's an outside guy.
He is huge.
did you guys watch Jalen Tolbert? I did not watch receivers. I'm only talking about him because he was number 9 in Brugler's list.
I didn't watch him.
Yeah, I don't watch him.
Yeah. I don't know where you're getting that South Alabama tape, but I don't know. He spoke really highly of him. It sounds like his skill set would really fit. So I don't know. That was one that intrigued me.
What do you
He had
guys
him
think of
as-
Cam Thomas?
He complements Ojabo really well, inside-outside guy.
Yeah.
My guy Alex Wright's gone, so makes sense.
San Diego State guy, right?
Yeah.
He's I know I feel bad for even doing this, but I got the Paul Kruger vibes. I got to find another comp, but just that power rusher, got some technical skill to him. He did seem like a guy who, maybe later on they could have it. I think his brother, O-line, right? Zachary Thomas. I think his brother was
Really?
a guard tackle for them. You quote me on it. I was right about Brian Hoyer, though. So, there's that.
My buddy just texts me and goes, literally every clip they just showed in Nakobe Dean was unblocked.
You don't have to show off your hand usage if you're doing that.
Is it Kenneth Murray level?
I was about to say, Kenneth Murray had to use his hands though.
I mean, I didn't see it. I didn't see Dean's arms actually attached to his body, so I couldn't really tell you.
I know we had the Kenneth Murray situation a couple of years ago.
That was when I first met Denard, was around Kenneth Murray. I'll
Kenneth
always
Murray.
remember that. It was Kenneth Murray's season.
Situation.
Because I hated Kenneth Murray. And I was
told
like,
you
this-
100 tackles. I knew.
I was like, this Denard, he knows. And then I got to know him, and I was like, he really knows.
Oh, is that Steelers? Did they take together? They take.
DeMarvin
Oh.
Lee.
So who would be mad if the Ravens took Brandon Smith?
Fine with it.
I didn't watch him
Linebacker
outside
from
the-
Penn State.
Outside of the
Middle
film
linebacker.
guy that you guys did, I didn't watch him. So
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'd be good with that.
I wouldn't mind a tight end.
Yeah, that too.
am I the
6'3",
only one that wants a receiver?
I wouldn't mind this receiver.
I'm
I
stressed.
like
about
Leo
receiver.
Shakir. I think he might be a good fit.
I want a wide receiver, Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, 4th round pick and a third next year. It looked kind of juicy. Go ahead and send that over there.
I'm with you. Let's get a wide receiver.
I'm surprised Falale fell pretty far. Pretty damn far.
Yeah.
Yeah, him and the bike stealer. That's what I call it. I don't know which one I like better, bike stealer or dry humper. Or maybe two. I don't know. I can't believe he dry humped somebody during the game. That is.
I love it. I love it so much. There's no coming back from that.
Those get counted extra in the pancake meeting.
It gives a whole new meaning to
Donnie Osmond. The hell?
that is a whole new meaning. That's like the syrup. It's like pancake with syrup. Something extra.
Marcus Jones to the
Marcus
Patriots.
Jones.
Damn,
Yeah, that's a Patriots pick.
that's a good one.
Yeah.
He's a Patriots guy for sure.
I like him.
Don't they still have a? Didn't they take a small cornerback recently?
Let's see.
I'm making that up.
They lost J.C. Jackson. I don't know who else they got over there. Maybe.
No, I'm just making it up.
Wow, the Titans pick is something.
Malik Willis.
That would be some
That's
wild
what it is.
stuff right there.
Is it? I don't know. I just took a guess.
I think Cole knows. You gonna tell us? Oh, wait a minute. Who's you?
You guys want me to tell you?
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care.
Oh my
yeah.
goodness!
It was Malik Willis.
Ooh.
Ooh boy,
What
that's
else were you
real
expecting on
interesting.
that one, though?
That is.
Okay.
They don't like their return no more, huh?
Tannehill's not a spring chicken.
Mm-mm.
I mean, if you still featuring Derrick Henry, why not have a quarterback who can do what Malik Willis can do?
And they have an opening at receiver, so they could just move Tannehill at receiver and Malik Willis be the quarterback. Boom.
There you go.
You,
Oh,
it is late.
College days. They get back to his Texas A&M days.
So so they could easily get out of Tannehill's contract next year. So which they will probably. So they could cut him next year and save $18 million. So, and if it's a post June, they could save $27 million. So it's
So you give Malik a redshirt year.
Hey, Chris, are you meeting up with those guys tomorrow?
yeah. James just messaged me right now.
I just saw the pics with Dev.
Yeah, I'm gonna meet up with them tomorrow.
James sent me a message and he's like, I should have let you know. And I was like, if I mentioned to Amanda that I'm going to go to New York City like 2 weeks before, I would have got the.
I'm going to spend 2 nights
I'm going to spend
talking
2
draft
nights.
for 5 hours, and then
She's
I'm gonna
34
go down
weeks
to.
pregnant. I'm going to be trying to hop the border while she's in labor. I don't think that's happening.
She would understand.
Yeah. For the draft.
She
It's
will
for the gram.
put his stuff outside.
I go down to New York, I might not come back. I'm gonna be rooming with Chris.
DeMarvin Leal. He feels like a Steelers pick.
He dropped crazy. He was
top 10 in some mocks.
top, yeah, way back.
Boys, I just got a message back from Kevin Zietler. It's on.
Nice.
He's
Tell
gonna
him-
come on. It's
tell him send us
locked
some money.
in. Yeah. Oh,
Congratulations.
that's huge. I'm,
Yes,
I'm,
What are you gonna do on the show? Film talk.
I'm just gonna tell him how much I love him.
Just straight up fanboy for 30 minutes.
So what I want to do is,
You know I love the way you point your toe out when you pull.
I'm gonna ask him what he thinks of Icky Quan's knee point. No, what I want to do is I want to actually talk to him about like how he grew up and stuff, like how he like kind of like the stuff you don't really hear about a ton. And I blame this obsession with backstories on Michael Crawford. So like completely and totally.
Stories are good. Like all the football stuff is whatever, but these are people. I want to know about the person.
Man, I was dying that video of Linderbaum getting out of the little bus thing. Like he just looks like a kid getting off the bus to go to school for the first. You guys remember when you'd show up to like you're like a junior or a senior and you show up and the fat kid that's like your freshman center shows up. He's got a little baby face, no facial hair. That's Tyler Linderbaum.
And then this time next year, he's going to be gritty, have a full beard.
Let's hope.
Punch like 16 people in the face.
That's the blueprint for getting players on your show. First, connect with the wife, O-line wife community, and then she puts in the word, and then you get the player.
Hey, I got a model. I'm 2 for 2.
Hey,
are you staying with Daddy Powers? You've been in and out.
No, Daddy Powers wants to kick my ass.
Daddy Powers.
If I ever meet Daddy Powers told me he's like 6'6". Like I ain't fucking with that guy. If he pulls up on me, I'm gonna be in trouble.
These guys have been on and off, so I was just wondering where you are. Sometimes he likes the stuff that you're saying. Sometimes he gets a little upset. He goes back.
I gave his son a very honest chance, and he blew it in the Bills game. So
I was ruthless. I remember me being pretty ruthless on the next show we did about that. I had it.
Hey, his dad never treated us like Jermaine Illuminor. Remember, he blocked everybody. Just like everybody.
He's still blocking me to this day.
I never even said anything about him, and he blocked me.
Guilt by association.
Right.
Take it all down.
He clicked on my profile and he's like, "Who's this fucking A Bukhari guy who keeps tagging him?" He's getting blocked too.
I didn't say anything, good or bad. I said nothing. I still got it.
Anybody who had Ravens in their tag, he was like, no.
And then he unblocked a bunch of people when he went to the Patriots. And then I think he blocked us again at some point. I felt bad. I knew, and you could see it coming because I think it was Chibbs was like the first guy. It's like, well, at least you're good at some kind of block. And we're like, oh, shit, there it goes. Domino effect at that point. He's just
he kept calling him aluminum, and I gotta say, I don't know why, but that always got a good chuckle out of me.
Yeah, he did call him aluminum. He used to call Hollywood.
Oh, I wanted to ask you guys. I didn't ask you. What do you guys think of David Ojabo's reaction?
What was his reaction?
What was it?
He was crying tears of happiness. I've never seen someone so happy to be drafted by someone. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's been through a lot with that injury, man.
And he comes back with Mac Daddy. I mean, it's a pretty cool story.
Yep. And Oway, too.
And no way, yep.
Nigerian Mafia, Nigerian Nightmare.
Yep.
It had to be rough to go from that first round projection to getting hurt in your pro day.
Fuck. Like the way you get hurt too, he's just running a drill. Like, that just sucked.
What pick did he get taken? Ojabo.
Was it 45?
Yeah, 45.
45.
Cam Thomas. There he goes. To the card.
Yeah, so if he got taken 14th, he would be making 3.3 million. Instead, he's making 1.5.
Fuck.
That sucks.
I'd cry over that.
Hell yeah.
I'd cry over that.
And then it gets worse each year for the next 4 years. But, so he basically, total value drops from 18 million to 8 million. So loss of $10 million.
Damn.
By one round. Hopefully he had insurance. A lot of those players do nowadays, but
yeah, he probably
so, which is just insane. well, it makes sense with $10 million on the line, but that's such a weird concept of NFL draft injury insurance. That's such a
Yeah.
that's pretty crazy.
I deal in that world, and it's a interesting dynamic on how they calculate those figures and what they use to calculate that. It's
Dartboards. That's what
I mean, Lord
us
London,
actuaries do.
Lords of London is their pricing system to figure all that stuff out is the wildest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, no joke, yeah.
Wildest thing I've ever seen.
To the Cowboys, Jalen.
Oh, bummer.
Hey, Tyquan Thornton went disgustingly early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little beanpole that can run.
It's because one of Coach Evans' guys, he was hoping to see Tyquan.
Yeah, I thought he'd be around there in the third, but I was wrong.
Next on Brugler, David Bell at 13 on his list. He's got Kelvin Austin at 15, Shakir at 16, Danny Gray at 17, Kyle Phillips at 18.
So, I mean, to me, Cole, either the Ravens are going to draft the wide receiver here, or they got something in place in terms of addressing it.
Yeah, I don't know. They put Seth Roberts out there. So, I'm not putting anything past them. I learned a long time ago the Ravens are who they are, and they're going to do what they want to do.
Seth Roberts, Miles Boykin, and Willie Snead. They rolled out with that.
I don't know if I can take another year of grocery store managers out of wide receiver. I don't think I could.
Hey, they went to the playoffs with that group.
They did, but I mean, like, you know,
they were 14-2.
Either Rashad Bateman is God walking on water, or we're gonna have problems. That's the only thing I think I'm at right now. Which
that year it was incredible that they had the run that they had with those guys at wide receiver.
Well, when you got 3 All-Pros on the O-line, I mean, I guess you can just run everybody over.
Right. Well, I guess what is that now? Tyler Linderbaum, Ronnie Stanley, and Kevin Zeitler. Is that 3 out of 5?
Yep.
I mean, he's going to be on my channel, so he can be whatever he wants to be. He might go to the fucking Hall of Fame for all I care.
All right, Bills, who they going
That's
with?
populism, baby.
Will they trade back yet again? Bills have been back tonight.
I don't think so. They got this guy yelling, so I think they're going to pick.
What'd you guys think of the Vikings guy? That was fucking nuts.
I wanted him arrested.
The girl right up, she's like, read that fucking card. I'm going to come out here and whoop you. Oh, I couldn't get over that.
Terrell, but no.
Whoa.
Who? Terrell Bernard. All right.
Terrell Bernard.
There have been a number of inside linebackers picked. I've been.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This has been the spot.
Yeah.
Is that Matt Bolano's future projection replacement?
It might be, yeah.
Yeah.
Keep them in the pipeline.
Baylor knows how to put in some fucking athletic testing.
Yeah.
Though.
That's for
Absolutely.
sure.
It's like Notre Dame wide receivers.
Yeah, Matt Rule started that when he went there. I mean, he was just like, hey, just get a bunch of track dudes. We can teach them how to play football. And Miranda has carried it over.
So, I mean, how are we feeling so far? Are we feeling pretty good? Pretty bad? I think I'm feeling pretty good. I mean,
in the
consensus, we got a lot of higher consensus versus where we got them at.
They're just doing what the Ravens do. They're just
Yeah.
They're picking BPAs and yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Yuri and Cole. I don't think you were on when we were talking about it before. I was saying, all 3 out of the 4 of the guys they picked are immediate impact, big impact players, right?
Right.
Kyle Hamilton is going to play meaningful safety snaps. Tyler Lindenbaum is going to be the starting center. Travis Jones, meaningful interior D-line plays. Like these aren't backup guys. They maybe weren't the needs we saw, but they have immediately improved the starting lineup, basically. So, and that's the thing. I think, they didn't go for depth this year. They went for improving starting lineups.
Right, definitely. The only thing I would say is do something with those 6 4th-round picks. Go.
Well, now they can go depth. That's the good thing about it is now they go, all right, I went and got some studs. Now I'm going to go and fill in that back end with the 6
2023 thirds.
Yep.
Yeah.
I tried to do that on PFF and they would not let me do it. I was like,
yeah,
what?
You couldn't trade it straight up no matter what. Like I've tried.
I was
you can't trade 110. You can't trade 119 straight up for another third. It doesn't matter.
And they got the studs, which is what people wanted, right? A lot of the narrative was people wanted them to trade up to get better players. They ended up getting the better players without having to trade.
Exactly. Yep.
I mean, is pass rush back in Baltimore with the Jabo and Travis Jones? I think so.
I hope
really
so.
Do. Maybe, we might have to wait till November to wait for that to come to fruition.
What is this?
Wayne Newton, that is a scary, scary man. I'm
Looks
pretty
like
sure
Michael Myers came to life.
Yeah, right. Full plastic. Jeez.
The only thing that's concerning me is Austin Gale really loves the Ravens draft, and that really just busts up my PFF bias. So he just keeps tweeting, Ravens can't miss in this draft, and I'm like, fuck, we fucked it up. Should have traded everything for Kayvon Thibodeau.
Raiders got Parham.
Yeah,
my guy.
I did like Parham a lot.
Mike put me onto him.
I was like, who is this little dude out there at right tackle? But he was good. And then when they moved him to center, got some center snaps at the Senior Bowl. He played right guard while he was at Memphis too. I mean, he played a couple different spots, but he just was a guy that, Cole, I talk to him about this all the time. I'm a sucker for guys who just stay square. Zion was the same way. They just stay square and they stay in front of guys. I love it. I'm a sucker for those guys.
Yeah, he didn't really maul guys, but he rarely lost his block.
Just covers guys up.
We talked about that with Orlando Brown Jr. back in 2019 a lot. Like another guy that was huge but didn't really maul guys. He just get in front of guys and open rushing lanes. It's really that simple. I only hope one Benjamin Cleveland can learn what that means.
You take the long way and try to go around a guy that big, go ahead. Ball's going to be out.
Exactly.
Yeah, Ben Cleveland, Cole. He needs some Pilates. He needs little Cole stretches. You know what I mean? getting the leg up there, Cole.
I need Tyler Linderbaum to show him the way. Tyler Linderbaum might need to slam him on the mat a few times.
When you get KZ, you guys got a Pilates group going for Ben? What's going on?
I don't know. I'm down here in Maryland. I mean, we'll start it up. I'm pretty stiff around the hips, like Ben is. I tore my hip flexor at my junior year in football, so I'm pretty stiff around there. So me and Ben, we can go down to Happy Lee Fitness and we get to work done.
I'm surprised Calvin Austin's still around.
Yeah, I thought Kansas City would take him, but they like Scott Moore, so
he might not be from well. Who's next?
Tampa Bay is on the clock, I think.
Packers. Yeah, Green Bay behind them could take them.
Defense.
Yeah. What does 110 and 130 get you, Dan?
Oh, I sent you the spreadsheet.
Yeah, but you have it up.
110 and 130 is 96.
Pull the trigger. I don't care at this point. Pull the
What-
trigger.
who do you
Who has
grab?
96?
Yeah, who do you want?
I think I'd get up there and get a receiver. Get someone.
Which one?
Austin?
Who you want?
I'd like Calvin Austin. I think he can make
Yeah.
sense.
So here's my question: David Bell is just not—he's not athletic enough, right? He's the one that bombed the.
David Bell was at. You guys heard it. He was when Brugler and Zerline had that. Who's the Cooper Cup this year? They both said David Bell.
Yeah.
So that's what always stood out to me. But I didn't watch Purdue receivers, so but yeah, he's not athletic. He's not athletic. He didn't test well.
Ravens love guys that suck at testing. So
They also love guys that aren't very good at receivers, so maybe it'll be a natural fit.
There you go.
I would like to know what their metric is for actually catching the football. What are you looking at when you watch this dude catch the football?
And you
Explain
put your
that to
hand
me.
inside with your thumbs up like this.
It's like they
Do
find the guys who can make the spectacular, but you literally throw them a quarter in the air to their hands, and it's like, no, I don't want that. I'll give it to the other team.
Yeah. That's all fine. Can you run block? Can you run block?
Can you run block? That's why their hands are all messed up. They're all run blocking all day.
Yeah. They're working on them inside hands.
Yeah.
You do run block.
It just drives me insane.
Tampa takes.
All right.
Shot White. What the?
Welcome back, Arizona State.
Overall, Bell doesn't have ideal speed or explosive traits by NFL standards, but he's a productive ball winner with the body control and time translates to the program. He projects as a high floor, low ceiling NFL starter.
Does he run block?
Let's see.
Does he have an Instagram where he's always going to be posting stuff?
No Instagram, no removal of team photos. So
Is he on Twitch though? That's
Yes. Is he a gamer?
is he currently in Arizona?
Is his quarterback also a gamer? Because this is going to rear its ugly head again.
I don't think Purdue has a quarterback, to be honest.
Wow.
I did watch Kyler and Hollywood play Madden on Twitch. I'm not gonna. I watched it.
No, you fucking didn't.
I literally did.
Hey, I tried to get into a game with Hollywood. I really did. I wanted to see what would happen if I played an NFL wide receiver Madden.
You gotta hit up Hoodie. You gotta hit up Hoodie Rammy for that.
Yeah, I don't have the connections. I don't. Not yet, at least. I will one day, man.
Oh, Packers took Sean Ryan.
Maybe they like Aaron a little bit.
He fits what they like to do.
Yeah.
What, get hurt and move on?
they love those tackles and they move them inside.
Yeah, they did it with Jenkins.
Plus, he's a shot put discus guy.
He fell. I thought it was weird the second round attention he was getting. I just didn't see the athleticism that other people saw. I don't know. What do I know?
Yeah, I kind of had him in the same bucket as Kennard.
Yeah. I hated Kennard. Did he get drafted? No.
Nope,
No.
he hasn't gotten drafted yet.
A lot of people are falling, man. Maybe the fourth round is where you got to be at here this year.
He's got to have 6 picks.
Seriously, you can look at those 6 picks and you can get some nice players. Get 2 cornerbacks, there's tons of cornerbacks out there.
Tight end.
You can grab a tight end, grab an offensive tackle. There's still a bunch out there still.
Rasheed
Grab
Walker.
a wide
You guys heard about
receiver like
No, I haven't. Cole. I'll like some info on it.
grab a wide receiver like Justin Ross maybe, or Romeo Dubes, one of those guys.
Jamari Salyer is still out there.
Yeah, that
And that's only 5. So that's only 5 players.
Dr.
Tight end,
Disrespect
2.
is announcing the pick. What the hell?
What in the world?
That's amazing.
This
Who
is
is that?
great. What the hell? Dr.
Who is
Disrespect.
Dr. Disrespect?
He plays. He plays Call of Duty.
Yeah,
Call
so
of
to
Duty.
put it in general terms, Dan, he's a Call of Duty streamer that
I'm too old for this shit. What?
yeah.
He's just out there. We'll just put it there, leave it there.
His name is Ray Guy or something Guy, but his alter ego is Dr. Disrespect, and he puts on a wig with a mullet, and he wears this red velvet suit.
You guys seriously don't know who Dr. Disrespect is?
I don't know. This is Dan. I mean,
I have no fucking clue.
Really? Oh,
I'm in the,
he's like the most famous Twitch streamer that is.
yeah, I'm in the.
Him and Tim the Tap Man are leading the way.
Yeah, he streams Call of Duty, and
So he gets dressed up and then streams while he plays video games.
But like Dan,
Yes.
you have no
Yes.
idea. So
Yes.
you
And
exactly.
makes more money than all of us combined.
when
Got
I bet.
he always calls himself the 2-time, and he's got these little transition clips where he's walking around and he'll just be like, and then he'll be like, it's so fucking funny. Like I watch him. I'll be sitting here working and I'll watch him and I'm just fucking laughing my ass off. Like it's ridiculous.
Got it.
Oh snap!
I'm born in the wrong decade. This is how you can make it. I missed the boat.
Panthers
They
traded
lied.
up.
You got to go to
I
school
don't
to
even
get
know
a
what
fucking job. I've been lied to.
Hoodwinked.
Yeah, he
College
he's
play.
Yeah, law school. I did all that shit.
Nope. All you gotta do is be a 17-year-old gunslinger on Call of Duty, and you make millions of dollars.
There's no way that guy was 17-year-old.
The funny thing is,
He was a grown-ass
whole-
man. There's
His
no
whole
way he was
persona
17.
is that he's 6'7", and that he can dunk, and like I like him.
He has a complicated persona, huh? Wow.
He does. It's almost like split personalities. He's 6'7".
Dr.
Call of Duty.
Disrespect. All right, I'll look him up.
Yeah.
I can't fucking get over how young Tyler Linderbaum looks. Like I'm watching the video again, and he just looks like a chubby little kid on his way to fat camp. Like I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. Like
he just looks like a little kid that just shaked his principal's hand after graduating.
KZ's not gonna like this. He's not gonna like this.
Did you guys get excited seeing Ronnie there? I thought that
Hell
was
yeah, I
pretty
did.
fucking cool.
Yeah.
That was sweet.
You saw how excited I was seeing him walking on the beach.
So I said I've never been more excited about a grown man walking on a beach before.
But you know, Kyle Hamilton's been working out in the same facility that he works out in.
Well, I heard them. You can hear them talk in the little that intro video that the Ravens tweeted. That's cool.
Well, they're both Notre Dame guys, right?
Ronnie's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine, guys.
I hope so, man. Good.
He better be.
God. That's $100 million bet.
Yeah, because we thought he was gonna be fine coming into week 1. It all fell apart.
Yeah.
So hopefully,
I did hear that the surgery he got is the end all be all. The final surgery that kind of fixed the issue. So who
Got
knows?
ass ligaments.
yeah,
Ass
that's
ligaments.
the key.
Bernard, can I get a breakdown?
On what?
Ronnie's ankle. I need the
surgery.
what the trainer say on the training table.
It's broke.
Is it
Deal
broken or
with it.
bleeding? Get the fuck
It's
up.
broke. Deal with it. Tape it up. Get going.
That is medical school terminology.
I don't care. Tape it up. Play.
This is probably one of the more professional streams out there because we got the med school guy in Denard, we got the law school guy in MC.
Yeah.
Got
There you go.
Marshall from the University of Hard Knocks. Like just got everybody's repping it here.
Hey, I'm
Oh,
a
snap.
Secret Service guy, so I guess I don't know what profession that brings, but
Panthers got their quarterback,
Can't tell.
or a quarterback.
Yeah, you
Hey,
did
crap.
quarterback.
whoa,
My neighbor was a Secret Service agent. He moved recently. My neighbor, he just
Yeah,
started-
I'm 19. I gotta wait till I'm 20, but I already got. I'm already in. I'm just waiting
Damn, you
until.
19.
You have to be 20. What a random.
Yeah, you
thing.
gotta be. Yeah, you gotta
You
be
can't
20
be a
to
Secret
throw
Service
your.
agent until you're 20.
Yeah, you gotta be a secret. You gotta be 20 to throw yourself in front of a bull, I guess. So.
He started under Trump. My neighbor, that was his first president.
Yeah, I think it's more the handgun laws and stuff. I think that's what's the age factor that goes into it. But
he used to tell me some wild stories about what was going on with Trump.
I don't know. I don't know who's going to be the next president.
You guys don't follow hockey at all, eh?
I don't even know what that is.
What's hockey?
So
my
Jeremy
knowledge,
Roenick. Do you
my
guys
knowledge of
know who
hockey
Jeremy
is-
Roenick is? You don't even know who Jeremy Roenick is? Are you kidding me?
If he wasn't if he wasn't in the Mighty Ducks, I don't know who he is. I know the Bash Brothers.
I know him. I used to play NHL on a PlayStation.
Okay, so Jeremy Roenick's American. He was part of that 2000 or 1998 team that won.
The Miracle?
No. That was 1980. Why do I know American hockey history better than you?
Miracle. That's all I know. The
He was telling
Miracle
this story on a
and Mighty
podcast
Ducks.
where they were on they were on a golf course golfing with Donald Trump, and one of those seaplanes. It's like a recreational plane. Accidentally was off track and it went over, and they brought the whole. They had like 18 golf carts following them playing golf with the president, but it turned into a full evacuation. And within within 30 seconds, there were two fighter pilots beside this little fucking seaplane. This guy just out for a Sunday stroll that went the wrong way. Could you fucking imagine? You're just you don't really know what you're doing, and you look over and there's two fighter planes right beside you, about to blow your ass out.
Do you know what they do the most that I didn't know? Counterfeit money. That's really what they were founded to do, was to investigate counterfeit currency. They still do a ton of it. And my neighbor used to tell me, he said, if you had any idea how much counterfeit money is in circulation at any point, he's like, it would blow your mind how much counterfeit money people use.
And who is that? Who's investigating?
My neighbor, he is a Secret Service agent. He moved. He lived next to me for 5-6 years, but he just moved a couple of months ago. He was Secret Service. He was Marine Corps, and he got out of Marines, and then he got in Secret Service. Everybody in our neighborhood has top secret clearance, and they all got guns, except for me. My neighbor has a crossbow. What the hell do you do with a crossbow?
Combat bow.
Yeah, I don't know. Shoot it.
Ask Derek Wolf.
He would know.
Second Carter. That's
Who's this person reading?
Florida defensive tackle. Yeah.
That's pretty
Zach
interesting.
Carter.
They lined him up in a lot of spots. He feels like a discount. Logan Hall.
Yeah. He played on the edge. He played inside.
Yeah.
He's a Senior Bowl guy, so I definitely watched him. I remember him.
Interesting though. Winfrey's still on the board. I thought he would be higher.
Yeah, another guy that was kind of some that had him in the first, but mostly a
Second.
early to mid second round pick.
There was one crazy person on the timeline, Cole, that had him in the first and had nuts to take him at 14. But
yeah, there was.
At 14.
Oh, there Indy went up to 96.
I think it kind of lines up though, because when you watched his film, he kind of was up and down. It was kind of inconsistent. Now he went to the Senior Bowl and apparently ripped it up, but his film was kind of inconsistent.
he did. He really did go to the Senior Bowl and absolutely dominate people. But you can only take those one-on-ones with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
I don't know. Travis Jones, elite one-on-ones. I can't believe Falale is still out there.
Nick
Yeah.
Cross.
Whoa, let's go. Maryland Terps, baby. Maryland Terps. I guess the projection is strong safety because they got Julian Blackman, but
Would they pick Nick Cross?
yeah.
Yep.
Damn.
So I mean, Nick Cross is a very toolsy guy.
I just sent that picture to one of my buddies who's not watching anymore. He goes, "Is that the fucking doctor?" Doctor Disrespect on the stage.
Yeah, Doc. I mean, I don't know, Cole, how long you've been following him, but Doctor Disrespect My Wife. You get that one?
Yes.
Did you?
Anyway,
Man, I don't know what the fuck y'all two are talking about.
I mean,
You're not going to get this kind of content anywhere else. This is the only place where you can get this.
to put it bluntly, and then we'll go back to the draft. He had a wife. He cheated on the wife, and one of his followers created an account in Fortnite that was called Dr. Disrespect My Wife, and they killed him on stream, and the name popped up on stream, and that's where that started. So,
Origin story. There you go.
Yeah. But anyway,
Lots of moves with the last two trades have included next year's third-round picks. So
Okay.
both the Panthers that moved up for the 94th pick, and the Colts that moved up for the 96th. They both included a fourth-round pick this year plus a third round next year. So that's interesting because it's not as much value depreciation as normal. So
when
You
does
got
the third round end? Is it 105?
9 more picks.
Yeah, 105.
9 more picks, and
49ers as it stands right now.
let's see if the Ravens jump up at any point.
They gotta jump up, man. Come on.
what
There's
time is it
something.
tomorrow? What time is the draft tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't
12,
think
right?
It starts
12?
at noon.
Is it
he
12?
he wants to pick 6 guys in the fourth.
I don't know.
Noon?
Yeah,
Eastern?
noon.
Yeah, pretty sure it's noon.
All right.
We're gonna pick like all of our picks within the first hour, and then we're gonna be done.
I'm all right with that. Go back to bed.
I gotta rake dog shit in the backyard, so that's my plan.
Well, yeah, that's. I thought you got to build a swing set, Cole.
It's frozen, isn't it?
No, they're coming
Under
on
the snow?
Sunday, so I gotta rake the dog shit before they come and step in the dog shit while they build it.
Struggle is real.
It is. I'm not looking forward to it.
Those were the days. My kids are too old. 15 and 10.
It does suck right now that we lost 100. I know we got 23, but
Yeah.
fuck. Would have been nice to have
Someone
100.
probably knows who Dr. Disrespect is. I should text him. You know who this guy is.
Oh, you for sure will.
Oh, it for sure.
Get
will.
him on the stream.
Your son is 4 years different than Yuri here. So
I should get him on. I should get him on the stream. Every time I tell him I'm gonna do a stream, I'm gonna do a podcast, he just clowns me. He'll put on like some headphones, so he's like, "So Lamar Jackson, right?"
Hey, so funny enough, and this will be the last thing about Doctor. He called Lamar being the MVP before the year even started in 2019.
I like him.
He was super high on Lamar being the MVP, and he said that was his guy. So
God, man, he can do it all.
yeah,
He's a multi.
play Call of Duty, shoot his wife,
Dunk.
full arsenal.
Awesome. It's a hero. It's the hero we all need.
But not the hero we deserve.
You know?
Not the hero we deserve, but the hero we need.
Yep. Something like that.
Batman.
Oh, Barry Sanders.
And the myth, the legend.
I don't know. I would throw a dart on Falele there in the 4th round.
In the 4th?
Yeah.
100% in the 4th, yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Just throw a dart out there. If he doesn't work out, whatever. But I mean,
He's
feels like
huge.
Orlando
He's going to
Brown,
be
very
fine.
similar. He didn't test very well, but tape, man. Take.
Kirby Joseph.
All
That's a
right.
good pick. Lions have had a good draft.
Yeah, they have.
So are they gonna play him free and then Tracy Walker at strong? Is that
I would assume so. That's what he played at Illinois.
Well, they got Deshaun Elliott.
that's true
right.
too? Yeah. So
You got to
I guess that's long term.
Is he just yelling from the other room? What is he doing?
I'm right here.
You got Ben over there? You doing your yoga in the back with Ben Cleveland? What's up, Ben? You want to come on the channel and do an interview?
He's making chicken nachos. How are the chicken nachos?
You're making
They were
chicken
delicious.
nachos?
That's what I was cleaning up from what I was eating throughout this whole thing. They were delicious. Thank you.
I like how you have that heater next to you. Why is it yellow though? I remember my heaters being white. Why is it yellow? It's like a yellowish.
They painted the entire room different colors.
Goes-
I just got painted green.
Goes with the room.
Yeah, we'll pop a color in there. I like
Yeah.
Kids have issues.
I forgot they picked 1, 2, 3, 5 into the 4th round. That really threw me
No.
off.
Cole, our guy.
Who'd they pick?
Listen,
Why would y'all take a running back?
the Commanders.
Oh,
That was our guy we wanted to quibble over, and that Twitter space that went to way too
fuck
late.
running back.
The same got who's there?
UDFAs.
The guy from Memphis. Who's there running back? I don't remember his name.
Oh, Antonio Gibson.
Antonio Gibson.
Oh,
He got hurt a lot last year, didn't he? Kerry, you'd know that from fantasy.
Yeah.
He fucked my fantasy year, I'm pretty sure. I had him and Dalvin Cook
He
as my main
played through a
team.
lot of it, but
Oh,
Yeah.
But
I
isn't
got-
he better at like a third down back? Antonio Gibson, or is he a full blown run back?
No, I think he's like a full blown running back now.
yeah.
maybe they're gonna do a
I
little
got-
Thunder situation.
Everyone was complaining because they thought you'd see him get used like CMC with Sir Rivera, but
Taylor.
they used McKissick a lot. So if you were an Antonio Gibson owner, you hated JD McKissick.
Yeah,
I
had
got burnt.
I
I
had
got burnt
McKissick.
by Derrick Henry.
You had McKissick? Yeah, you would.
Hey, I got Kerry. I listen to Kerry's Tears videos.
I got you.
I got McKissick, man. Hey, Kerry helped me out, man. I was garbage 2 years ago in that league, and then I finished decent last year. So listening to those videos got me right.
Yeah, my picks. I end up in the beginning with different teams, but by the end, I have nearly all the Baltimore Ravens. I almost won it all last year until Lamar got injured. Then I went downhill.
I can't believe Perion Winfrey's still out there. That's crazy. I'm really not. You guys tell me what you think. I'm not surprised Leo Chanel is
Yeah,
downhill 2-down guy. Like
yeah. I mean, you're doing a lot of projecting with him. Like you're really projecting that he can come out and his athleticism will allow him to.
He
operate.
tested like a freak, but that's not really on tape.
at all. Yeah.
Right.
No, but I would like to see camp battles between Leo Chanel in the A gap and Tyler Linderbaum.
Yeah, he won quite a few of those.
Oh,
Yeah.
David Bell.
Oh, there goes their Jarvis replacement.
So maybe we're getting Jarvis.
Maybe.
I tried to reach out to Brad to see what the contract would be. No response.
Did he update it? He usually updates his website.
Well, Jarvis has been a free agent for a while, and he, for some reason, he's like the only wide receiver on the PFF free agent chart that doesn't have a contract projection.
Isn't he asking for like over 15?
20 was the rumor.
Yeah, something
Damn.
like that. Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's why, because he's asking for a stupid number. So
We are good.
yeah.
We-
How about 5? I think 5
how
sounds
about,
like a
how about maybe 8?
7. I think 7. 7.
Yeah,
5 with incentives up to 8. I'll do that.
there you go.
Yeah.
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 How
Loaded
about
up.
you pay us 5? That's how ADC does it. Every dollar counts.
Isn't that what AB and Merriweather said they'll pay you if AB doesn't get 1,000 yards or something.
Yeah.
Hey.
So when do the AB rumors start? I mean, that's a real question.
Right
Nothing,
now.
we're done. We're done. He's going to Arizona. We're done with him now. He was part of the
Man,
trade. He was part of the trade.
Give you money back. We'll give you money back.
I just want to see the meltdown if they go out and sign T.Y. Hilton. I would love to watch it.
There goes my J.
Yo, I mean,
I don't even want Sanders anymore.
He's gone.
who do you want? Oh, yeah, I mean, it's redundant with Speed Rusher, but I mean, I feel like Cam Thomas. That's. I mean,
He's gone.
he's
Cam Thomas
Karloftis
got
light.
drafted.
Yeah,
He
Cam
did?
Thomas gone. Yeah.
Where'd he go?
Did the Cardinals take him?
Cardinals took him. They took Cam Thomas and Sanders. That's
and Sanders.
Well, they let Chandler Jones walk, right? Oh, they did.
They lost him.
Yeah, he's Raiders.
Yeah. So they had to replace all that.
I picked
And
Sanders
Packers.
at pick 100 in so many mock drafts.
There you go.
Two
You
guys-
would have gotten it right.
Two guys that
I'm elite. I did not have Travis Jones at 76. Sure as fuck didn't have Tyler Linderbaum. Tell you that for free.
They really gonna go into this thing with 6 fourth-round picks. Okie dokie.
Dude,
Get your popcorn ready.
we'll pick them all.
Pick them all.
Mike just wants more film to watch.
They're gonna pick them all. I think the way that this thing is gone, they've kind of just stuck at where they were at or moved back a couple spots, and players just failed to them. So I think they're like, well, let's just keep doing that.
The board does not look like, that's a bad choice. That there are plenty of good players that are going to be still there in the fourth.
Corners,
Yeah.
tackles, all those guys are still sitting there.
Yep.
And you
Falale,
from the end
I'm
of
actually not that worried about it.
Falale and Rasheed Walker, offensive tackle, both available in the fourth. That's not bad.
Not worried about what, Cole? Tackle?
Life.
No,
It's just
I'm not worried about picking 6 times. They're gonna get good players.
Yeah.
I've heard you can trade them for the next year too. And that's a good strategy.
What's gonna hurt is
the squad. You put that out there.
if they have more trades post draft like they did last year, and then Sean Wade goes on and start.
Yeah, that's what Gully Squad said earlier. Gully was like, "Hey, just draft these guys and trade them, trade them for future picks."
Yeah, I don't mind talent via like like you get more guys in spots, and then you figure it out during training camp, and then okay, this guy we think we have the most confidence in, and you get them to start. But we'll definitely end up with a 2023 third by the end of the night, or at least tomorrow.
He's not feeling having 0 draft picks in 2023 right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
Jets. All right. Who we got left? We got Jets, Dolphins, Chiefs, and Rams.
Rams, their first
Oh,
pick.
and 49ers.
They're looking to trade back.
So that's what I'm looking at, actually. So I wouldn't be surprised. So they're 104. So
What would you have to offer to? Can you give
128 and 130. That'll do it.
Done. Keep 110.
Yeah, we got to do that.
Hey, what my boy Mike Fast say? Trade for Aaron Donald.
I'll give you all 6 of them.
I got this many.
I got this
Shout out
many.
Mike Fast. Shout out Mike Fast. That's my guy. Mike Fast.
Worked in the PFF mock, so
I think we should trade for Aaron Donald this morning. I'm like, you're right, Mike. We should do that.
that was a
I got
fucking
3
great
first
idea.
round picks I'm willing to just ship out the door.
We should 100% do that.
Well, on PFF, you can probably get them for like 3 4th rounders.
Yeah, I think he
Probably.
used some simulator, and that's where he got the idea from. Like, look, we can do it for this. I'm like, hey, that works for me. I like Aaron Donald. He's pretty good.
And it is amazing the sort of players you can get if your team is terrible. Did you see the haul that the Jets have? That's
It's
impressive.
crazy. They actually have a good draft class. And the Giants too.
The
I
Giants
thought
too, yeah.
Wandale Robinson was weird. Like I don't know how many slot receivers you need, but other
Wow,
than
that's because
that,
they're getting rid of one of them. Yeah.
to the Ravens for a 4th round pick.
Yeah, next year's fourth, not even this year.
Jeremy Rucker for the Jets.
Whoa. Okay, it's a good pick.
Yeah, what did they ever say what the deal was with Tony? Why they won't trade?
With Tony?
Only
Yeah.
thing I heard was he wasn't going to the voluntary camp. He was choosing to work out with his own people or whatever, and that guess that rubbed some people the wrong way.
It's just weird because he's only
Sounds
going
like he was
into
kind of a
year two.
punk last year too, though. He
Yeah,
didn't.
there's-
I think
it's
he
just
rubbed a
weird
lot of
'cause it's
people wrong
new
last.
coach, right? Like it's
Yeah.
like fresh start. Brian Dable. I don't know. Wayne.
Yeah.
Hard to say. I hate that kind of stuff because
Who knows?
you can only speculate so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the like you say, who knows? But the voluntary workout stuff, like you've seen that with other teams, and that's such BS to me. Like, don't
Voluntary.
voluntary. If
You
you
guys
want me
gonna go to voluntary work? Fuck that. I'll be at
Right.
home.
If the word out of a coach's mouth is voluntary, your ass better be there.
you gotta be there. So I'm like,
End of story.
let's call it voluntary. Don't call it
Yeah, it's voluntary workouts. Let's see how long voluntary is when your ass is sitting behind 3 people on Saturday.
You know how I understood that? Because I work for the IRS. The IRS says we have a voluntary tax compliance system. You don't have to pay tax.
I heard that term the other day. I almost fell out of my chair.
Don't pay them. It's cool.
No,
What
man.
happens?
It's voluntary. Absolutely.
They talk about that all the time. They said we have the best voluntary tax compliance system in the world. Nobody better.
Cole, the IRS is the Internal Revenue System.
I got an intro. And if you Google it, who has a worse tax system? But then I fucking, with this, like the other shit, like I learned how many forms you have to fill out. I was like, the American tax system is fucked. Like, you guys get taxed on everything. In
Yep.
Canada, you just have to send in a form, and it's just like, I've never heard anything back. I don't know.
It's all a giant scheme. Some of us get a whole bunch of money back. Other of us get me money back. Some of us pay. Some of us
I'm
don't.
assuming the guys in our fucking CRA office that collect all the taxes look like the Terrence and Phillip guys from South Park. I don't know. It's just.
Yeah, the more you pay people to
Tyndall.
do
What the hell?
Tyndall,
Another inside backer.
crazy.
What are you doing?
It's a highly valued position. That's what I hear.
Don't. No, I can't.
Too many people drinking that Georgia defense Kool-Aid.
Ooh,
Yeah.
just see who the Chiefs
Way
are taking.
too
That's a
many
good pick.
The Chiefs?
Yeah.
Who they
Who they
pick?
take?
They got Chanel.
Whoa.
Okay.
Chanel
That's-
beside Nick Bolton.
That's disgusting.
Who
See,
knows?
this is going to be tough for those people because look at all these inside backers that have gone in the first 3 rounds. It's going to be tough for the positional value folks.
No, you just say that those people are wrong.
No, we are never wrong. We
prove
are
me other.
always right.
No, the GMs are wrong. It's easy. Prove me wrong. So, no, I think it is interesting. I'm shocked that there are so many inside linebackers taken in the 3rd round.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
pretty
I mean,
amazing.
I
That
saw
was-
one clip where I would never draft this gentleman. When we were watching the Kobe Dean in the red zone, and this dude was so lost in the sauce and everything else going on around him, the Kobe Dean literally had to smack him on the back of the head. Was like, "You need to reset. Come back to earth." Nope,
Denard with
not drafting that dude.
Denard
I
had
learned a
the
very long time ago, if Denard's talking about linebackers, you just smile and nod.
he had the Eric DeCosta moment. I'm not drafting that guy.
That was enough moment for me.
Not doing it. DeCosta said, I went to practice. I hear something. Not drafting that guy.
Especially if it's voluntary practice. Oof.
Yeah.
There's two Ravens spaces open right now. One is titled "Same Old Ravens," and the other is titled "Positive Vibes Only."
The other
Damn
night after the first round, I guess it was last night. God, that
Yeah,
seems a
last
long time
night.
ago. There was a space
Do
that said,
not come in here if you're going to defend the
if you're
Ravens.
gonna have any positive vibes. Basically, I was like,
Yeah.
really, come on.
Fan base in a nutshell. You got the positive side. You got the other side.
Why does Kansas City like stiff linebackers?
What'd you think of Leo?
Yeah.
I'm guessing he thought he was stiff.
how,
They go out on a limb there.
how did he test so well, though? It was kind of like Trevor Penning-esque, where he just doesn't show up at all, but he fucking blows up the drill. I don't know. It was weird.
Yeah.
I mean, you train for those things.
Yeah.
Right? You train for all
You can blow out a test. I mean, a lot of people get A's and then go out in the real world and fail miserably.
I feel personally attacked.
Jesus Christ.
They took Nick Bolton last year, though. And Bolton,
Yeah, I mean,
athletic guy.
That
same,
Athleticism showed up on the field.
I'm still confused on why is Sam Howell still on the board? So
he had a horrible year, though.
I know but the year before he had such a great year, and then everything got stripped away from him.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, he never
as
had-
he, obviously UNC bias here because I'm a Carolina fan. Literally everything got stripped away from him, and they asked him to do something completely different. Like they asked him to go from throwing downfield, okay, let's go run bubble screens, please throw the football underneath, and
He's
that's
gonna
not.
throw bubble screens?
He ran for 800 yards this year.
Yeah, they literally asked him, please go run the football and run bubble screens, and let's see what
Was
happens.
Greg Roman their offensive coordinator?
Yeah, I guess so. The coach, I don't like the coach.
Wow, the Rams picked. We're not gonna get back in there. God damn it.
No, we're
I
not.
was
We're
wrong.
gonna have to wait till tomorrow at 12 when we pick fucking 80 players.
They were prepared for this.
That's shocking, man.
Steven Jackson.
That's a throwback.
I love Steven Jackson.
Damn.
Steven Jackson's like, can I borrow one of them rings?
All right. Did you
I
see who this
know.
was? Did you see who got picked?
No, who is it?
Not yet.
A guard?
Oh, a
Logan
guard.
Bruss. Yeah.
Logan Bruss. It's because the Patriots took their guy in the first round. That's why.
Yeah.
Cool.
Right.
Good ball player.
That's what they were
I
saying.
like Logan Bruss. Logan Bruss didn't look like a tackle, but he's just that typical Wisconsin O-line that's going to find success.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
fine with
That's what they were saying. They were looking
Ojabo
at the
kicked his ass in that Wisconsin game, though, when he was at tackle.
Well, he's gonna be
Ojabo had
guard,
two-
right?
Ojabo had 2 sacks against him. Yeah, he'll be a guard in the next level.
Yeah, space, playing in space, not
Yeah.
his deal. It's not his deal. You got a Jabo out there, Euro stepping on him. I mean, he was
Ojabo did a double spin. I was like, what the fuck is he doing?
he's not ready
He
for that.
spun once and he spun again. I was like, is he fucking drunk? Like, what the fuck is
He was not ready for those moves.
Man, that Euro step is serious.
Yeah.
Niners made their pick.
You just hope that with the ACL injury he doesn't lose. He doesn't lose any of that.
Niners picked Danny Gray.
Okay. Took a wide receiver.
So 5 in, top 5 on the board right now. Calvin Austin, Tariq Woolen, Daniel Falale, Zion McCollum, Isaiah Spiller, who's a worker, Daniel Bellinger.
JD. Jeez.
Some
I
decent
think
players.
all these guys are still on the board. So I think
I
that's
kind
why
of like Kingsley Ungambare.
Yeah. Somebody that, I mean, we lost. Alex Wright went to Cleveland, and then Cam Thomas went to Arizona. So if we're looking for somebody to play the 3 and the 5 early, he's up
That
there.
probably says a lot, like that they really, really like what's still on the board. The fact that they didn't trade up.
Yeah, definitely.
Man, there are a lot of players left. A lot of cornerbacks.
Yep, a lot of cornerbacks.
Yeah,
still got
I'm
the
surprised.
2 Bama guys.
Yeah, I'm surprised Damar Mathis' name didn't get called. I really thought his name would get called here in the 3rd round.
You got
Your guy
Woolen still.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant, Tariq Castro Fields,
Zion McCollum, all those
my
guys.
boy Jack Jones.
Yeah, Zion McCollum's another one.
Jones. Not to be confused with
Jack Cohen.
don't confuse those guys.
Friend of the
Well,
Deep
fuck,
Brothers.
with 6'4", so you could pick Jack Cohn. Why not?
I tried to interview Jack Jones at the Shrine game, so you had to work with their media person, and she set me up to talk to Jack Cohen. And I was like, no, I want Jack Jones.
So when does the riot begin? When we take Matt Arise up with the first pick tomorrow?
That's a good question. Let me see. 4th, when we picking. Oh, so we got the 5th pick of the round.
Yeah.
I think people got all their anger out over the first few.
I don't think so, Mike.
Yeah, we got through a whole another day of no wide receiver. You think they're good now?
Now it's called draft over. Shut the fuck up.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
At least Buck is so sane. Buck's a good guy.
They're probably still mad about the wide receiver.
Oh yeah,
100%.
That's still.
Is there
I might
another
go in and
quarterback?
just be like, I think we got great value.
Is there another quarterback that we give this bad of wide receivers to? It's like, yeah, but look at everyone else around him. That's pretty awesome. You got to sacrifice somewhere, right?
I stay off of the public timeline so much, and I'm not in spaces, so I forget. Like, there's people out there, like they're intentionally sabotaging Lamar. I forget about that. But that's like a real thing. People are like, this is a conspiracy theory. They're trading away all his wide receivers.
It's not a small population that thinks that. That is a large population.
Yeah, it is. I don't know, man.
Maybe Twitter may not be representative of the whole world. Some people say that Twitter is not representative, but
I try and stay out of the Lamar talk, man.
I don't know about you guys, but Twitter's life.
Wait till Elon gets done with it. You gotta pay Twitter. He's gonna charge you for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of good players left.
There is. Yeah, there really is.
A lot of good players.
I will give EDC his props. Having a lot of picks in the 4th round does make you feel like maybe we get a little bit of steals here.
Yeah, man.
He said it. They said all week 4th round picks are gold this year.
I mean, I'd be happy with Perrion Winfrey, Calvin Austin, Tariq Woolen,
Sawyer.
Sawyer. Damn.
Multiple tackles. You got multiple tackles.
I'm just gonna
Let's
say,
go.
Sheed Walker's out there.
You could really just wait on cornerback too, because there's so many talented guys here. That's crazy.
They have to have a lever cornerback after the draft. I really do think that they're waiting for a trade or something.
For cornerback?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Out there. That Bradbury talk's been out there for a while now.
Yeah,
I mean, it's public news that they went in and looked at Bradbury. So
I don't know. I think you got the 2 guys, and then you got Stevens moving out there as well. So that's 3.
Ardarius, maybe?
Ardarius can help out.
You still need an outside body.
Of course, I agree, and I think they're going to get 1 or 2 now, and then a vet. But I'm not sure they're going to be in play for a huge guy like Bradbury.
What you're saying is you're not confident in Kevin Tolliver, Kayvon Seymour, Robert Jackson. They're all on the roster.
No, I love our guys. I love the guys we got. I'm pretty sure EDC said that.
These guys are all on the
Robert Jackson wore number 17. I don't think I can forgive him for that.
Amon Marshall.
Oh, remember Denard? We watched that play. Remember the Green Bay game? Robert Jackson gave up that touchdown. Remember they had the grab
Oh, the Devontae?
outside leverage, and Devontae still got outside.
Still got outside. Like he set up out there and just it was like he was in quicksand. He's just like, nope, I'm not moving.
He parked his body like 2 cars over outside.
Yeah. And even I think I saw a clip where Aaron Rodgers was talking about it. He was like, yeah, he set up right. And then all of a sudden I look back there and he wasn't there no more. So I threw it.
I don't know what happened on that play. Like you could see the way he lined up, like he understood mentally. All right, no way that he's getting outside. No way he's getting outside. And then he got outside. I was like, wow.
He still got outside.
That's nice.
We're gonna chalk that up to Wink.
So I'm looking right now. You know how Arif Hassan does the consensus big board?
Yeah.
So it puts the 60 list into one. So Kyle Hamilton was number 4. Tyler Linderbaum was number 14. David Ajabo was 29. And Travis Jones was number 40.
They got good value, man.
That's
They really
good.
did.
Yeah.
It's just how it turns out because those guys are at those positions.
We should jump.
I mean, let's be real for a second. One of those 4 is not going to be very good. Which one is it?
I would say Ojabo, just because of the injury and he's raw. If I had to choose one,
I'm gonna go out and limit. I'm gonna say Hamilton.
That's the one that makes me nervous.
Yeah, I think the thing with Hamilton
Brian
is
Kelly.
like you sign Marcus Williams. You're not gonna. Hamilton's not a free safety. He's not. You're gonna play him in like a dime linebacker / slot cover tight end guy. I don't think it's the fact that he won't be good. I just think it's the fact that like he won't live up to the 14th overall pick. That's the only my concern with him. Like I think people have gone crazy with the FSU clip where he ran from sideline to sideline and went from one side of the field to the other. I don't think very often he shows the range on tape to say that this guy's a rangy safety. I think he's more in the Cam Chancellor, Derwin James type role. So I like the pick, but
Which is fine.
Those are pretty
fine.
pretty good safeties. So
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
but having Marcus
Right.
Williams makes that even more like, okay, I get where you're going with it. If that's kind of if he's going to play that role of enforcer inside of the 8-yard box, then you can just let Marcus Williams cover everything on top of Peters and Humphreys.
Right, but in this scenario, Chuck Clark needs to disappear. I would like Kyle Hamilton to get the most snaps.
Disappeared.
He's your dime linebacker.
It needs to be Kyle Hamilton needs to be the dime linebacker. It needs to be the fucking Thanos snap. Goodbye, Chuck Clark.
He's in a Chris Angel act, is it?
on lineups with only 2 safeties, do you think it'll be Clark or do you think it'll be Hamilton?
Hamilton. I think Clark is the dime linebacker, to be honest with you, but we'll see. I would like Hamilton to be dime. We run more cover 1 and cover 3, but if we run too high.
So demoted from green dot to backup or to.
That's going to be the one catch. I don't know that you can bring Kyle Hamilton in year 1 and say, "Hey, you're calling the signals." I don't know if you can do that yet.
And there ain't no one else on that field I'm giving that green dot to.
I don't know. I mean, they had a lot of. My thing is they had so many communication problems there at the end of the year, and
That's because they had like literally people off the street playing. Because of
Like Robert Jackson's my dad's name. So
Will's dad was playing starting corner. Like,
yeah.
he didn't
Kevin
know the
Tolliver?
plays.
I don't know who Kevin Tolliver is. Never heard of Kevin Tolliver.
right, but I mean, the Miami game Marlon was still in, right? So I mean,
Yeah, they played okay in the Miami game, right? Defense, they didn't have.
Defense was fine.
No, they had that one play there at the end where Marlon was coming up, and they let Waddle run past him for an 8-yard touchdown.
Yeah, they need to green dot that one play.
Yeah, they had a weird pass off problem. So,
but like Denard.
Well, that's Wink's defense. They don't pass off anything in Wink's defense.
Yeah,
and that's what every team took advantage of.
Yeah. We talked about that all year long, watching their games. Like this shit's too complicated, man.
Yeah, you turn around, they're changing. They're literally talking to each other because they're literally like, if this guy goes inside, I got this. He goes this way, you go this. If he grabs his shoe and throws it across the street, you go get it and tie it up and come over here. It's like, can you just let these guys please just play football?
Then we showed the Ed Reed clip, right? And Ed Reed was like, hey, we had this one call. Yeah, one call.
When you're on defense and you're in trouble, you need your one safety call that you can go to and say, everybody settle down and play this for a series. Just go play.
They were just
and we never had that for the last 4 or 5 years.
I think it worked out when they had Earl, when they had MP, when they had Marlon. When all those guys were healthy and you got guys who were experienced, veteran guys, you could do all that shit. But once that fell apart, you can't put all.
But you couldn't hide the defect of the fact that they couldn't stop the run to save their life. They just run at Earl Thomas and he go run for the showers, make sure he was okay and ready for the car.
Earl was on something different.
That car ain't gonna wash itself.
He was on something different. But I think that was it.
You imagine looking at his grading sheets on Monday and Tuesday after games in that room. Because everybody saw it.
Yeah, we saw what the result was. Chuck punched him in the face. We know what the problem was. Chuck was like, look, you can't keep doing this. He's hanging corners out to dry, telling guys, look, you're on your own. I'm blitzing. You're on your own back here.
Could you fucking imagine that? Like,
he said it. He said he was.
No, I know. I don't know what I'd say. I'd be like, Coach, like, can I get a teacher over here? Can I get an adult to help me through this situation? I don't know.
And then finally, Chuck had enough that next year in camp. Chuck was like, enough of this shit. It's enough.
Man, that clip showed everything and nothing all at the same time. When Chuck went off,
he's showing.
Oh my goodness!
Not coming to meetings, and then in the games, he's just YOLOing. He's like,
and then just flat out turning stuff down in the Cleveland game.
Yeah, and none of that came out during the season. We didn't hear any of it. It all came out later. We didn't hear any of that stuff.
It boiled over in that week between the playoff game.
Yeah. I have good news, guys. The PFF mock draft simulator is now updated to pick 106. Have fun.
Nice. So many picks, and they still won't let me trade a fourth for next year's third. All right. So, the other guys? What do you guys think about Chuck Clark? Is he going to be the second or what? We heard what Yuri thought.
I think they're going to rotate those guys so much that, I mean, they're going to have Chuck on the field because he knows the defense better than both of those guys will. And if you have the green dot, you're not going to get that year one. I mean, I know it's a different scheme than Wink's complicated scheme, but still, like, you know, Chuck is the communicator of that defense, and I can't see Marcus Williams. Well, definitely not Marcus Williams, but I can't see a rookie coming in and having a green dot right away.
Right.
Marcus Williams is probably going to be too deep, right?
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to
20 yards deep. He can't do it.
Yeah. I mean, Chuck Clark is definitely a conduit of communication. Dan, I wouldn't listen to me. I have a lot of rational thoughts out there, but
no, I think it's a hard one because you got
to figure it out. Yeah.
You just spent huge cap on capital and then salary cap and then draft capital on two guys, and you're telling me that they're not going to be in your starting lineup. Like, I understand that base defense may not be really base anymore, but there's going to be a decent chunk of decent percentage of snaps with two safeties, and who's going to be it? Who's going to have the green dot? Like, those are things that McDonald's going to have to figure out, and I don't think they're easy answers.
Right. I mean, the Ravens like this year they're probably gonna run more 4-2-5. I just think that's what Mike McDonald likes doing. He likes running 4-2-5, 4-1-6. Less linebackers, more defensive backs. So we'll see. I mean, what?
If you want a snapshot of it, watch Arizona a few years ago.
Right.
That's what you're gonna see. You're gonna see big nickel. You're gonna see teams trying to pass them out of it. And what the problem is, the only way you can throw somebody out of a big nickel look is to the flats. But if you have guys who are 6'4" hanging out in the flats, you ain't throwing anything out there. And now you got lockdown corners and a dude on the other side who he don't play receivers. He just looks at the quarterback and hopefully he'll throw him the ball.
Right.
I
Throw it flat in front of Peters, get pick six. Throw it in front of Humphrey, get crushed. Yeah.
You're gonna have to systematically figure out how to attack this team if they decide that Chuck Clark, Hamilton, Marcus Williams, Brandon Stevens, Humphreys, and Peters are on the field at the same time.
Right. I think the thing is, like, your dime look is looking very, very good right now.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of dime, like, good God, hold up 1 second.
Your dime,
Peter
your
sounds
race
like a
car.
Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, the race car package. Yeah, that's when you can get like funky with Adobe and Bowser and just stick Travis Jones on the nose and say control everything.
I think
Let those cats eat.
If you can get them in man, if you can catch them in man, even if you catch them in zone, at some point zone becomes man, depending on when guys got to pick guys.
Right.
If you can get them in man, you're going to try to get Hamilton or Chuck. Maybe Brandon Stevens might be the third guy. Now, you probably go after Hamilton and Chuck first, and get a wide receiver matched up on those guys. Get a wide receiver on them, because I showed you some of those clips today. I don't think you want Hamilton in man coverage.
No.
Not
at all.
That's not really his deal.
Yeah, I mean,
so you guys are talking about Stevens in nickel coverage, but why would he be in for big nickel? Wouldn't it be the three safeties and then Humphrey?
If you're going into the dime package, you can put Chuck Clark and Hamilton. Right. Yeah, you can put Chuck Clark and Hamilton in both as your dime linebackers. Okay. And you have coverage over the middle field, and tight ends not having free reign in the middle of the field now because you don't have linebackers who can't cover on the field.
Yeah, the big nickel and then the dime, those just seem like the defensive back packages are legit.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, like, think about it, man. Like, third down, you got Ojabo and Owe, at least in late January, December, whatever. Hamilton and Chuck Clark and Marcus Williams and Marcus Peters and Marlon Humphrey. Those are your 6 defensive backs right there. Throw in a Stevens, vet signing, whatever. I feel like in terms of pass defense, you feel pretty good about that. So, I mean, we'll see how Kyle Hamilton matches up. I think ultimately he's not like a free range safety. I think he's more of like a matchup dime linebacker, strong safety slot type guy. All I can think right now in terms of the draft is that the Ravens are going to run a lot more zone concepts on offense and zone concepts from defense. That's all I'm thinking about right now.
Yeah, and with that 4-2-5 structure, you're taking, when you're going to that more than the 3-4. You're taking a defensive lineman off the field, right?
Yeah,
and so
definitely.
you could have Chuck inside at one of the quote unquote linebacker spots next to either Bynes or Queen. Rotate those guys, right? Bynes and Queen rotate in and out based on looks and matchup, down and distance, whatever. Chuck stays in there and basically plays like a will linebacker, essentially.
Right.
And then you've got your nickel, could be Stevens, could be Hamilton, and then rotate the opposite guy back at the other safety spot, just depending on how you want to match it up. So to me, like that's how I think they would probably, if they are in this 4-2-5 structure, I think that would be the guys that they would have out there in the secondary. I don't know that they'd have both Bynes and Queen out there because then you got to take Chuck off the field. Chuck's got to go somewhere. Either Chuck or Hamilton's got to come off the field, and I don't know that you want to do that. So I would think that you probably see. I mean, they did take Queen off in passing down the line.
Yes, please.
If you want to still have another linebacker out there, I guess you'd have Bynes and Chuck inside underneath.
Right.
Any passing situation over 3rd and 7, he doesn't need to be on the field.
You see, that's the other thing about Bynes. Even though he's old and obviously, the athleticism stuff, he's so good with diagnosing stuff. It's hard to get him off the field. Unless it's an obvious passing situation and it's just a bad matchup. If it's regular down and distance, it's hard to get him off the field because he diagnoses so fast.
Yeah. Oh,
And even if he doesn't make the play, he tips somebody else off and tells them what the play is, and they go make the play.
all I want is Damari Mathis to end up a Raven by the end of the 4th round. That's all I want.
Pick cornerback for people who don't know. Pittsburgh quarterback.
Yeah.
I like those pick guys.
He got a little grabby with like 16 penalties, I think, 10, something like that. But in terms of traits, he's a 2nd round guy. I ended up with a late 2nd, early 3rd. So we'll see, but
It's a good problem to have. I think
Yeah.
that's what it is. It's a good problem to have to figure out. I mean, maybe what happens is you play because everybody can't do this. Every team they play can't do this, but maybe the Bengals, a couple other teams can do it. You get them in one of those packages that you like, and you just go up tempo on, and you keep those guys out there, and you try to isolate the guy you think you can attack. Whether that's Hamilton, whether that's Clark, whatever. You put Chase in the slot and say, "Go cover this."
right. Well, they had that problem with Jordan Davis. I heard some people being concerned about potentially getting Jordan Davis and then other teams going up tempo, and us having someone like that out there on later downs. So
Well, we do have someone like that now with Travis Jones.
Travis Jones, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's not as heavy. He's 6'4", 305. So
Mm-hmm.
I like him, man. I think Travis Jones was he's up there for BPA in terms of all the guys we drafted: Njabo, Hamilton, Linderbaum.
I love it because it gives you a guy that could control the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's so important. But he could also not only control the middle, but provide pass rush upside.
Right.
And Ravens haven't had that since Haloti, consistently since Haloti. So you put a guy like that with that kind of athleticism, and I've been saying this like all off season, they need to move away from the short, squatty nose tackle. They have to kind of evolve and go to the next progression of that position. Go to the longer dudes, the longer athletic nose tackles, like our boy Leite Fotu from Arizona. We loved him a few years ago, and now we got the souped-up version of Leite Fotu with Travis Jones.
Yeah.
So I love it.
Yeah, if you don't take Devontae or Jordan Davis in the 1st, Travis Jones in the 3rd is
Beautiful.
pretty good value.
Yep.
Yeah.
What if they probably would have taken Davis if the Eagles didn't jump?
Yeah. If the Eagles didn't jump him, yeah. Chris, I know I told you a lot about the discount prospects. I know we had that space after the combine, so I love it, man. If you can't get the first guy, go get the great value guy. So
Yep, that's a deep cover special right there.
It's great value. And I'm telling you, people are going to go back in the stacks years from now. They'll be like, what's this fucking podcast? Nobody was listening to it. Gold in there. There's absolute gold in there. You just got to go back and listen. Got to dig it out of the bud. It's going to be exciting, though. They've got so many different options that they can employ on defense. And then, unfortunately, I mean, I hate saying this, but it's just a reality. Injury takes care of some of this stuff, too.
Right.
You think you're going to be able to do all this stuff, and then
We know that all too well.
Yeah.
Cole,
But
you're muted, buddy.
you're on mute.
Cole's in the space right now. I think that's what's happening right now.
Oh, he's on Same Old Ravens.
Talking trash to somebody else. So I got a question for you guys. So what's the difference between the defense referred to as nickel versus 4-2-5?
Just personnel, just body types.
Is it just big nickel?
In essence, I mean, structurally, it's different because you're not if you're thinking nickel in the traditional sense, you're not looking for that person to be a force player in the sense of a run or whatever that might be, screen and things like that. Yeah, he's going to come up, but in traditional nickel, he's not going to be a force player. In a 4-2-5, that guy is very integral to the run defense. He is more important than the defensive end.
Okay.
So that's where the structure comes in, and that in terms where you have to be very comfortable to play a 4-2-5. It's not something you can jump into and jump back out of. It's got to be your staple because the run fits are identical to a 4-3 in a sense, and they're not anywhere close to a 3-4.
Because the 4-2-5, that guy, he's essentially like a Sam, like a nickel Sam.
He's just a floater.
Yeah. Whereas a nickel, that guy's typically out of the fit. He's not even in the fit.
Yeah.
So it's
Navy ran a version of it for years back in the day. Made it popular against the option because you could force the pitch or the quarterback instantaneously. You kind of control the option.
So you guys were saying the fifth defensive back would be Clark there? Because
it could
he's
be
most likely to stop the run, or Stevens?
You can put anybody you feel comfortable with who's going to be form-fitting, making plays at the line of scrimmage, and being able to cover the curl and flat and being able to read it, all in a space of less than 2 yards.
Which is what Hamilton did quite a bit of at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So he could fit that role. Okay. So
Hamilton. It's kind of built for him. It's really built for, surprisingly, TJ.
Okay.
Like that's what he ran in Arizona for years. And that's what we thought we were getting. And then we tried to turn him into a half-field safety, and it was like, what? Why? What are you doing?
I completely forgot about TJ.
He admitted that when he came here that he hadn't played the deep half in Arizona. He's like, I never had to play. So he said he was learning how to play it when he got here.
That's a different animal. Oh, body type, everything of the sort. If you're not used to it, you're not used to it.
Yeah, Pease wanted interchangeable safety. He wanted guys to be able to do both.
Yeah.
So, but they got to be able to do both. You can't just make somebody do both.
Yeah.
You got to like to be able to do both. And
so
it was a struggle for a while there.
So would 4-2-5 generally be cover 2 with the 2 deep?
No, you actually have more flexibility in how you run your coverages because you have that big nickel, but also you have athletic linebackers. That's why you need super athletic linebackers, but also thumpers in the run game because they got to be dual. This is one of those defenses, they kind of have to look identical as linebackers. You can't have one guy who scrapes over the top and the other one fills because they have to be interchangeable in terms of the run fits straight at them. Now, you can control that in terms of strength of the formation, but then again, most teams who see a 4-2-5 are going to run a zone scheme at it because gap scheme against a 4-2-5, good luck.
Yeah. You'll have the offense out gap. You'll have all the gaps.
All that.
Yeah. But in zone, they can get up on you. Offensive linemen can climb and get up on you if your defensive guys don't.
So it's a lot of nuances in coverages. Mainly, you'll probably see a lot of man free in like third and medium type things because in a traditional kind of 4-man front zone behind it, any type of like cover 4 or anything like that, the 7-yard hitch and out route is like kryptonite to it. You could throw it at any point, and unless you are sitting there as a corner, you cannot stop it. It's like the horror show that is the 8-yard out. But you can neutralize that in how you use your rover and how you roll coverages and keep them at a point where you may see corners playing at 7 yards and not move a lot with the Ravens.
Yeah.
So
we showed that one clip with Hamilton. He was in the slot and the corner was off. And they tried to throw that free access hitch, and he just jumped out and knocked it over.
Stop.
Don't do that. He just held in the curl flat. I mean, he's reading through for run, and then he just in the curl flat. And it's hard to get it around a 6'4" dude with an 80-inch wingspan. It is hard to get that outside and past him.
So think of the famous Steeler trap that they throw at every young quarterback. We see Joe Flacco through it. Lamar threw into it in the first time.
Threw it to Mike.
To the left side. Yeah. It's that is what you'll see a lot more in the curl flat. A lot of trap coverages and a lot of deceit within the zone that's going to help create turnovers.
And you do that with MP. He's sitting on that stuff all day.
my man might have 13 picks. He's sitting over there with Marcus Williams sitting over top of him.
He's sitting on that. But not that you would want to do this, Dan. But if you find yourself, I know I've got some. Gary Patterson, TCU, 4.25. His playbook. That's what they were like. I mean, a bunch of teams ran it, but he lived it. They didn't run anything else. So they based everything out of their 4.25, all their coverages out of the 4.25. If you like to read playbooks, I don't know if you do, but if you do,
it's a great time on a vacation on the beach. Just looking at nonsense.
I took them to the Outer Banks, and I was
just flip through it. You don't have to read it; just flip. It just starts ingraining in your mind. Like, oh, well, that makes sense now.
He's one of those guys who calls coverage first, and he bases his fronts off of the coverage, right? So he's back to front versus front to back. And so when I saw that, and I heard Mike McDonald talk about that a little bit, and I said he kind of is, Wink was different from that, but McDonald might kind of work that way. So I said, well, I got to learn a little bit more about how this works and how guys are doing it. So I went to Gary Patterson just because he was like one of the founders of really doing it a lot. And a lot of people copied what they did. And so Fangio, the Chargers head coach, that whole tree, that 4.25 quarters system, all those guys kind of came off of that. I'm not saying the Ravens are going to run a bunch of quarters, but, there's all these offshoots of that tree. But hey, if you're interested, let me know. I got plenty.
All right. Sounds good. I understood about a tenth of what was just said.
When you read, it'll help.
Now you know how people feel when you talk about the JJ stuff.
I live and breathe everything that is angles, and when you coordinate your defense, and I did it in high school, so not obviously not in college or anything. You have to understand why you're doing what you're doing. And if you don't, and if you're just doing it in the sense of Wink, just to cause problems, you're never going to solve anything. Right. You're just going to cause more problems. So being stable in a defense like the 4-2-5 allows you a stable love that everybody can come back to and say, okay, we just had a horrible series. What do we do best? We're going to sit here and base, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just say zone auto and you call the coverage by what they give you as a look. So if it's trips, that's the coverage we roll it. If they give you single high, this is what we playing. If they give you doubles, this is what we playing. Like, that's how simple but yet complicated it can be. Mm-hmm. To keep everybody just literally just going north and south. That's why everybody had free rolls on the defensive line because everything else on the back end is away from them. So just go do what you do.
Cool.
Man, what's so interesting about this with McDonald, what he's going to bring as opposed to Wink, and then you see the added range now with the two safeties back there. This team is literally built to defend the entire NFL, but how many teams in the NFL on the other end are built to defend them? And so everybody keeps talking about, oh, they got to get this receiver, they got to get that receiver, they got to open it up more, they got to do this, they got to do that. Why, when everybody else in the league is downsizing, going into, their sub package, like I said, downsizing at every position, why are we such in a hurry to conform to something that everybody else is trying to defend when you're already built in a way that nobody else is really trying to build to defend?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing with, what was it, the 2019 offense that was like historical, or was it 2020? I guess maybe, I don't know, whatever year it was they were able to run in such a way that there wasn't the variance of negative plays. Like normally people are like, don't run because you've got ups and downs, and there are just too many negative plays on runs that it just gets you behind on second down, and then you're screwed. You're behind the chains and you're in trouble. But what the Ravens were able to do is they were able to do 3 or 4 yards every time. Like there was not variance in the runs. There were so few negative runs. I think there was, Gus Edwards had like a year where he had 0 negative runs.
I remember that.
Yeah.
So like that's the sort of offense where you are able to run and run successfully. Like that's the thing. Like most teams can't move to a running offense because they have negative run plays, which will put them behind the behind down and distance and things like that. But if you can keep rush plays to a low variance, so like just, it might not be huge gains, but it's going to be 4 yards every time. 4 yards every time times 3 is more than 10. Like
Right.
It's a first down. You're going to score. Like so that's the thing, is if you actually can reduce the variance of run plays, it's much like safer offense than passing offense, because there's huge variance in passing offense. Like overall average passing offense is more successful, but there's huge variances. You've got the 0 for any incompletion, and then you've got 10 yards and everything like that. But you throw a couple incompletions and you're screwed. But if you can average 4 yards every run, it's huge. And they were doing that 3 to 5 yards every run, and no defenses were able to stop them. So if they can get back to that sort of offense, then you sprinkle in some more threats with the wide receiver room and things like that, then defenses can't load up the box and try to stop it, and then you just punish them. So that's I'm 100% on board with continuing to zig when the rest of the league is zagging, because they are built for it. So and they're able to do it. So
my key to winning this draft in terms of like really building the passing offense: Calvin Austin, Chico Quanquo, and you get 2 wide receiver threats and you get 2 tight end threats. I think that's the most balanced attack they can have here in terms of really building up this passing offense. I'm really high on Quanquo. I'm really high on Austin. In terms of replacing the Marquise Brown skill set. So it'll be interesting to see where they go. I know it's tomorrow at 12, so there's a lot of interesting options out there. The run on receiver, I think when we look back at it, I will not lie, I think George Pickens going to Steelers is gonna sting like a bee. But I think the Ravens have a good chance to replace the skill sets and maybe upgrade a little bit with Austin and Jake. So we'll see, man. I would hate for that first pick to be something sound like punter or running back, but
I think when they were building this offense, going back to what you guys were saying, what Harbs used to say was like, you can try to be a cheap imitation of what somebody else is doing. You can try to be the Bills, or you can be unique and be very good at who you are and what you do. And I think they were, obviously, in 2019 and even parts of 2020, when they had, health and they had a quality O-line. And look, I mean, regardless of what people think about Greg Roman, the one thing that he can do is build a running game. And the QB-driven stuff that he does in his run game is the one trick that, when I say he's one trick pony, that's the one trick that's like a really good trick. Right. And I think what happens with it is when you see it for the first time, and they, people had seen it with Kaepernick, they'd seen a little bit of it with Tyrod. He didn't do as much of it with Tyrod as he did with Kaepernick. But I think then when you got it with Lamar was kind of like the ultimate level with the quarterback running it. And I think, what was happening in 19 and mostly 19, I don't think they had really done too much of it in 18, a little bit. But a lot of defenses were still trying to read stuff. He's going into the mesh and they're trying to read. And he's pulling the ball out. And you got a defensive end trying to surf and read what he's going to do. Let me stay square. Let me surf out here too. He's around the corner. You can't catch Lamar. And so I think what started to happen in 2020, in addition, combined with the health and, the other issues that they had, was defenses started saying, I really started seeing in the Bills in 2019, that end of the season 2019 game with the Bills. We're not reading shit. We're done reading. Here's what we're going to charge the mesh, and we're going to force Lamar to keep the ball, and we're going to have two guys outside. We're done. We're not reading anything else, because all it takes is that split second of hesitation to try to read what he's doing in the mesh. Is he going to keep it? Is he going to give it to the back? And now offensive linemen have got angles on it, and somebody hits a crease and they got 3 yards, 4 yards, 20 yards, where they get outside.
T.J. Watt, he doesn't give a damn about a handoff.
Yeah, Pittsburgh, they consistently mesh charge. This is what they do consistently, because they're going to force you to give it to the running back. They're philosophically, what they've said is, we're not going to let Lamar keep the ball. We're going to force him to handle it, and we'll play it. That's his choice.
That's the thing with TJ Watt. He was athletic enough to go ahead and I'm just going to take you both out of the play, right? Like that, and he did, and some of the guys on the Chargers did that too. They did that back in 2019 as well. Like they had the athleticism where that sort of thing didn't work. It worked wonders on guys like Myles Garrett, where you could just, not only take him out of the game, but make him look foolish, right? Like, so he was just not fast enough to be able to pick, to not pick. So he had to choose. So, but I think that's where Roman needs to realize where things were, go for the next step, right? Like defense is adjusted. All right, offense, like let's adjust again, right? And I think he does that to some degree, but
not as much as he probably needs to. Like I thought the RPO game for them was like the next iteration to me. Yeah. And they did a little bit each year. They've done a little bit more. They did a little bit in 19, a little bit more in 20, a little bit more in 21 until Lamar got hurt. Even Huntley, they ran it a little bit more. But to me, that's like, because you could see on all of their runs, they started to attach a route on the outside. It'd be like a stick fade, snag inside. They had routes on almost every run attached. And I don't know if they had a true option to throw it out there, if it was just window dressing. But they at least started to attach it and give that, to present it as a threat. And to me, that's like the next iteration, because okay, if you're going to take away the run, if you're going to take away the running back, if you're going to take away Lamar, okay, I'm throwing it out on a quick out. I'm throwing it out on a slant, or I'm throwing it out on a fade. That's the next iteration to me of what they can do, in addition to all the straight play action stuff, if they want to just do like old school play action. But you gotta be able to do that stuff consistently. Your quarterback's got to be able to read it out. He's not going to be perfect. He's going to miss the read sometimes. That's just part of it, and you got to live with that. But he's got to be able to read it out pretty consistently, and I think Lamar's pretty good with that. But I would see them, and I'm like, how come he's not throwing that out? I think sometimes you just got to throw that out just to establish that you'll throw it. Just throw it early, right? And maybe the guy comes up and tackles you, and you only get a yard or 2 yards, but you gotta establish the fact that I will throw that.
Yeah. Not keep honest.
I think last year they were really they came close with like the perfect mesh of like we saw early on. They were going deep with Hollywood on the outside. They were attacking the outside. They were getting guys off guard. And then later on they went to the underneath game screens and bubbles. So I think this year is the perfect year to get that little transition from deep routes, screens and bubbles, mix it in, get a tight end, a wide receiver in there that can do both. And as much as we hate, the guy who shall not be named, but if we can find that good middle ground, I think you feel okay about the offense next year. I think he leaned all the way in to deep routes, using vertical threats, and then he leaned all the way into screens and bubbles. So we'll see where it ends up. I'm pretty excited if they can get a tight end here or a wide receiver, whoever that is. You feel like we can run a lot. Lamar's, to admit it bluntly, Lamar's best abilities for the football is the middle of the field. So if they can get a tight end here, they can do something like that. Go make some work over the middle of the field, like Chiquanquo, like I know Rucker got picked, but whoever, Charlie Kolar. They get a wide receiver thing and work the middle of the field. I feel like you feel pretty good about that. And yeah, man, I the fourth round picks, it is hard to rely on those guys to be day one impact, but the Ravens got 6 of them, so they're expecting these guys to come in and be somewhat of a relevant impact. So we'll see how it ends up, but the Ravens.
I don't know. I think if you get one of these guys that's a day one impact, that's a win. Like I really don't think you are. Like I don't think they need them to be honest with you. I don't think there's any position where they need a guy day one that they haven't already.
I think corner. I think they do need corner. To be honest.
They've got Marlin, Peters, and Stevens.
They won.
Or we don't even need Stevens. We can just do 3 safeties. I just, assuming those guys are healthy, which there's no reason to why I wouldn't think they are. I don't think you do need a day one corner.
I think you need a day one slot, whether that's Stevens or someone in this draft. I think you definitely need someone that can rotate it out with Marlon.
Yeah, I disagree. Well, I guess you can have your own opinion, but I think Stevens is perfectly capable of slot. I think one of the 3 safeties is perfectly capable of playing it. I think you've got Darius Washington for small guys. I think
Marlon has played it. Marlon played it.
Yep.
2 seasons. It's like all he played. It's just like.
Well, and I think if they really got
if you move Marlon in, then you need an outside corner, right? So that's the problem with moving Marlon in. I'm not sure we have a second. Steve, you think Stevens can? I
said unless you think he can. I don't know that. I think he can.
I don't know. He played running back, safety, outside corner, inside corner.
Yeah.
He played some outside last year. He didn't do it a ton. It was kind of like a need.
He did a bunch in college, I think. So
yeah, I would prefer him inside. I would prefer him inside.
I know. Yeah. I just think it's.
I think they will get cornerbacks, and I think they will get 2, and I think they will also get a veteran. But I don't think you need day one starters.
Yeah, and see that's what I was thinking too. I said if they really got into a bind and say Stevens wasn't up to it and they needed a slot, I don't think that slot is going to be the 4th round selection in this draft. I think it's going to be a vet that they bring in.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, either one.
He gave on. He played it something.
I just think that they need a starter somewhere there at the cornerback spot, whether it's outside, inside, outside, either one.
I think people need to remember when in terms of the offense, and since now the defense is going through this, is that they blew that up after 2018, blew it up to smithereens. Put in a brand new offense with brand new personnel. Had 1 year of it, then COVID hit. You did not have time to develop. You did not have time to make the proper changes in the right ways that you would do in developing a plan. You would do the same thing if you're doing this in the corporation. You would do it in stages. You wouldn't roll it out all at one time. You would do it in incremental blocks. 1 year, year 2, you do this. Year 3, you do this. The Ravens haven't been able to systematically do that with their offense over the last couple of years. So you have this hodgepodge of crap together because you tried to put things in play during the season that you didn't have time to vet out throughout the process. So with them having a quote unquote a normal off season where they have time to understand their personnel and put them in positions and say, hey, maybe we need to adjust this. Hey, we need to upgrade our passing game, which they're doing now. So I think people need to look at this in a more of a like an open mind and say, hey, this offense put up quite a bit of numbers, even though there are certain situations, yes, we would like Roman to call plays and use his personnel better. But once again, he hasn't had an opportunity to learn his people. He's been in and out of a building just as much as everyone else. So just keep that in mind as you flip this to the other side in defense, where this first year may look like something we haven't seen before. But I would say week 9, week 10 is going to be a completely different defense than you see week 1 of the preseason, week 2 of the regular season.
My question to everybody, what do you guys, I haven't heard it yet. What do you guys grade the draft in terms of F to A?
I'm going to say a B plus.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at right now, B plus.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just worried about what's the game plan on defense with Hamilton. Like, I need to see it.
Yeah.
I need to see it to believe it.
Dan?
Yeah, I think I'd go even a little higher. I think it's, I can't be sure until we see what they do with these 6 picks. But if they can get some solid depth at the positions where they need depth, like cornerback, edge, offensive line, and get some solid guys, not day one starters, just solid guys. I think it's an A-. I think they have drastically improved their starters and they would be able to still add depth. My only concern is wide receiver at this point, and I think they're gonna. My guess is they handle it in free agency because I don't think any of these guys are going to be day one impact guys. So
for wide receiver,
yeah,
who are you leaning towards as far as the free agents?
I think Landry's got to be it. I think he's the guy based on what we're seeing out there in free agent market. I think he fits the mold of the type of player, the kind of attitude blocking sort of guy, and I think he's got inside outside versatility. I guess I don't really know if he has enough speed to do much deep, but I think he's a solid player, and then I really do think the guys we have on the team, as corny as it is, and kind of what people always say, like these guys were drafted highly. They haven't shown it yet, but they haven't really been given the opportunity to either. So I think I'll be really interested to see what Wallace, Duvernay, and Prochet can do. So because what Mike, you were saying earlier is this offense enables less than star wide receivers to excel. Like you can do well with way below star wide receivers because of the focus on the run game and Lamar. So like
you like getting open and catching touchdowns. That's what I was
right.
You like getting open and catching touchdowns. If you like that, this is the offense for you. Like there's not going to be like a ton of volume stats. You're not going to have like multiple 1,000-yard receiving yards. I mean, Hollywood just had his first one. Andrews had his. They're not going to support 2 or 3 wide receivers doing that. This is not Pat Mahomes. This is not Aaron Rodgers. But if you look at Hollywood in terms of his touchdowns, his receiving touchdowns each year, God, guy put up decent touchdown numbers every year. Obviously, Mark Andrews has too. So, that's always been my thing about Greg Roman and his offense. People look at the yards, look at the pass attempts, look at the yards, look at the fucking touchdowns. Okay, look at the points. Look at the points they score, and they're always near the top of the league in point score. And last I checked, football is about scoring points and offense. They're about putting up passing yards. It's about scoring points. And that's what they do. You might not like the way it looks because it doesn't fit the mold of what most people in the league are doing. But again, to your point, I'd rather be unique in what I do and be good at what I do than try to say, well, maybe I'm not as good at this other thing, but that's what everybody else is doing. So let me try to do that. I don't think that is going to get you where you want to be. But we'll see. People are going to keep coming back to the playoffs and say, hey, this hasn't worked in the playoffs, so maybe it doesn't work.
Yeah. Because what it comes down to, Mike, is we can be built to play from behind, and that's all well and fine, but I'd rather be ahead. And I know how to play from ahead. They've shown that over the previous years. They don't have to all of a sudden change the whole dynamic to show that they can do certain things. Do what you do. If you get into a bind, and okay, now I have to adjust and do things differently because I'm in a hole. But they've proven they can get ahead on teams and stay ahead on teams. Do what you've been doing to do that, and then, like Denard said, make your incremental changes and steps and adjustments to the process. But you don't just blow it up when you're constantly top 3 in the league in points scored. So
yeah, my
guys on the draft grades, I don't like the grades. I don't like to rank things. I don't like the grade because I'm like, we don't know shit.
Right,
we don't know anything. Yep. We don't know if these guys are going to be good. We don't know if they're going to be bad. I mean, I guess you can grade the value of where you think guys got picked. I think that's probably a fair thing to grade. But in terms of like the players and the performance, we don't know. It's all projection. I mean, I think these guys are going to be good players, but they've not touched the NFL game.
Right.
But know what it's going to be yet.
I mean, the only thing is with me with draft grading is like translatable skills. I think that's what I have high up on my board, and I think the Ravens got a lot of guys with translatable skills in the NFL. So,
yeah, I agree. The traits are there. Yeah, everything looks like it should be good.
Good. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Until they take a snap, you really can't, Yeah,
but I know people like grades. People love grades. People love rankings. I'm in the minority. I always admit I'm in the minority on this because I'm stubborn and I don't like to do it.
Yeah, I love grades. I love rankings. I love value.
Yeah,
so.
Everybody does. You're not alone. I think most people like it.
Mike, give me 3 whiskey swifts if that's a good draft or 2 or 4. Just let me know that way.
I don't know yet. We got to play some games and then we'll see.
One of the
I might
things
need a couple of seasons. I might need 2-3 seasons before I can tell you if it's good or bad. I don't know.
That is very true.
Yeah, one of the things I'm real excited for is the on defense, how it's stacking up to be more of a turnover type of defense, turnover causing defense, and a negative play causing defense. So it kind of goes back to that variance I was talking about, like having a defense that can cause the variance and negative plays just makes having a solid low variance offense even more valuable. Like you get 1 or 2 turnovers a game and you score every drive, score 80% of your drives, game over. Like it's done. So and that's I think what the Ravens have been missing the last couple of years is those turnovers. So if Marcus Williams, I think Hamilton's been a pretty solid turnover guy. So and then so I think that's going to be pretty big. So and then you got some pass rush with Michael Pierce and Travis Jones. I think those are both going to be big interior pass rush guys. So I'm really hopeful for both the sacks and the turnovers.
That's a great point. Yeah. Turnover. It's a great point.
Yeah, especially when you got a guy that it looks like, as we compare him as a coordinator to Wink, it looks like he's going to be a guy that's going to get guys in position more often to be able to turn the ball over.
Yep.
Just by being, sound and solid in your fundamentals, and just like Denard always points out, if you can just be solid in what you're doing, you give guys a chance to read and react and be able to make plays on the ball instead of kind of spinning your wheels and all this chaos.
Right. Tricking them into the turnover rather than just make plays. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Cover zero is fun, but you got guys out there stink.
And meanwhile, you have a defensive coordinator who's calling it on 3rd and 5 from your 50 in a 3-point ball game with no middle of the field safety. Like,
that's not the variance I'm looking for.
I think if you what are we doing? It sounds fun, right? But cover zero, we're sitting in the house, we're sitting the pressure. But I think if you talk to a lot of DBs, they don't like cover zero.
Right.
They don't want to be out there on their own like that. Give me some help,
I called that in Madden all the time, or no, NFL Blitz. That's what I called the all-out blitz. Yeah.
Yeah, I call engage 8, cover 0, cover
8.
1.
Yeah. Engage 8. Yep. NFL Blitz.
It's
but
fun.
that's the game is called Blitz, not
strong safety blitz. Yeah.
Right.
Give me those plays.
It's fun, and when it works, it's awesome.
It's great. Until Tyreek Hill's on the other team, and then you get burnt. And you're wondering why.
You got Chris Westry out there by himself.
People were mad that he didn't get re-signed. Like, seriously.
I mean,
he got ruined in Dallas.
I wasn't.
New York, right? But
he went to the Panthers.
Oh, he went to
Panthers. But he got ruined in Dallas before he came.
Yeah, I think like with Westry, size, speed, athleticism, but I'm not gonna go crazy about losing him like that. He's a body.
He was the third best corner on their roster, though.
Yeah.
Truth.
Was it Adam?
That's not saying much, though, Chris. Come on. That's like saying I'm the.
No, there was dudes going crazy for him during training camp last year.
I was.
I liked him, but I was like, nah, not that high.
For $3 million or whatever they would have had to sign him for this year. No thanks.
Yeah.
I think he was probably fine for a deaf cornerback, but you put him in that spot by himself, no help.
You know what's another thing that gets pushed under the rug? That was his first game back from injury, too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So here, let me put you cover zero game on the line.
Game on the line. Let Andy Dalton just throw up a moon ball.
Yeah.
Butt naked.
Butt naked swinging.
You cover this guy for the game. Make a game-winning play. I mean,
and not only that, let them call a timeout, and then we come out in the exact same look.
Call it again.
Like, nah.
But that's Wink's personality. You know this. You call plays, whether it's offense or defense. Every play caller has a personality. And when you pushed Wink into a corner, he was bringing pressure.
That was the day he got fired.
That was that goes to.
That day was it. That was the I don't care if they won the game. That day he was gone.
That's the day you fired him. I remember that. Get him out of here.
He would have been in my office.
I don't care. Get him out of here.
Get him out of here. I don't care what it costs. I need to take a pay cut. Fine.
You were done with it. I remember.
Hey fellas, I'm gonna hop off. It was fun doing this again.
Yep.
Yeah, man. I got the kids in the morning. I didn't realize what time it was.
I'm old. I'm not young like you guys. I'm damn near 50.
Hey, Yuri's 19, man. You're gonna be up till 5 in the morning.
Right.
He about to jump on the sticks in about 10 minutes.
Yeah,
get his night going.
Yeah, I gotta go see how the Ravens are gonna rebuild with Travis Jones on Madden.
He's
about to play some games.
He got some trades to make.
Mr. Mysterio or whatever the guy's name was.
Dr. Evil, whatever his name was.
Dr. Destruction or whatever.
Don't disrespect. Don't disrespect, Mr. Disrespect.
Dr. Disrespect. There you go.
Oh, there you go, Dr. Disrespect.
I think you know what we got to stream next. We got to stream Yuri and Dan playing Warfare or Madden.
That would be a fucking mess. I would be down for it. That would be a mess. That'd be me and Dan. I'd be telling Dan where to go, and then Dan, what are we doing here? Let's use a more calculated move. And I'm like, come on, Dan, let's risk something.
I stopped playing video games as soon as you could like look up and look down because I spent the entire fucking time looking up. Like, this is not fun. What the fuck?
You want to go to a game system that's as toxic as the world is. Hang out at Call of Duty just on Twitch streams. It is hilariously toxic.
That's where I thrive, man. That's what I stand in here. I'll get a toxic. I'm the toxic club. I'll get as toxic as possible, man. I will ruin people's lives over the game.
I'll stick with the 2 buttons and a plus sign.
My man over here at Atari.
We got a lot of time before the season. We got to fill it with something. I think this stream has got to happen.
It does have to happen, Dan. I mean, I don't know what you got
I have
going
literally no idea how you do it. Like,
Here's what we'll do. Dan. I'll
go need a system, or is it just a computer game?
I gotta go. Like Mike says at this point in the stream, it's time to go.
Dan is still playing Oregon Trail.
I'm like, Yuri, what button you push?
Hey, Dan, just press the A button. Just press the A button, Dan.
I'm gonna Google it and figure it out. Yeah. I'll be an expert.
Keep jumping until they can't hit you.
This could be hilarious. Me and Dan playing Call of Duty. This could be hilarious. All right, that's definitely a sign it's time to go. All right, fellas, it's been fun.
All right,
man.
Appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
That'd be easy.